Slap on a jersey and get yourself some popcorn and drinks because it is time for homecoming. Overwatch Collegiate is back, and we got day one coming at all you fine folks at home. Welcome, everybody, to the first day of fall 2025 Overwatch Collegiate. My name is Paul Seville. With me is Kenobi, and we have the absolute honor of bringing you the first day of two separate brackets of action. Kenobi, it's do or die, but it's going to be a great day.
Do or die, but I'm so pumped, Paul. So, Collegiate Overwatch is back in an official capacity. I am so pumped. I've been following the scene for a very long time, and I'm excited to see what these teams bring to the table here at Homecoming. It's a fantastic thing that we've got this back, and I cannot wait to get some awesome Collegiate Overwatch games going.
Oh, yeah, and for folks at home, maybe this is your first time tuning in to Overwatch Collegiate. It's been a little bit. We missed you, even for those coming back. Let's make sure everybody's caught up on exactly what we are going to be working with today, because there are two separate full brackets that we are going to be looking at. First, we are going to see teams from the open bracket of play. This is accessible to any collegiate players from across the whole nation. Flexible standards, even club programs can get in. And then later today, we're going to be looking at the rigorous varsity bracket as well. These are students that entered through NACE that have campus oversight, their official rosters for their squads.
Yeah, and I'm going to love seeing kind of the difference between like the open system and the varsity system. It's really cool that we're having kind of these two different ideas of play between these teams. And it's going to be interesting to see, especially in the broadcast days, going from starting with open as our first two matches and then going into varsity, will there be a large shift in how the programs are going to end up playing and how these teams end up doing? I, again, cannot wait to see what exactly it means for the future of Collegiate on broadcast with these two different types of tournaments that we have.
It's really interesting, too, because some of the varsity teams looked at the open and said, we can double dip a little bit, right? And they ended up signing up there, too. So we might even see teams more than once per bracket here. So it'll be really exciting to see who the top contenders are across both styles.
Yeah, and I think, again, like we're what I also like is that we're in that, single elimination. It's very March Madness-y, kind of talking about, you were saying who watches real sports as we were, chatting away at the broadcast. I watch real sports, Paul, and I'm really loving that we do have like this kind of bracket system where it is that very do or die, one shot, go home March Madness. And with the teams that we have, it's shaping up to be a very exciting bracket, especially with our first match of the day.
Yeah, let's take a look at our schedule for day number one. We're going to be staying pretty exclusively in the round of 16. So the top 16 teams across both brackets. Open is what we begin with. We've got Bryant Stranton versus Cumberland University to start us off, which is actually going to be a pretty banger game. Then we got ASU, which is actually my alumni, versus North Carolina State. And then later on, we'll hit up the varsity and see some real heavy hitters in Bellevue and St. Clair taking on Wichita State and Kent State, respectively.
Yeah, that's going to be great. These two matchups that we have starting off, I think, in that open bracket are going to be very good. We talked about Bryan and Stratton versus Cumberland. If you've been around Collegiate Overwatch, even Arizona State University, these top four teams, they've been around for a while. And, Bellevue, St. Clair performed really well the last time that we had a collegiate season. So I can't wait to see what these teams are going to end up doing going forward. And one of the things that's also interesting is that you said that your alumni is in here. My alumni is not actually in this tournament, but I was born at Texas A&M. In College Station on campus, and they are. I unfortunately didn't get to get them, so I can't be biased. I'll be the neutral one in the Arizona State game for both of us.
Yeah. It'll work well. Yeah, no worries there. I even had to wear just a little bit of maroon for the ASU today. But either way, we're going to be starting off the day with Bryant Stranton versus Cumberland University. And taking a look at this game, honestly, this might be we might be starting with our quote unquote match of the day. Really, just heat out of the gate, Kenobi.
Yeah, these two teams have already played each other throughout this collegiate season already, and I believe it was Bryan and Stratton who had that victory 3-1 over Cumberland. And, I think that this is, when we looked at the standings going into this from Swift, both of these teams are a top 10 top 10 teams coming from that Swiss. Cumberland, I think, was 10th at 8-2, and it looks like BCS Bobcats were 9-1. At that 8th spot, or 7th spot rather. So I think that going into this, it's going to be a very close matchup. The other teams that we have are kind of a little bit farther away in terms of the standing that we had from Swiss. So this one, again, is, like you mentioned, probably one of the best matches that we have of the day, if not the best.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at our two teams for today. Get familiar with who we're going to be starting off with, because I'm very interested in both of these teams. We're going to take a look at Bryant Scranton College, Virginia first. It's a bit of a mouthful of a name.
Yeah.
But either way, I'm excited. Manually Peace, Dion, Nenwai, and Pantera to lead us off.
Yeah, a lot of names that I think people are familiar with, and that's one of the things that I think is really awesome about Collegiate is that you have this like kind of mishmash of a lot of different tiers of Overwatch, you know, from like tier 1 and OWCS, Face It, things like that. Like you have a lot of these players that are kind of amalgamating in this collegiate scene, and Peace is someone who I have known for a very long time, has been watching them for a very long time, and I think that they are one of the best Genjis that we have. If Genji is going to be prevalent in the meta, that's something to keep an eye out for, because of the fact that Peace is so good on it. It's one of their signature heroes.
Yeah, and then we'll take a look at our other team as well. Cumberland University going to be facing off against them. Like you said, they did lose last time they went against Brighton Scranton, but they're looking for their revenge today. Cabe Nodi. Okay, we got a pronunciation on this player. They told us it was hard. It's Icelandic. I'm a dumb American. I apologize if I pronounce it horribly. Ginger Rivdil? Something like that.
Yeah,
Ginger, just because
we're gonna call them Ginger for our sake and your sake. Yeah,
and that's what we were told to call him, just so we don't mess it up. And then we have Rachel and Chef.
Yeah, we would drive you guys crazy if we tried every time to pronounce it correctly, and we would probably drive Ginger crazy as well, not getting it correct. But again, a lot of names that we've known coming into, you know, from Face It, from Overwatch Collegiate from a while ago. Cabe is someone who I've been very familiar with. Actually ran into them in a stadium game randomly at one point. So very good. Carried the heck out of me. I did nothing. It was a very easy game for me to play there. But I think this roster definitely has the chops to take it to BSC.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see, one of the things that Cumberland told us coming into this is expect things that are unexpected. Don't expect them to play some normal standard Overwatch here. So can they throw us for a loop? Not the normal. I'm excited to see. I mean, already on like their selected, these are just their favorite heroes. I doubt this is the comp they're going to be running. But, you know, I'm excited to see what sort of unorthodox approaches Cumberland might bring in as we get into our first to 3.
And the thing is also, I don't think we have like a set meta. Like there are things that are like relatively good. Like it feels like a lot of the off tanks are kind of strong currently, like D.Va and things like that. But it feels like the meta's like really wide open. It's not like where we were with Mauga, where it was just like, hey, we're playing Mauga on every single map. You know, it feels like it is a little bit more wide open now than it is. We do have the map pool to kind of look over, Paul, here as we go forward into these matches that we have. And, you know, very standard right here. I like that we're bringing back a little bit new Queen Street here. That's something that I have had. Junkertown is very interesting to me when I look at all of those ones on the payload maps, all very long range maps. So I wonder, like, you know, that screams to me kind of like D.Va, screams to me a little bit of Winston. Ball is very good right now. Long-range hit scans, I think, as well. So I think that this is going to be an interesting kind of look up to see who is going to, like, what kind of style of play we're going to be seeing. Because it can vary completely between all these maps that we have.
Yeah, I'm really excited if we can get those escorts coming in. Of course, you know, I'm hoping it's not just going to be Lijiang Kings. Look, people love Lijiang.
You already know it's either Iliash, Lijiang, and then straight into Kings Row second map. That's how we do it.
Well, I'm hoping for something a little bit different. We have a long tournament ahead of us, plenty of time to see all of these maps. And while you guys are here, don't forget every minute that you are signed in and watching this wonderful Overwatch Collegiate Homecoming, you can earn special rewards. Yeah, for 30 minutes, an hour, 90 minutes, and 2 hours. I mean, I love the Pachimari with Iliari. That's so good, man.
It's my favorite.
I love that.
I think it's my favorite.
It's so good.
Spray.
So make sure you're tuning in at least. This is just for today, by the way. Yeah. So you watch basically the first 2 matches today. You get all of these goodies. So stay tuned in, folks. There's a lot coming up. Every day we'll have more and more rewards. So you're gonna want to be tuned in today, tomorrow, and next weekend. And
the first match is going to be a banger, so you really have no reason not to stay for these first 2 hours. Like you just there's no reason, you know. Grab, like Paul was saying, grab some popcorn, grab some Capri Sun slices, grab some. No, Capri Sun, not Capri
Sun slices.
Well, there are people who freeze their Capri Suns and then eat it with like a spoon. I don't know, like.
But they're not cut it into slices.
I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I don't know. I just made a little faux pas. It's orange slices. Anyways, I'm really glad you're here with me, Paul.
I'm so excited. It's been way too long.
It has been way too long. But yeah, I think the matchup, this is going to be a great litmus test. I think we do have our first map, which is going to be Ilios, I believe. And we do have to still do bans, I think.
We're still waiting a little bit before we reveal the full hand here, but we have been told map 1 is Ilios, so yeah, you were right. There it is. Map 1, Ilios, and incoming map 2, Kings Row, probably. I at least like that we're starting off on Ilios. I personally prefer the bright sunny scenery of Ilios to Lijiang Tao. I mean, Lijiang looks cool, don't get me wrong, but Ilios is just I love the coastline,
You like Greece, you like the Mediterranean coastline. Yeah, okay.
I was supposed to go to Greece this year and then I didn't. That's not a long. It's not a long story.
You just didn't. Okay. I think that Ilios is also interesting because of the fact that you have like this. A lot of the maps are very like kind of like Lijiang-esque, where it's like a lot of the different submaps that you have can play various different things. Like you always think about Ruins, where it's like the Widowmaker map, like the long range hit scan. You see like ball. I would like if there are ball players that are in Collegiate, because I think you have to play Hammond and to play ball, you have to be a ball player. There is no just I'm picking this up randomly in the middle of a best of 5. No, it's just not going to happen. You need to like have a understanding of how to pilot that hero. But I think that like Ruins would be a map where that could be possible. I know the last time I casted well, I did see a Roadhog. Don't know if that's going to happen. But it is one of those maps where it's like, hey, we can just hook him into a tale as old as time, song as old as rhyme, just hook him into the well and then win the team fight. I don't think Roadhog is a real hero at the current moment though, so I would be shocked if we did see that.
Could be a cheeky way to open up a round though. You roll out on the Roadhog, they're not expecting it, yoink, and then you get some percentage off of it. We are wondering what sort of unexpected things Cumberland might be bringing to the table. So starting off on Ilios, I wouldn't put it past them. But going back to Ruins for a second, you brought up the hit scan, and I think one of the cool things about Ilios is it can set the stage for an entire series, right? Because of that diversity between the different stages that you get. So you come out on Ruins, you show off a good hit scan, suddenly all those escort maps, not looking so good for your opponent if you can dominate them on, the Widow v Widow, or even just Widow v nothing. So it's very interesting. And then, of course, we have like the dive maps as well that can really alter what sort of scenery we get throughout the day.
Yeah, like if you go, like you play the Ruins map, you like take them out with like the long range hit scan, and then you go ahead and you play like Lighthouse, and then and then it's like you're playing dive mirrors, and it's like, okay, well, are we going to play Winston v Winston? Are we going to see Diva pop up? Because that's usually the nice dichotomy that I like seeing on a map like that, where it's like, okay, are you going to just, is your main tank capable of playing something like the Winston v Winston, or do you have to forego and play the Diva or something like that? And then that will give us kind of it's a great litmus test to kind of show us like what the teams are going to be trending towards in terms of their compositions. It's an interesting, I think, position for like support play right now, because it feels like it's very just Kiriko Lucio, like a lot of Kiriko Lucio that gets played a ton. I think like Brig is still available, Anna's still available. Wuyang I don't think is as popular, especially with the nerf bat that got that he got hit by. I think still like definitely viable. It's not like his kneecaps are gone or anything. I think he can still be played, but I think that a lot of like Kiriko Lucio is still very strong. Things like that. I think that the diversity is really going to come from the tank play and the DPS play.
And Kiriko Lucio, is just so like stable and safe, and we've been playing it as long as Overwatch 2 has been around, and everybody's used to it. And there's no like, it's a composition that has a very low skill, or is it a very low or a very high skill floor? It's a hard set of supports to play wrong, essentially. Whereas when you start bringing in things like the Brig or the Ana, then it's like, okay, well, now I have to have perfect positioning. It has to be against the right composition. Otherwise, I'm not going to get any value. And it's certainly less universal than the Kiriko Lucio.
It's a lot less volatile, I think, is the other, where it's like, you have like a lot of ability to, you have self peel with like Suzu, you have your own boop and stuff like that, where it's like, if Brig, if you step up out of position once, you don't have a funny button that just TPs you to a teammate, you die. That's usually what happens. So I think that you're right, where it is like, I think to execute Kiriko Lucio well, like if you watch a team execute Kiriko Lucio well, it looks like one of the best things in the world. But I think that like you mentioned, like if you're playing something like Brig or playing something like Ana, it's a lot less forgiving than something like that Lucio Kiriko.
Yeah, absolutely. So I am looking forward to seeing at least that diversity in the other roles that you were talking about, because the world is it's one of those patches where it feels like the world is your oyster outside of supports, right? I'm really excited. And it means that we get to see that sort of diversity from, again, teams like Cumberland who might not, want to play into, hey, you want to play dive? I don't want to play Winston. I don't want to play Diva. Maybe we just say no dive at all. On Lighthouse, we're just going to turtle up on the point. We're going to
Don't say no dive at all, because then that means we get Malphite only.
No. We saw maybe something else. Either way, though, I think we just got word that we're about ready to head into the series. Yes, we are. Okay, thank goodness. Ilios is where we start off, and the bans are Hazard and Genji. Interesting.
Hazard and Genji. Well, I mean, okay, if this is, I think that's the Cumberland band coming in, and it's taking away Genji, and it's taking away from Peace. I mean, this is a very, very apparent flex respect ban coming in to Peace in specifically. Also, I think Ginger is a very good Hazard from what I remember. So this is also another one of those respect bans. So this is going to be interesting to see kind of how these two teams play without some of their best at the current moment with this litmus test that we have of Ilios, where it depends on where we go into those submaps, how are these team compositions going to be playing out. But it's already seems like these two have a very good feel for each other, had that 3-1 earlier in the season, so definitely know what they're talking about when it comes to those pick bans.
Off onto Ilios we go, out into the Mediterranean, as you said. And I can't wait for us to get started here. Overwatch Collegiate Homecoming Fall 2025 is set to begin. Reminder, across our two different sections, there is over $42,000 in prize pool on the line. Each of these teams is going to be playing for their fair slice of it. And even this first match determines whether or not you'll be walking away with nothing or $2,000 in your pocket. Cumberland University is Brian 10.
I'm so excited.
Let's see what they got in store for us, Kenobi.
I'm so excited. It's Collegiate Overwatch is back. I'm so excited to be here. I'm giddy. You can probably, everyone at home can hear me through the screen smiling with how wide it is at the current moment as we do end up going into this first map. It is going to be Lighthouse, so this is one of those maps where we talked about. It is where you see a lot of that dive-centric kind of, your Winstons, your Divas, things like that, and we'll see how either of these teams are going to be going in terms of that tank play. It looks like we might see a Diva Mira to start things off, and at that point I would be interested to see if there is going to be this backline from the Bobcats where you're going to have Crota on that Ana instead of something like the Kiriko, where you are a little bit more vulnerable, but your healing output is very strong, and it looks like, no, it's just going to be a standard mirror on that Kiriko. But this is what I get for talking about. This is what I get for talking about comps before they exit. That's
Don't worry, we got a long day for us to remember our old habits, Kenobi. We're out on the map. Overwatch Collegiate Homecoming has started off. Only one side actually going for the Sim TP. A closer rotation for Cumberland in a more advantageous spot now for Ginger to start off on. Mirror comps absolutely down to the Freya and Tracer.
We'll be seeing these Tracers kind of duel in the side lane here. That's really what's going to be about, kind of like holding that positioning and trying to take it away. And also this duel between both of the Freyas. I mean, it is going to be a little bit of a one-on-one between these DPS who can finally get that positioning forward, and it looks like the Bobcats have a little bit of an advantage right now in their health, so they're going to start taking that point.
Yeah, Cumberland actually a bit claustrophobic on the edge of the map here. They got first point prio, but it's costing them quite a bit. BSC with the first cap on the objective, and now all they have to do is find players to eliminate. Cave stuck on the roof, not going to have any assistance up there. It's a tough line for Virtual and Chef to try and heal you and keep everybody else alive too. Still a few players hanging around, but it feels like a pretty done deal.
Yeah, Dion did a lot in that fight. I mean, the way that they were able to put down pressure specifically onto Ginger on the other side. You can see the difference right now in terms of those ultimate charges, already 72% because of how much damage was done. I think Ginger ate an entire micro missile barrage to the face without being able to block it, so that was really what turned the tides in that fight. And now all the positioning is available here for the Bobcats. Navi does have that pulse bomb a little bit ahead of Peace, which means that there is a potential for Na'Vi to break this fight open when they are set to the advantage. But with Divas, you've got to be worried about that defense matrix.
Yeah, I gotta stay away from Dion here. Nodi getting caught too, has to go for the health pack. Does mean a more passive position. Nodi actually gets eliminated mid pulse bomb too, so not getting any value out of that piece. Harrowing down the opposing Tracer. Now BSC have to keep the pressure up. Cumberland, they weren't able to find much of anything. Ooh, and the D-Mech is tough as they're on their way out.
really good communication from Peace and from Dion there, because you saw Naughty was going in very aggressively, got taken out of recall, and immediately you saw that Peace and Dion dived in. You could see it on the kill feed that there were those 2 kills, or those 2 bars next to that kill, taking down that Tracer, and that means that there is no pulse bomb. And look at the ultimate advantage for the Bobcats here.
It's huge.
It's going to be a nightmare of a team fight for Cumberland to work through.
Yeah, flush 5 here for BSC. And just straight into the back line goes Dion. So, Soundbear out pretty early, but Dion still extremely low. Not going to be able to hang on to that mech much longer. And there goes Manually, too. BSC maybe overplaying their hand a bit. Nice stick, though, from Peace to bring things back to neutral. Virtual going down as well. Somebody's got to get to the objective. Somebody's got to be able to touch from Cumberland. Anybody? No? Cabe's going to try. Somebody, okay, at least overtime gets triggered, but Cumberland, despite some good starts to that fight, not able to keep the momentum going. Nice stream on as well. And, okay, a brief glimmer of hope for Cumberland, but honestly, the first round's all Bobcats.
Yeah, very crisp and very clean from this Bobcats team. Their communication was superb, I think, throughout all that. I talk about that one play on the Tracer where Peace and Dion got very aggressive, took down that Tracer, meaning that the Pulse Bomb, that was really the only thing Cumberland had to try and get back into that one, completely got no value. So really good start here from the Bobcats in terms of their coordination. They look like they know how to operate this composition fantastically. And we see Cumberland, are they going to change things up? I think, I mean, if you get, pretty much 99 to 0, 100 to 0, and there really wasn't a team fight that you ever had a foothold in, I think something does need to change, and it looks like they're going to start changing things up. Bring in the Zarya, which has always been, Paul, one of the best counters towards that D.Va, and Dion was schmoovin' and grooving that last round, so putting a little bit more pressure on to that tank is going to be something that I think will help Cumberland a lot.
An advantage in the tank head-to-head, surely, but also a far less maneuverable pick, so you got to be careful, got to make sure, Ginger, that you're protecting people, especially like Cabe, rather, who will now be onto the Cassidy. A little bit less maneuverable as well. Much more stable composition. Dion already feeling the heat of that cannon. And Bobcats just waiting for their moment.
Yeah, Zarya gets charged on me pretty quick. I think the last time I saw Ginger had 80, so I think this is Cumberland really having to wait for the dive aggressively on, and Dion goes in, and Peace takes down Naughty. That's again the duo of the D.Va and the Tracer getting it done.
Silver lining for Cumberland. Their Tracer sacrifice means that they can at least take position on the point. But will it be a worthwhile gambit? Trying to dive onto Ginger. Ginger ever so low. The tank battle won out by the D.Va and the rest of the team that was supporting. Peace traded down, but you'll take that if you're Bobcats. Just need to keep Dion alive and pressure these squishies away. Cumberland doing a good job of at least avoiding BSC and keeping presence on the objective. Nice shots from Cabe, too. There goes Nenwai, and suddenly Bobcats, they're split to high heavens.
Yeah, Cabe is doing a lot in terms of just that consistent damage and putting down a lot of pressure. Already 90% towards that Deadeye, in a fight that it looked like it could have been flipped back over for the Bobcats completely goes awry, and Cumberland are the ones taking up that percentage.
Bobcats with the regroup now. Manually, high up in the air, ready with the ult. The bullet shot goes wide, though. Doesn't quite connect onto Cabe. And now the Kitsune Rush is going to keep Cumberland feeling nice and healthy. Bobcats, they don't even want this smoke. They're just going to back out and wait it out.
Yeah, no, I mean, they're going to come back in with the Kitsune Rush, though.
Oh, Dion taking a chunk of damage manually, too. Cumberland, keep the pressure up, not letting Bobcats get a foothold, even with their own Kitsune Rush. Nenwai's gone, and that means Bobcats are much easier to pin down, too. We might see 100 to 0 flipped to 0 to 100 here, Kenobi.
It might be, because, I mean, look at the ultimates that you have from Cumberland as well. They have the High Noon. They also have the Pulse Bomb from Nodi. And, I mean, if you're Bobcats, really, you don't have a lot besides that Sound Barrier. Pulse Bomb's going to come through. Suzu has to be forced. So that's a cooldown that they're not going to have for the moment. High Noon just to zone and continue holding that percentage for them.
It's cheeky. Ooh, gets Ginger in a really nice spot, too, to just saw away at manually. Nodi not going to risk it. Knows that 1v1 versus Peace has not gone well, so just comes back to the team. Sound Barrier in the pocket. Who is going to have to beat first? Oh, okay. Cumberland choose to beat first. Get caught in a grab. Will they survive it? That barrier was pretty early, but they managed to weather most of the grab, but most doesn't really count in Overwatch. Virtual and Cabe, Chef, they all hit the floor. And Bobcats find their in.
And I mean, I like the idea. I think they're from Cumberland, where they're like, okay, we know that Nenwai's going to have that sound barrier on the other side. Let's try and maybe catch them off guard with our Graviton Surge and with our own sound barrier. It doesn't end up working out. It was like just a last gambit for them. I am a little bit worried about the fact that they are going to be behind the 8 ball a little bit when it comes to those ultimates. Like, there is going to be a bullet shot here from manually. Pieces are going to have that pulse bomb relatively soon. And, I mean, if you cycle this ultimate economy effectively for the Bobcats, you can get this back to even relatively easily.
Already the bullet shot. Ooh, that's quite a bit of damage, but Cabe will survive it. Just slowing everyone down. Ooh, nice shot, too, from Cabe, making his survival well worthwhile. Now, Bobcats have to back off a little bit, forced to use their Kitsune Rush to mirror the other side. Suzu used early, too. Proto can be in some danger, but does swift step away. Nodi got the Pulse Bomb, gets it right onto Dion, but I believe a bubble keeps him healthy, only for a moment. Yeah, no, this is Cumberland coming back in with a vengeance. And they're going to be able, not quite the 100-0 I thought it was going to be. But yeah, still a round 3 here on Ilios.
Yeah, it was still pretty good for them. And I mean, the thing about this from Cumberland is that they really played well against the D.Va, and they forced Dion off to something completely different. I think when it was the Zarya v. the Zarya, Ginger just had such a good presence of mind for maneuvering around what they were doing. I also love the decision of putting Cave on that Cassidy, because you saw when Peace died in that last fight, it was a Kiriko and a Cassidy that took them out. And that's really difficult to play Tracer into something like that, because you just have the threat of just being insta-killed like we saw.
And going off over onto Ruins. Dion just completely accepting that the D.Va's not going to be a viable option anymore. And Ginger, too oppressive on the Zarya. Doesn't look like much else is changing.
Yeah, I wonder what... I assume these are going to be Tracers coming out from the Symmetras once they're done.
Yeah,
but that means that there is still going to be that Cassidy. So Peace is going to have to respect a little bit Cabe on this Cassidy with how well it was played in that last round.
And manually, I think it's going to be his job to keep Cabe's head a bit more on a swivel. Put the pressure on the opposing hit scan. You've got the range advantage. You've got the aerial advantage. Can you make use of it? Oh, so close to at least picking off Cabe there. Ooh, aggressive from Nodi, getting right up in the face with the bubble. Cumberland using that moment to try and push forward, but over-investing a bit. Ginger, yeah, without that extra barrier, much more vulnerable, and Bobcats just have to hold their ground.
Yeah, I think that was Cumberland thinking that they had an advantage going so aggressively because of that dive that almost got the kill onto manually, but just didn't manage to do so. And I think that they thought that the resources were so much in their favor that they could be that aggressive, but you still have to respect some of that incoming damage that we're seeing from the Bobcats team. And Peace played that a lot more slowly in that round than we did see previously, and it definitely helped him out. But manually gets caught by Virtually. That's just a Kiriko moment.
Yeah, nicely done by Virtual. Huge opening here. Cumberland have to make sure that they can capitalize off it. Heading up pretty quickly. Bobcats want none of this fight. Ideally, Bobcats would just dance around the objective and wait for Manually. Manually already almost back, but can't dance around forever. Cumberland do get the flip.
High Noon as well coming in soon. I mean, you can use the zone things off. There's also going to be that Kitsune really close from Virtually. Proto goes down, and that's a huge pick.
So much it had to go into healing Dion there. The pressure was insane. And then the pivot from Cumberland perfectly timed, everybody looking at the Kiriko.
It's just so much more consistent pressure from this Cassidy. I mean, manually, has that ability to put down a lot of that burst damage, but it's just continuously just right-click, 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 or left-click from the Cassidys, and it's just so much damage that Proto and Nenway are kind of having a little bit of their mental RAM just consumed by trying to figure out how to deal with it.
Piece going in. Wow, no pulse bomb needed. Nice work between the two DPS. Not sure where that bomb was going, but it's fine. Still player advantage. Make it 2 as Nodi hits the ground as well. And honestly, hardly even investment required here from Bobcats. That was just nice DPS duo.
Yeah, I think Manually heard me talking there and was like, okay, I'll show you the real true power of the Freya getting a 2K. There's really nice coordination. The burst damage really coming to fruition right there, which is something that they're going to need to continue to do. Manually is so important here because they're putting a lot of resources into Peace, which means that Manually's left a little bit on an island, but if they can continue to keep performing like they have been, I think it's going to be fine.
Cumberland, no shortage. There we go, Kenobi. I can speak English. Of alts. Pulse bomb completely blocked by the barrier there. Dion not struggling at all, and sound barrier too, to keep Bobcats nice and healthy versus all the alts that Cumberland were dumping in. Now, there will be a grab available shortly, but with Chef down, I think Cumberland are going to have to wait this out.
Yeah, and Ginger's going to have it. I think he can go for it potentially. There's
maybe
Kitsune
not.
Rush and the Suzu.
They're just going to try and make it work.
Oh,
I mean, Kitsune Rush, not exactly the best healing ultimate, so doesn't keep the two caught alive. Nenway and Manually doing what they can, though. This is turning into a bloodbath, but at the end of the day, Bobcats are still getting percentage.
Yeah, very scrappy. I think Cumberland tried to buy back into that fight. If this Lucio can get out, there's going to be a chance for a recontest for the Bobcats. Peace manages to find that pick, which is disastrous because by the time Chef is back in, we're at that 90%. They got to go right now, and Paul, they don't have anything. I mean, they have the high noon. That's it.
Yeah.
And you're going up against Peace, who's got this pulse bomb.
And Peace has just been keeping an eye on Nodi. Nodi not even going to be the one who's able to touch here. It has to be Ginger instead. Ginger just barely getting there, but it costs both barriers. Now Ginger, oh yeah, target on his back. Deadeye,
Okay,
up in the face of the Zarya. Good luck. Healing is crazy, actually. Virtual and Chef doing what they can, but even that's not enough for Cabe. Ginger gets onto the objective again to keep overtime going, but it doesn't last long. Cumberland, a valiant effort to come back into it, but they just didn't have the resources at the end of the day. The bola shot is the finishing maneuver. And BSC Bobcats get map number 1.
And the Bobcats, I mean, the way that it was such an interesting, and this is what we talked about, Paul, is like kind of this like weird litmus test that we have with like Ilios and maps like this, where it's like the control, where it's like we saw a lot of different looks from both of these teams. Like we saw Cumberland on well completely take over the game on the Zarya, right? And then Bobcats on for their own right on that third map end up going it themselves, and it was really competitive between the both of them. That was probably the closest sub map that we had of the 3. So I'm really liking what I'm seeing from both of these teams. And I think that we talked about how these teams played before in that 3-1. Now going forward, this feels like a series that could go like 4 or 5 maps for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's one of the things, we were talking about how there's such opportunity in the meta, outside of supports, for diversity in the tanks and the DPS, right? And it turns a lot of the time into those, rock, paper, scissors games where it's like, oh, okay, we're losing the D.Va head-to-head. Now we switch to the Zarya. Oh, now we got to play the Zarya head-to-head, but we're going to play the Cassidy instead of the Freya, and we're going to focus the Tracer. Oh, no, now their Tracer's not the one we need to focus. Their Freya's... It's the back and forth and constant adaptations. Both teams need to stay energetic and adaptive throughout this series.
Yeah, I mean, it's the rock, paper, scissors, kind of the chess moves of Overwatch, as we're going to go into our replays here a little bit. And I think it was so interesting to me that we kind of just saw the DPS pretty much be the same. I like that Cabe switched over to the Cassidy. I thought it was a really good pick, trying to put down a little bit of pressure onto Peace. But I think that in map 3, rather, they did a really good job on the side of the Bobcats to really give a lot more resources to Peace. Like, I think you saw a lot of the bubbles from Dion were just on Peace going in aggressively. So I think that that's something that they really adapted to well in the mid-set, kind of knowing where their bread was buttered and where they could get some value.
And I think the map geometry there really assisted Bobcats as well. Manually required a lot less resources on Ruins because it's such a better sightline, so much more open. Whereas when we were over on Well, it's harder for the Freya to get a lot of really good angle. Like, yeah, you can do it when you're on the objective, but then you're also way up in the air and everybody can see you and there's not much cover for you to hide around a lot of the time. So I think it was a good adjustment, both in luck from, hey, the map just works better, and also cognitively from Bobcats, hey, the map works better for our hit scan, so let's give our Tracer more stuff to work with.
Yeah, and I think, again, like, it was so funny how, like, competitive the first, or not competitive, I'd say the first 2 were, and then, like, the second one was, like, probably the most competitive that we had. So I think that going forward, I wonder now, because we've kind of taken 2 of those very, like, strong respect fans off, where it's like the Hazard was gone and then the Genji was gone, which are 2 very focal points to both these compositions, because Ginger is a very good Hazard, and then you also have Peace, who is a very good Genji. So now that those are back on the table, where do the bans go? Do we start taking away a little bit more of, do we continue pinching the tank pool? Do we start taking away some of the supports like the Lucio or something like that? I think it also will depend on what map we go to as we go forward.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see where this series takes us next. I'm trying to think. I mean, Kings Row is obvious.
Oh, I mean, yeah, we did talk about it. It's literally, it's map 2. It's map 2 Kings Row. It's map 2 Kings Row.
I want to see something a little bit more flashy. I would, hear me out. I think a cheeky push map would actually be
like a cheeky little New Queens right now.
A cheeky like little like New Queen Street, right? keep things a little bit more grounded, because I think when there was that less opportunity for like manually to set up, when it was less of just like a DPS battle, right? I think that Cumberland had a really good job bulldozing the enemy team with their entire team. Whereas when things broke down into like skirmishes on different parts of the map, that's where things got a little bit difficult. So, you know, maybe like a cheeky little push. You know, you go in and it's like, everybody got to fight everybody now because it's black here. We got to push them.
Maybe I wonder then at that point, do we just say like, okay, let's go play like something like Junkertown or something where it's like, okay, let's just play like long sight lines. We're just gonna have like, you know, manually, and we're gonna have I think we're just gonna have both of the hit scans just kind of duel each other and see like who's going to play, who's going to do what there. I don't know if I'd like that, especially. I mean, I guess the Diva matchup would be the thing that would work, but I think we're pontificating a lot for something that's just going to be mapped to King's Row, if I'm honest, because it's always weird though, because I feel like if you if you like second pick King's Row, it's like, who really has a disadvantage on King's Row? Does anyone, is it like really, it feels like just such a neutral ground. It doesn't feel like it's an advantage in any way.
Yeah, it's really just a comfortable map for everybody. Right?
Everybody knows how to play King's Row. If you've been playing Overwatch, if you're scrimming Overwatch, you know how to play King's Row. You probably scrim it the most out of any other map.
We are coming up on 10 years of King's Row, right? Like, you know, like, I mean, you should know how King's Row works at this point.
If the World Cup next year isn't just only exclusively King's Row and we have like a bunch of like 10-year banners everywhere and stuff like that, like, it's a wash. That'd
be pretty good. That would be pretty good. All right. And it will be on to Cumberland, of course, to decide where they want to go. This is a team that told us to look for stuff that wasn't so more normal. I mean, on map 1, I'm going to be honest, their composition was pretty normal.
It was pretty normal.
So I'm not seeing that just yet.
Yeah, the Zarya seems pretty normal too. I think that, I mean, again, I think that it's like one of those are, a lot of those sub maps are very, though, like heavily, like you have to play this certain thing on it. And I think that, like, besides, I think Ruins, where they were just kind of like handshook and they're like, we're just going to do Zarya versus Zarya mirror because of what we have been doing. But I think that, like, then when we get to like the next parts of the map pool, team composition does get a little bit more pinched in terms of like what you can play, unless it is like a very, I think like New Queens, you could probably play like a lot of different things if you wanted to. I would expect if you're Cumberland, you're trying to play a map that's like very hazard favorable. So not like, you know, Gibraltar or something like that, because while you can like, you have like a little bit of, you have like a baby bit of vertical mobility on hazard, you're a lot more just like horizontal in like your dives and stuff like that. It's not really like a vertical dive in the sense that like it's like a Diva or a Winston. So I think that we're probably looking at something for Cumberland where it's a little bit more flat than anything else.
Yeah, well, I think... Wait, maybe not yet.
Oh, we do. We're getting some maybe word.
We know.
We know.
We don't know if the people are ready to... Do you think the people are ready to know, Kenobi? What do you think?
I don't know.
Are they ready to know?
I don't know if the people are ready to know. But it is, if this is the actual map, it is what I was talking about, where it is like a super flat map, where it is like, I think, viable to play hazard.
we gotta
I
miss casting with you, Kenobi. It's very fun. All right, we have been told what the map is. We're just waiting to make sure that it is absolutely confirmed here before we spread.
We're just trying to get people the drops. That's really what it is. I mean, we're just trying to get people the drops.
Actually, that's a good point. The more we waffle and fill, the easier it is for people to get the wonderful Twitch drops.
That's what I'm saying.
So they can't even be mad at us for casters start game.
Well, okay, don't say that, because they can. If there's anyone who could be mad at us, it's chat. Chat could be mad. Chat will find a reason to be mad at us.
No, that doesn't sound right.
And then
I've never seen.
Now what you've done is in the chat. There's just going to be a bunch of casters start game, and that because you've said the words. You've said his name like
reverse psychology to them.
You said the Voldemort name, he who shall not be named, and now it's just going to be all over the chat, and it's going to be. Sorry, mods. Sorry for my co-casters. Call to spam.
Well, I wasn't feeling bad, but now I do feel bad for the mods a little bit. Either way, we're going to get rolling with map number 2 here shortly, folks. Oh, man. You know, it wouldn't be a cast with us, Kenobi, if we didn't waffle about just absolute insanity, right? I have to make you, you know, does it feel like you're casting with Rich Rat again?
Yeah, no,
just waffling about nonsense.
There's the
Don't worry, I'm not gonna.
It does feel very podcasty. You are.
Yeah.
A little bit younger, and you have longer hair. Is what I was saying.
That's true. That's true.
But you do both. But you both have really nice blue eyes. I will say.
Ooh.
That is the one thing that both of you have. That is very. very reminiscent of me casting Earth Rich. Yeah, see,
They're
like
staring into your soul. Have you ever seen the meme of it's just the stick figure with the blue eyes and they're just doing this?
Yeah,
I had an observer post that meme against me in chat the other day when I was casting. Absolutely,
I should show that to Rich. I should show that to Rich.
Are we ready for map number 2, folks? Let's get into the action, maybe.
Yeah,
I have no idea.
I think we're good.
Oh,
Okay, we did it. We've done it.
Dude, we just been waffling for nothing, dude. Oh my word. Okay, that's on us. All right, Midtown is our map number 2. Ramatra banned out by Cumberland, and that Cassidy banned by BSC, putting respect to the Cassidy.
Yeah, I think that this is something that, especially with how good that Cade played it, I mean, I think it's definitely a good respect there. Ramatra just taking it out of Midtown, I really like, because Ramatra is kind of one of those heroes that like is extremely good on this map, where you can just hold that ground, you have that shield, very pokey. It's also probably really good into Hazard, because if Hazard ever tries to dive in and dive out, you just, hit the vortex and Hazard can't move and he's just stuck there. Just stuck there holding. I mean, he could, when he's stuck there, he kind of just like holds up his angry claws and angry spikes and then doesn't die. But it's harder to get out. So I like the decision. If there is going to be that Hazard coming through, which if it is Ginger, I think is possible. Good ban on the other side of getting out the Ramatra.
Smart to prep your tank for victory. Reminder is, of course, do or die. This is single elimination in first to 3, so Cumberland really don't want to have to stare down the barrel of a reverse sweep this early in the series. They got to start making up ground now when they can. They'll be starting off on the defense versus the BSC Bobcats on the offense. Let's see what we got defensively. Okay. Not a huge adjustment. A little bit more stable. We got the Baptiste coming in because, of course, it's a little bit slower. You don't have to be running around all over the place and need that Kiriko. And then the Sojourn for Cabe.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, I think that if this is offense, we probably see a potential of the Hazard. I mean, it is still like... It is still difficult to pilot, I think, because there's a lot of spam potential. And I wonder if we're going to see this DPS lineup come out from the Bobcats, because you do have a lot of that one-shot potential that is scary to play if you're, Nodi on the other end, because you're walking as, you're playing as a Tracer into a Hanzo, into something like a Kiriko, and you take one wrong step and your head's just gone from an arrow or a kunai. So I think that I'm interested to see if this is what they're going to be rolling out on. It looks like Peace might... No. Man, come on, Peace.
Yeah, I want to see scouting arrow.
I want to see some Hanzo gaming.
But Peace has been doing so good on this Tracer. Yeah. No reason to fix what ain't broken. Manually does have to be a little bit careful, but the Sojourn will end up, I think, being ultimately quite a bit less consistent than the Freya in when you have to be worried about the Sojourn. Yes, those railguns can be a big deal, but it won't be up quite as often as just left click.
Yeah. I think that's one of the things I'm worried about as well, because Cabe is also like, you don't have a lot to shoot at to charge up your Sojourn rail. Like, you don't, like, it's going to be like very seldom that you have one, so they have to make it count every time.
Ooh, manually, it's okay. Took a heap of damage there, but good healing from Proto, good focus. And now gets into a really nice angle. Peace has slowly forced Nodi off this angle over in the alley, and that gives manually quite a shooting lane to apply pressure. Peace in the backline early, too. Well, I think an odd bubble there as Peace was exiting. Didn't commit. Maybe a bit miscommunication. Cave in some trouble. Does have the immortality field to stay alive, but that means Virtual doesn't have it to stay alive. And everybody else falls.
Yeah, and I mean, it's really good coordination and really good patient play coming in from the Bobcats there, just to try and just move around. And like I was talking about, like Cave, we saw Cave, the only time that we were on Cave's POV, it's just Cave is holding rail and is just getting completely focused down. And there's like like so many resources have to be put into this Sojourn, and you're only gonna have, like I said, you're only gonna have rail a couple of times with how kind of far away you are. So they really have to make it count, and they really have to put a lot of resources into Cave, which leaves Nodi a little bit on an island, because Peace on the other side on the Tracer is getting all the resources and all the buffers.
Oh, and Cave's still stuck out here. Cave never got reset. Cave never died after the last fight. And now will be sent packing early. That makes it very difficult for Cumberland to try and stand their ground. They're going to have to give up all of this. And Nodi's way off in no man's land, too. Oh, this is going from bad to worse.
Yeah, this is not ideal, and it looks like, I mean, I think that they don't want to opt into this Freya mirror either, because maybe there's just some hero comfort things that are different, but it feels like manually is just able to do whatever they want. Like, if you look at the composition from Cumberland, what range is going to find manually right here? There's nothing. It literally has to be like Kiriko, Kunai, or like a rail shot. There's not a lot of focus that can be put down onto manually unless it's Nodi getting in aggressive into the backline, probably having to force like all Kunio to try and get there.
Oh, and so much is available here. Kitsune rush to force you back. Bola shot at the ready too in case manually sees a nice little grouping. Okay, the overclock out, but Cave really not at the right angle to try and make this work. Hunting now for peace, but couldn't quite hit the shot and now stuck in the grab. Everybody's done for. A beat in vain as the later one comes out from Nenwai, giving much more wind in the sails to the Bobcats as they push forward. Dion and Proto a little low, but nice Bola shot there. Keeping Virtual low, and yeah, there he goes. Yeah, I mean, an effort there from Cumberland Phoenix to be sure. Oh, I was gonna say at least they still have the grab, but no! Ginger throw. I mean, it has to be swapping, surely.
Has to be swapping, surely, right? Like, or it's a tilt grab.
Oh no! Okay, okay.
That's like watching. That's like watching like someone get a paper cut like live between their fingers. Like that was. That was.
Yeah,
not
it is the same feeling that you just evoked in me. Yeah.
That is just. I mean, it's a brutal mistake. Like it's just a mistake that happens, but that's a brutal one because you would want that grab so bad here in this next fight because there's nothing on the other side.
At least good ults for Cumberland still. Kitsune rush, but it's being completely evaded by Bobcats. They're not having a difficulty with it. They're just staying away.
Oh, Ginger's gonna be able to take down Proto. That's a lot.
Nice.
It's pretty much all the healing that's gone now.
Okay, that at least buy some time for Cumberland to find their footing, but they have to wither 4 minutes off this clock. A pick on Peace will help. Can they get manually too? Don't overfish here. Nodi going down. Hang on.
Peace is gonna be back eventually soon, so that means there's gonna be a little bit of time where Peace has some room to play with. This is a nice holding area. Now that Cave has gone over to the Freya as well, they have a little bit more to contest with manually. Both of the Bola shots available. Here comes one. I don't think it hit anything, unfortunately.
That was, yeah, seemingly a bit early there. Ooh, Cave just eating a Zarya right click too. That's not so much fun. Trying to set up for a pulse bomb, but Nodi couldn't find quite anything. Manually's not having much more effort, or much more effectiveness. So Cumberland's still in an okay place, but they got to try this Kitsune rush. Nice stick! There go both supports for the Bobcats, and even with the Kitsune rush, there's nothing they can do with it.
Yeah, I mean, there was such a good stick because that was 3% from Nenwai away from having that sound barrier. And I mean, credit to Cumberland for holding this defense because the Bobcats were rolling through first and second. Came in here with about a 4-minute time bank already. Some of it shaved down. It's only about 2.5 minutes by the time this next fight comes through. And we'll see how Ginger's going to use this Graviton Surge. Chef needs to find a way to get towards this sound barrier.
Early grab. Sound barrier too from the Bobcats, not from Cumberland. Chef dies with the beat still in the pocket. Cumberland decide they're going to chunk this fight and go for one last hold.
Yeah, I think that was just a little bit unlucky timing because Chef got sound barrier as they were grabbed, and I think Chef was so worried about Ajaxing that they're just like, okay, we'll just try and win the next fight after that. That was one where it's like, I don't want to end up on a clip. We're holding this one, and we'll come back and fight another day.
Plenty for Cumberland to work with here, but still 2 minutes to try and chunk off. The early beat to get aggressive here, but Bobcats see it coming. They're on the outs, absconding completely, and they don't get caught off at all. Now those shields are gone. Oh, Ginger's got to survive here too. Kitsune rush just to keep Ginger alive, but the Bobcats are still far away from its effective range.
Dion got a lot there. Also, here comes the Bola shot. He's managed to find anything.
Okay, Cave at least getting something done, but now getting totally pressured. Managed to find a health pack and a support in this room. Stick completely buffered by the barrier. Ginger staying alive and holding on by the skin of their teeth. Cumberland still a grab in their pocket too. No support ults for the Bobcats just yet. There's the grab out. Can you wither away Dion? Dion's so low, eventually gets burst down. Manually getting the better end of the Freya 1v1, but will fall regardless. And this fight, these trades will favor Cumberland slowly but surely.
Yeah, especially with Ginger being so high charged, there's really no way back in unless there was some miracle play coming in from Peace, who's trying their best. I think at this point, just want to get out. Yeah, I guess the health pack is able to get out, and now with a minute left, and with where the card is, Paul, this is last fight. There is no coming back from this one. Respawns are going to be so much closer, so Bobcats have to win this fight effectively. Luckily, they are going to have that Kitsune rush. Can Nodi make something happen incredibly with this Pulse Bomb?
The last Pulse Bomb was a game saver for sure, but 2 in a row would be tough to ask, and no, it doesn't manage to find much of anything. Now the Kitsune rush comes out. Manually and Proto are feeling the hurt. Oh, but Ginger feels it more, and with the tank down, that's the siren singing. Yeah, Bobcats, they're gonna launch forward. Nothing for them to worry about now. A beat just in celebration. But a valiant hold from Cumberland Phoenix to chip that 4-minute time block down to just 31 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the hardest maps to complete in general, and really good, props for the BSC Bobcats getting so aggressive on those first 2 points. I really liked what I saw from Cumberland on that last defense a lot of the time, but it felt like they were behind the 8 ball a lot when it comes to those ultimates, and that Bobcats was reading them. Like that one time where they aggressively sound barriered and just got nothing from it, right? It was such good disengage from Bobcats where they basically just completely negated a beat. And that's like the second time where I've seen Cumberland get really aggressive with a beat like that and it not end up working out. So Bobcats are really good at reading these aggressive beats that we're seeing from Cumberland and not letting them have any value. And I'd say in comps like this, Paul, it might be one of the most important ultimates, if not the most important ultimate.
I'd argue the most important out of these 5. Like the only other one I'd put up there is like maybe Grav.
Yeah, and we saw Ginger kind of throw into the void a little bit, which was
don't remind me.
Don't remind me.
All right, Cumberland go over to attack now. This is where we have to see if we get that adjustment from them. They're still going headlong into this Zarya 1v1 rather than making that swap over the Hazard you were kind of hoping for.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things about that Graviton Surge there I want to talk about too is that macro is like an important part, right? And it feels like there is just like a little bit of a step that BSC has over Cumberland in a lot of these fights when it does come to that macro, and it doesn't look like we will see that adjustment. But actually, Cave is going to be. Hold on,
whoa,
what is this? Is this East Coast ranked at 2 p.m. or 2 a.m.?
Oh my word!
Oh my God!
There's no way to see that coming. That's the unorthodox. That's the weird. The abnormal that I was hoping Cumberland were gonna give us. Oh man, yeah, no, completely stomped on, rolled over, vehicular manslaughtered.
It's an East Coast lobby at 2 p.m. or 2 a.m. and we're playing ranked. I mean, they're gonna try and recontest. Nice bubble gets piece in to try that overtime, but they can't do it.
Nah, now the only question I have is Cave gonna stay on the Bastion, or is that kind of like a one-time blitz for the first point? I think he's keeping it. Yeah.
You still have the TP. You can still maneuver around effectively if you're like calling 3-2-1s. And Peace is dead. Virtual takes him out. So that means that there's a lot of damage that's missing, and now you just get aggressive.
And I mean, Peace has a really hard job now that there's no enemy too squishy DPS to try and just keep in check. Who is Peace even going to be really diving in to go after? Virtual is just taking over, by the way. That's 2 DPS down in the name of the enemy support. Absolutely absurd. And I mean, high ground control, this is a burning time.
Did you see that they had an engaged Bastion right there? Cave jumped up with Buffle, but rocketed themselves up onto that high ground and just was an engaged Bastion on that front line. But here comes another fight in the low ground.
The bubble Bastion in your face is absurdly annoying. Oh, nice stick, but Immortality Field completely nullifies it. Peace doesn't get squat out of that one. Oh my.
Wait, Virtual is moving.
This is insane.
They're gonna have a higher time bank than what Bobcats had.
This is gonna be what is that gonna be 6 minutes? 6 minutes? I've never seen a time bank at 6 minutes in Overwatch.
I've never seen a Midtown time bank at 6 minutes, ever.
A Midtown time bank at 6 minutes.
Holy. Okay, well now we're switching over. Okay. Bobcats are like, Peace is like, I've had enough of this shenanigans. I'm going over to my one trick. I'm going to the Genji.
Well, now Cave has to be careful, right? You can't just headlong fire at whatever you feel like. Don't want to get a deflect in your face, even with the bubble supporting you. Still, I mean, there's still a lot available for Cumberland as well. That beat's nearly up. Peace is just going straight into Cave and having absolutely no luck. The shield, too, that Cave was playing behind. I mean, Peace is just having a bad day now. Here comes the beat. Cumberland keeping the pressure on. This is absurd. Okay, finally the support ults come out from Bobcats. They're weathering the storm. A grab, too, to try and get rid of Cumberland. But the Immortality Field keeps everyone up. Everyone survives, and Cave is so deadly. The turret is back, and there goes Nenwai. And now it's just going to be shooting fish in a barrel with a Gatling gun for Cave. There comes the artillery, too. Oh no. Where do you stand? Nowhere. Chunks of damage and Dion falls. They are looking to cap with over 4 minutes, Kenobi.
I don't know if I've ever seen a Midtown cap this quickly, if they're going to be able to get it right now. Virtual has also the Amp Matrix. Like, how do you get back into this when it has to be a hero play for manually?
I mean, manually with the overclock, has to find an angle first and foremost. There goes one. Okay, finally clips the immortality field. Is that 2 HP? Gets another though! But no one's on the card! Oh, it was 4.5-ish minutes for Cumberland. We'll round that up to 5 minutes and 2 seconds so the Bobcats can get one.
I'm in like, if there was ever a definition of the ace
Unreal.
up your sleeve when it comes to an Overwatch series, that was it. I mean, that was incredible with what we saw from there. I mean, the ability for them to just come, they must have like scrimmed this comp like a lot, and Bobcats were not aware of its existence at all, because that was just an absolute shellacking. Like, we thought this is one of the hardest maps to complete, by the way, in Overwatch in general, right? I very rarely see it completed.
5 minutes and 2 seconds.
We had a 1 minuter, and then we had a 5 minuter. Like, I don't know,
dude.
If you're
we were looking at
Bobcats, how do you
31
overcome
seconds.
this?
We were looking at 31 seconds, being like, yeah, I mean, pretty good completing the time. Ooh, huh?
Huh? Why does it say 5 on the other side?
Quintupling, that is. Actually, more than quintuple, because it was actually 4.5 to 30 seconds.
Yeah,
So we're looking at
I don't do math because I'm a caster on stream. But
what is that? Not. Hold on. No, I shouldn't do caster math. It won't go well. I think it's 9 times. I think.
I'll take your word for it.
Someone correct me. I'm sure I'm wrong. Cumberland now had such success with the Bastion Symmetra, they're keeping it on the defense.
Yeah. And I mean, if you're Bobcats, you're like, okay, well, we have a minute. Let's see if we can make something happen with the composition that works so well at the start. But, like, you only yeah, they're going to swap. Like, there's no way this
I think it's tough.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
what?
let's go.
The Venture?
Right.
Oh. Okay, so they're going to just send the Venture in, and I think Bubble, and just try and take that space away from Cumberland's composition. I'd like this decision.
Need a little bit more meat to throw toward the Bastion. But that swap costs them most of their time. Bobcats will only get 1 attempt. Got to keep the Sojourn alive, but that means Proto has no Suzu for himself. Oh, the push from Cumberland is so well timed. Cabe does eventually fall, but it just doesn't feel like it matters. 13 seconds, can anyone touch?
There will be maybe a recontest, and not having Cabe here is a big deal because of the fact that you've lost a lot of your damage. If they can maybe proc that overtime, it's potentially here. Nenwai goes down!
Oh, shut down. The bubble not even enough for Nenwai. And not a lick of progress gain for the Bobcats.
So, like, this is Thermopylae Pass, right? Where it's like, it's 300 versus the entire Persian army, surely?
Except like, that 300 isn't 300, it's just a Bastion.
It's just a Bastion.
It's just a Gatling gun versus, like, 20,000 Persian soldiers. I'd take the Gatling gun if it has enough ammo, I'll be honest.
I don't know. I've never seen a 6 minute, like, second getting to third on, like, a
yeah, no,
it's
nasty, man.
On a hybrid. I don't know if I've ever seen a 5-minute defense on a hybrid.
Dude, if this turns into a draw, this will be the most legendary full hold of all time.
There's surely, like, the amount of things that would have to go wrong for Cumberland to make this a draw it's like the statistics are would be absurd.
I'm telling you now, I can't see it.
I can't see it. That's what I'm saying. It's 300. Like, this is Leonidas and 300 Spartans, and then Cumberland's like the.
Oh, you were saying it the other way.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The Bobcats are
gotcha.
the Spartans. There's no way the Bobcats are the 20,000 purges in this.
Well, but I thought you were saying I thought you were saying Cumberland were the Spartans because, like, they're at least taking a chunk out of the other team. Bobcats, I feel like, are just I mean, they're maybe like the scout the Spartans sent ahead. Like, I don't think it's gonna go very well for them.
This is not. It's a tall task for this team to be.
I mean, you get to cycle ults, what, 3 times in 5 minutes, probably? Good luck. I mean, Ginger already pretty low. I don't know what Ginger's doing all the way out there with nobody else helping. The TP, I mean, gets him there, but okay, I guess was just looking to collapse on someone.
30 seconds.
Makes it out, though.
Like 9 more times.
And here comes the Bubble Bastion 2. Already so much damage. Cabe does fall, but has Cabe done enough? Everybody on Bobcats on the back heals. Chef dying too. That doesn't really help. And the healing coming out in spades for the Bobcats to keep them alive. Peace going down, but we'll be back soon. So the first minute goes well for
Surely. Like, surely not, right? Like, surely.
Wait, too early. Talk to me again about that when we're at 1 minute remaining.
Oh, okay, then
yeah, see, there's the problem.
we went a little bit too over aggressive there to try and secure that kill. So now I think this is just they're gonna walk in and take this one because now you have no way to get around. And
you just TP point, right?
You have no mobility. There's like zero mobility if Nenlo's out here.
Yeah, I mean they're just gonna TP to the point and say, hey, you guys got to get over here. Oh, Ant Matrix, by the way, with the Bastion. Good luck. Nenwai dies again immediately after respawn. Just feels like bullying at this point. A Kitsune rush, and I mean a valiant effort, but the hill was 90-degree angles of straight climb in with 100-mile-an-hour wind. There's no way you're making that. So we go 1-1 after 2 maps.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic composition. We talked about it a little bit, like your Cumberland was like, oh, look for us to play some weird stuff, and definitely understands why they picked Midtown in this map. Also understands why they banned Ramatra, because Ramatra would have been insane against that composition, by the way.
True.
Like the Bastion
would have been really annoying.
So good. Oh, it's funny that ended right before the turret took him out. But yeah, no, really, really good stuff. Really practice play coming out from this Cumberland team to take us to a 1-1. I got worried like a little bit. I was like, I told you, I was like, Paul, surely after this first fight loss, there's no way back in. But yeah, it was what's the name of that guy who pushes the world up the cliff?
It's very Sisyphus?
Sisyphus, yeah. It was a very Sisyphean task there.
I mean, beyond a Sisyphean task. I mean, that's like a Promethean task where you're just getting your guts eaten by an eagle.
Every day,
there's not much else going on for the Bob. Because even if you manage to do the 1-minute fight, which congrats Bobcats on at least getting the first fight. Gonna do it 4 more times. They're gonna cycle ults like 2, maybe 3 times in that time. It didn't feel possible.
Yeah, and it's interesting kind of thinking about how we're gonna be looking at this forward because they've shown their hand a little bit with this composition, right? And I think it's like a composition that probably only works on like a certain amount of maps. Like it would be very difficult, I think, to like pilot this on like some like much more long range maps. Like you have like Symmetra. Sure. I mean, you have like Symmetra TP to like push you forward a little bit and like maneuver, but it'd still be really difficult, I think, to make that work on any other map. So now we're going to probably go back to something a little bit more standard, especially with the map pick going over to the BSC Bobcats. And I think that we probably hear... What do I think, actually? Because that map was so weird, because it doesn't like give us like anything in terms of like going forward, like a test or anything, because it's just like it's going to be a map where it was like, okay, yeah, that one's just the one where they played the Bastion composition. Can it work anywhere else? I think if you're the Bobcats, you don't take like, you pick any map that's not like enclosed like that, where like they can get value off of like teleporting the Bastion directly into your base.
The longer range, the better. Right, you want to stay as far away from that as possible, because the Bastion, absolutely deadly, especially with the bubble is the rude part of it for me. Yeah. The pocket from the Zarya teleport up into your face. That's exceptionally rude, because at least it's forcing a barrier, at least it's forcing a Suzu, at least it's forcing like the speed from the Lucio to try and get away, right? Like it costs so much to try and survive that. Even if you do, what do you have left to kick back with?
Yeah, and then the other team's like, oh, you took out the Bastion's bubble, immortality, like immortality.
Dude, that's
and it's
just
like,
rude,
okay, it's like,
man.
what do we do? It's like you're gonna lose, especially with like the DPS that we saw on the other side. It's like you're just gonna lose the battle, because even if you take out the Bastion, at that point, like your Symmetra's probably all the way charged up, your Zarya's got 80 charge, and you've lost every single one of your defensive resources, and you just fall over. So again, I think it was really good decision making and planning coming in from that Cumberland side.
Which makes me wonder, should you pivot to like a dive comp? So that way when they teleport on you, you can just like say, nope, goodbye. And like try and get away from it. Everybody has like their mobility. Yeah. And you just stay away from it. And then once the Bastion's out of turret form, you like jump back in on it. But even then you're jumping in against so many like survivability resources. It's tough.
Man, would Ramatra have been good into that? That's all. Like I'm thinking about every single thing that would like be good against that map, and it just comes back to, wow, Ramatra would have been so good, because like you just like if you throw down like Vortex onto the TP, like they get slowed. You can cross your arm. You have like a shield. You cross your arms. You know, don't die because you're too angry. And then like maybe you have like a little bit more ability to hold those resources effectively. Because like I was thinking about Sigma as well, because it was Midtown, but it's like, yeah, you have your grasp, but like if Bastion's shooting into that, you're going to get a lot of shielding, but then it's like, oh, I have Symmetra and I have Zarya.
Yeah, and also that requires the Bastion to shoot you, and
Yeah,
you have to
not
get in the Bastion's face then, and then you like if the Bastion just like gets sped past you, and you're like,
Yeah. You're holding.
yeah.
It's like that gif of the. It's like that gif of the Rock who's just holding out his hand. It's like Sigma trying to stop Bastion shooting.
I was thinking of the Superman one where it's like his dad, and he's just like,
Oh yeah. Son, don't save me, son. I have a lot of thoughts about the Zack Snyder Superman movie. And
look, we don't have to get into that.
Maybe if we need to do a little bit more filling, we talk.
If we have a tech pause or something, then we can. Then, yeah.
But I think like it definitely is understandable to me why these two teams played each other so close, because I think there's not a lot of difference like between the players. A lot of the time, I think Ginger played really well. Like the Zarya versus Zarya matchup is super interesting because of the way that, especially that they're using bubble. Like obviously, it feels like it was very much like give it to the Bastion, just, you know, that's kind of your job, like what is my job, I pass the butter type thing, like where it's like, you know. But it was interesting kind of to see kind of how the Bobcats changed a little bit their usage of it, where it was like, okay, we got to give it to Peace very aggressively. It seems like Peace is like very much an initiator, especially on that Tracer. And I would wonder, like, do we ever see the Tracer cop a ban? Because it feels like both these teams really like it. And I wonder if it's like something where they're just going to like handshake and be like, you know, we'll play Tracer v Tracer. Or does Cumberland have like a ban where they're just like, we're going to take out Tracer and we have something maybe a little bit special to play? I think that would be something interesting going forward. Because now it's like, now I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's worth it, Paul, to ban the Bastion. Like, I don't... To
ban the Bastion, that's what I was thinking about, right?
I feel like it's worth it.
And if you do ban the Bastion, I feel like that's when Cumberland has the opportunity. Oh, they've banned our Bastion. Let's ban some critical piece of that like main composition that we've sort of been seeing adapted around, right? Like ban the Kiriko or ban the Tracer or ban the Freya or some, you know, critical component of that comp and force something a little bit weirder going into the next map. Like if there is a Bastion ban. Alternatively, you can just say, hey, we don't really want to ban the Bastion. Let's try and get somewhere we think the Bastion will be just bad, right? Like, there's a lot of different ways you can play this, but an adaptation absolutely is necessary from BSC because you can't afford to just get rolled over there again. We've got our map number 3. It is Dorado, folks.
Good pick. Really
for
good
map
pick.
3. I agree. A D.Va ban from Cumberland, I also think is actually excellent. And then we have the Lucio. Whoa, the Lucio ban. Hello?
Yeah, so that's... Okay, so the D.Va ban's interesting because of the fact that I think that this is a really good D.Va map. So now it's like, okay, do we play Hazard? Do we play Winston? Like, do we just go over to... Because I think D.Va would be, like, really good, especially at, like, holding those high grounds and things like that. You have a lot of that vertical mobility, but now it's like, okay, well, now you're kind of forced into Winston or forced into something like a Hazard. And if you're playing a Hazard mirror, Ginger is really good at Hazard. So I think that this is a great ban. You take away like a very strong pick also from Dion, who played, I think, a very good D.Va back over in map 1. So I'm liking the ban so far from a lot of these teams. They're playing it very effectively, but this is also just a really good map pick. It's like the Bastion can't play here. It'd be like super difficult to maneuver around with like how wide open this map is, how far away this map is. It's a very difficult place to operate a Bastion composition like that. So I think both these teams, I mean, really showing their stuff in terms of the mental game.
Yeah, no Bastion here from Cumberland. They're going to be starting off on the defense yet again. Ginger? Hello? Is that real? Was on the Zarya for a moment. I figured we were just going to be going back to the normal comp, but with the Wu Yang instead of the Lucio, since Lucio's banned. But no. Ginger's showing us a little bit of an adaptation, something a little spicy here.
Yeah,
okay.
Very good. I mean, very good Junker Queen player as well. And I mean, the thing about this is that there is going to be a worry about like the spam potential, so you got to play around like corners and geometry pretty effectively, especially if we're going to be seeing like manually back on this. But I mean, I don't hate it in terms of like how good Ginger is on this hero. I think it's definitely viable. But we're going to see the Sigma on the offensive end, so the D.Va's gone and everything has changed.
Both teams completely different looks here in the tank now. Dion going to be providing a lot of coverage. I mean, it's going to make it very hard for Cumberland to pick a staging ground with this Junker Queen, because Ginger will always be taking more damage than not only Dion, but the entirety of the Bobcats. Anytime Ginger decides to contest, you have to give all the way up until that critical choke point. And now it's a question of can manually find a good angle off this high ground. I mean, Cumberland have to cede so much space here.
Yeah, they have to really just play around this corner. It's really going to be the way they're going to try and get back in. As Nenwai's getting taken down relatively low, should be able to survive. But I think this is what they kind of want. If you're Cumberland, you just want to hold this corner, not let them push through and get these angles if they want.
This is a tough choke to break for any composition, but especially one that feels so grounded as the Bobcats right now. It's really on Manually and Peace to find an opening to work together. Manually spotting a low health target, but couldn't quite finish him off. Back to lick those wounds.
Trying their best here. I think it's really about this kind of side battle between Manually and Peace and Nodi and Cave right now, and that's really going to be the determining factor. There is going to be a Nano, which you could use aggressively to try and just brute force your way through.
There it is, Nano going up onto Manually, allowing Manually to just go forward. Damage reduction means you can play aggressively, but you gotta still hit these shots, and no! Too much pressure. Virtual takes him down, courtesy of the Kitsune rush. Support ults traded, and Cumberland come out better for it.
Yeah, Tidal Blast is going to be available for both of these teams, which, I mean, if you put a Tidal Blast onto Ginger, this is going to be pretty much an unkillable Junker Queen right now. Cave needs to be very careful to not die here because you need to have this ability to poke at long range against Manually. And actually, they're going to send the Tidal in and give the Tracer and go aggressively, and it works out extremely well.
Yeah, getting rid of Nenwai 2% before the other Tidal Blast was available. And now Bobcats just have to lick their wounds. A lot of ults for the Bobcats coming into this next fight, though. Cumberland have to play respectfully. They used both their support ults in the early fights. Ginger. I mean, that is a nice alley for Rampage if you can find one. Manually goes down early, though. That's tough for the Bobcats, and Proto completely dominated. There was that Rampage. And Cumberland are, I mean, you talked about the macro and the cycling of ults. They're doing an excellent job on this map.
Yeah. They're also playing to where their comp is the strongest, right? They let, you know, Bobcats push as much as they wanted, and they said, we're going to play right here on this geometry. You're not going to be able to move forward because if you move forward, if you're Dion right here, you get, like, taken out very easily. But now there's, like, 4 ultimates. It's going to be very hard for Cumberland to win this.
Gravitic Flux not finding much of anything, but Chef does go down at least. Nodi overextending a bit too, and Cumberland, I think, have bitten off a bit more than they can chew. They knew they were at an ult disadvantage, so they tried to play aggressive. But it does mean they'll cede this. Although, I think there will be one more recontest.
Yeah, I think Nodi can get there in time, potentially. It's going to be very close. Nodi can potentially get there in time.
I think they'll give it.
Yeah, but I don't know if you want to really try and get that. Ooh, there's some damage coming through. Yeah, I think it's chalker. Ah, no, we're gonna get the triple blink in.
For it.
They're gonna get that overtime. Maybe they can get that's enough to get them back in. The rock is okay. That Nodi is just dead.
They do have to sacrifice Nodi to try and get that. At least you get one more ult out of it and some more time off the clock. Tidal Blast and Bola Shot both used too, so an expensive fight for Bobcats considering Cumberland only used one ult of their own. Not a bad trade for them defensively.
In a perfect world, I would have liked to have seen Cave. I mean, it's like it's Freya ult, so it's not like a big deal because if you get with the passive, I think in a perfect world I would have liked to have seen you hold on to that one just because it just would make this next fight a lot easier. But you know, it's not the end of the world that you're going to be getting rid of that. You do have an advantage when it comes to the support ultimates right now, so that's totally fine. You also have a pulse bomb relatively available here soon, so not looking too bad.
Manually really putting in work here as well. And now that we go to an even more intense high-angle, long-range point, I'm really looking at Manually. Already, like, him and Cave used their ults at similar times, but Manually's already halfway back to it. Peace won't be so lucky, though. Completely rolled over by the Kitsune rush. Virtual not around to see that whole rush, though. And Manually putting in damage up top. Nodi trying to skeet shoot the Freya. Eventually gets it done, but it's struggling a little bit, and the pulse bomb goes wide as Proto hits the headshot. So Bobcats, I think, are going to keep this moving.
Yeah, that's one that back. That's one that Nodi, I think, is going to want to have back. Unfortunately, wasn't able to find anything with that pulse bomb. I mean, we're going to be coming to this corner right here, which is good for the side of Bobcats because they've been, you know, the most successful when they have the ability to hold a certain area of the map. You're going to have this Rampage available. It's not going to be as like free as it was on the first area. As here comes again an engagement with the Tidal Wave and the Tracer.
Nodi not finding nearly as much value this time around, though. There was nobody hanging out on that high ground for Nodi to get. So the Tidal Blast wears away. And Cumberland not able to find anything aggressive this time around. There's that pulse bomb. Virtual down. No Suzu at the feet. And that means Ginger has no healing to survive. Bobcats just weathering the one ult and coming in back with a vengeance quickly. The second point is going to be theirs.
Yeah, I think that the Jungle Queen has like had a really tough time on second, especially because of the fact that it's a lot more vertical than like first or third is going to be. I think you can still stay on it if you're Ginger and Cumberland here, but it was going to be really hard to pilot. And you also have like a pretty decent macro advantage right now, so I think that it should be fine for them to hold here. 2 minutes is... It's not a lot with how long these fights have been going, so I think that it's going to be, you know, you're in not a terrible position.
Bobcats with that Tidal Blast, though. Nenwai's got to be a little bit careful. Ooh, there goes everybody to get rid of Nenwai. Oh, and Proto's feeling the heat, too. Good bubble, though, from Dion. It's not going to matter. Unlucky. I thought it was a good bubble.
No, it was, yeah, it can still be a good bubble. It just doesn't, you know, sometimes it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, you know? Unlucky.
Good offense beats great defense. Or offense beats great defense, as they usually say in sports, which I know you love, Paul.
You're going to just hammer that in all day.
If you want to be like Rich in any way, you have to take my bullying effectively as a sign of
I'm used to it from LaFawn. Ooh, Virtual getting bullied here. Hold on. The commanding shout has to be used just to keep Virtual alive, and that means Ginger has nothing to survive the grab. Nice work from Dion. Completely zoning off the enemy tank. Ton more progress going to be gained here.
Cave's putting down some damage, though, and Naughty is here as well.
Ooh,
it's a nice stick. The
Hello?
DPS are doing it. Maybe bringing it back a little.
Proto trying to stay hidden, but they're not able to stay hidden for long. Okay, Swift Step comes back off cooldown. Eventually able to get away.
I mean, that looked like a fight that was completely won by the Bobcats.
I thought it was
and then
done.
It was just a complete turnaround by the DPS Cumberland.
And now less than a minute remaining for Bobcats. They're going to have to invest aggressively here with their support ults. But Peace already gone. Are they going to wait for their Tracer to come back up? No, they have to throw the Kitsune Rush in now. And it's mirrored by Virtual, so not much of an advantage to be gained. Tidal Blast finally coming out. But even that doesn't seem enough to break down Cumberland's walls. Finally, Virtual falls. But Ginger over onto the Zarya himself now. Managing to weather the storm, at least for a moment. Barrier, can he get around the corner? No, caught by Peace. And Chef throwing out the Tidal Blast at the last moment, too. I mean, this is tough stuff.
Yeah, I wonder if it would have been better to just put the Tidal Wave onto Ginger there to try and keep them up throughout that entire fight, because they threw it onto the Tracer like they used to do with those engagements, but it just didn't end up working out, and now they have nothing to come back and contest with. It's desperation time for them.
Cave over to the gas. Never mind. Cave over to the spawn. That's what it really is. Bobcats playing respectfully, though. Letting Ginger and Chef and everyone walk out to them. And then just picking them off one by one. No time bank this time for the Bobcats, but yet another map completion for them.
Another one for the Bobcats. And I mean, it was... Like, first I think was held relatively well from Cumberland. It's just that there are times where it feels like the macro is just a little bit over... Like, just a hint... A hint over aggressive from Cumberland. Like they cooked the steak just like a little bit too long on the grill, and it's like just barely turned to medium well instead of just like a crisp medium. Like,
tragic.
I think that like the way the Bobcats though are playing with their ultimate economy, they are so good at understanding their advantages and knowing when they have one, right? Like they are very good at just like knowing that they have that ability to just blitz them in any time with their ultimates. They don't really get frazzled when they, you know, unless they're playing against that Bastion composition, but when it is like more of a standard mirror composition, the way that they're able to pilot it and communicate through a lot of these team fights at the early staging phase, I think is fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, hard not to get frazzled against Sebastian, but you don't have to deal with that here. That's the whole point of them picking Dorado.
Yes.
Now the Bobcats will go out to defense. No reason to change their comp. It was working fine and dandy for them on the attack. And I'm really wondering if Cumberland are going to have an adjustment going off onto the attack here.
I think you just on offense. I mean, the Jungle Queen would be nightmarish to play.
Yeah,
I think
it wouldn't be very fun.
Yeah, especially with how like good Manually has been playing on.
Yeah,
Freya.
exactly.
I mean, it's like a lot. The amount of burst damage and is pretty hard to deal with. I think it's just going to be more of the same. I do like, again, that we are going to be seeing the Cassidy. I think that, I mean, Cave has some good moments on the Freya, but I think that the Cassidy is probably the favored DPS pick for Cave.
The Symmetra coming out too, not for very long, admittedly, but trying to teleport up onto the high ground, get Cave in an advantageous position. It doesn't go as well as Cumberland were hoping. Are they going to stick with that strat? Or was that a one-time thing? It looks like they want to keep it.
I think, I mean, I like the idea of, like, kind of just trying to get them with the Symmetra, but Cave is going to go back over to the Freya. But, like, You better get those picks because you saw manually just hit like basically one shot and just like all of the health bars were down low. And look at look at Peace already 65% towards a pulse bomb. I don't even know if Cumberland's going to be aware that this is even a possible thing that's available.
I mean, first things first, Cumberland have to find a safe place to even stand manually. Keeping their heads on a swivel.
Ooh.
Cabe has gone over to the Freya to put pressure on manually, and that gives Nodi a little bit more room to work with. Peace trying to get up and behind. Sees the enemy Freya, but couldn't quite finish him off. There's that pulse bomb at the ready, but not enough health, not enough confidence to go for it just yet. And slowly, Bobcats, I mean, they're losing control of the situation. Proto falls. They have the Kiriko. It's going to be not long for this world for the Bobcats. Pulse bomb onto the arch. Interesting placement from Pace there. Manually, at least good for one. The Wu Yang falling means it's all on virtual to try and heal everybody right now. And Nodi actually can't get rid of Peace in the backline either. There's a quick recontest here for the Bobcats as Peace has pulled the attention of literally everybody.
Yeah, this fight is a complete mess. Like, the spaghetti is all over the floor right now, and it's just been going on in a bunch of different places. They're trying to keep him up, and it's just not possible right now. They're trying their best. Maybe now with the Amp Matrix they can go in and re-engage, but Cumberland, I mean, yeah, he's got some progression.
Still plenty of time. There's that Amp Matrix. That'll force the Bobcats back. An odd angle for the Amp Matrix. Not really sure what it sees from there. And Cabe is gone because Peace in the backline has just been a menace. Peace is dancing around the entire enemy team, floating and stinging however he damn well pleases.
I think we were talking about in the mid-set, like, you know, do you start banning Tracer? I think now it's like, yeah, you should start doing Tracer. I would be very surprised if you go into the next map without Tracer being a thing, because Peace is completely schmoovin' and grooving. Like, we saw Naughty try and win some of these duels, but it's just not possible with how well Peace has been playing. And look at Bobcat's ultimate economy, Paul. There's a minute 20 seconds left, and they have pretty much 5 ultimates to just cycle effectively, and they've been so good at doing that it's going to be Cumberland having to make a miracle play to try and bring this to this.
Yeah, near Smorgasbord, and right now Cumberland are trying to fight a very uphill battle, literally and figuratively. I mean, this is a tough angle to try and approach the enemy from. Nodi with a pulse bomb, I mean, almost has to be a hero. Nenwai falling early, that is a nice pick, but Wu Yang's traded, meaning that it's back to even footing. Ginger in some trouble too. Panic grabs, has to go for the kills, gets both of them though. Nicely done by Ginger and Cabe working together. Now, I mean, it's just picking off the stragglers. Dion and Peace, I mean, I wouldn't want to be against Dion and Peace, but at least Dion falls without too much of a problem. Grab thrown back, pulse bomb gets one, but can Peace do any more? Back to the objective, and there's the title blast. Chef giving it to himself just to try and survive, but it doesn't look like it'll be enough. Kitsune Rush coming back too. Bobcats refuse to say die in this fight, but Cumberland might just force that word out of their mouth. Wrecking ball from Dion to come back and stay alive too, but it's all for naught, just for a few precious seconds off the clock. Cumberland will move on to second.
Yeah, they're going to move on. But I mean, they did use a lot in terms of that fight. Luckily, Bobcats did as well, and I think we're going to go... I think Dion's not going to stay on this Hammond and go back over to that Zarya, but really, really big clutch coming in from Cumberland there. I mean, the way that they looked in terms of that ultimate economy, it felt like they didn't have a single shot to win that one, as you can see scoreboard right now and what we're looking at right now. Obviously, the Zarya is kind of being the benefit of the most of the damage right here. The Zarya seeming relatively strong at the current moment.
Zarya deals damage? That can't be right.
Big if true, big if true.
Ooh, and Peace spotted out early on this attempted flank. Ooh, Cabe going for something pretty aggressive. Up in Proto and Peace's face. If you can get Proto, though, that would be a huge pick. No, they're going to survive. Meanwhile, actually, Virtual not so lucky. It's the other Kiriko falling. Peace finding the perfect moment to puncture the backline. And now going for even more. Yeah, I mean, nothing that Chef is going to be able to do to survive this. And only a minute 30 for Cumberland to try and finish the second point.
It's so crazy, though, because we're looking at the POV of Cabe that entire time. And if you put, like, it's just, you're always looking at where Peace is. You know, you're trying to check Peace. They're doing a great job. And then you take your eyes off of Peace for a second, and Virtual gets one kill. Like, it's just, they were doing such a good job, but you need to always keep eyes on Peace, because that happens. Cabe ends up going down, unfortunately, and that's going to be another retreat. Paul, there's 1 minute left. It's a very, very tall task for Cumberland to try and get this. They've done it before, but they need to get out of here. They don't want to lose any more stragglers. There goes down, and
and Ginger
falling apart.
I mean, at least Ginger survives, but minus 15 seconds with Naughty dying. One more chance and no room for error if Cumberland want to try and take the lead in this first to 3. At least some available tools. Bola shot. Grab. Ginger up on the high ground too. Lots the grab in long range. The bubble Suzu both burst out early. A lot of damage pumped down. Manually falls. Kitsune Rush. Is it an overinvestment from Cumberland? No, they actually didn't even use the Bola shot there. I thought they did. But no, actually just 2 ults. They get out of that pretty clean.
There is going to be a recontest, though, with Bobcats having 5 minutes available to them. But, I mean, the ultimates for Cumberland aren't terrible. They do have a way to be able to hold here and try and take second.
Gotta stop Peace. Already the Tidal Blast going out. Bobcats having to play defensively. Dion falling very low early, and there goes your tank. Bobcats now, it's going to be desperation to try and stop this if they have to commit. Kitsune Rush, Tidal Blast, both used, but manually completely bisected from the fight. Nenwai cut to ribbons. And Peace having not much more luck. You were talking about how Cumberland have pulled off miracles again, and here they've done it once more.
Cumberland just need to take fights at overtime or under a minute, and like the entire for the rest, and they're gonna have that for me for the rest of this. Like the way that they're playing with these minutes left, that was a great engagement from Cumberland. I love that they put the Tidal Blast onto the Tracer. Tracer goes into the back line. Dion has to use every single bubble on the 3-man knockdown, and then doesn't have one for themselves.
And Nutty with the Pulse Bomb here too. Can he be your hero? 2 fights in a row. Stick buffered by the bubble once more, but Dion's still ever so low. Throws out the grab and does get rid of Ginger with that one, so Cumberland gonna have a hard time staying in this fight. They'll have to regroup for one more.
Gotta get back in. They don't want to lose any stragglers. They have to get back out and retreat here. In terms of ultimate economy, I mean, they're looking good in terms of those supports. Chef getting living would have been really nice there, but in terms of that ultimate charge like I was talking about, they don't... Virtual is trying like really hard to stay aggressive here and farm towards this Casino Rush, but if you go a little bit too aggressive, you are going to go down. That's disastrous.
I mean, the trade literally could not be better for Bobcats. Peace will be back so early, and that buys such precious time.
Now it's guaranteed last fight, and I mean, yeah, you're going to be able to get these support ultimates in time. Cade is going to be able to also have this ability, but man, they would have loved to have gotten those support ultimates and get back into the continue farming.
Cave low too. Okay, there we go. Has to try and find an angle and is immediately hounded by Peace. Peace into the back line. Gotta keep your head on a swivel. Turn your DPI up to keep that Tracer away. Alright, the pressure going into Dion. Bola shot to get rid of the Zarya. It manages to work flawlessly. But now you have to survive the returning barrage. Peace and Proto throwing in what they can. Peace, Nodi, finding Nenway in his own backline, interestingly enough. Now returns to the fight alongside Ginger, who did have the Tidal Blast to survive and sustain. Overtime ticking away, but no. Cumberland trying to hang on, but they're just too scattered to the winds. They can't get their support from their Zarya if they're not next to the payload, and here come the reinforcements. Bobcats back, grab out, will it be enough? Waiting for the barrier to expire, and there's a nice pulse bomb. Nodi, bring it back.
Oh, Peace trades back.
No.
Oh, they don't get on, no! Oh, they're not on, and the Bobcats are gonna get one. Take us to 2-1. A very, I mean, yeah, I'd say it was still very close, even though I think the time bank is a little bit, you know, a little bit of a misnomer in something like this, but yeah, that's one. I don't think that there was a way for, like, Cumberland to win that fight, to be honest. Like, respawns were, and there was also a Tidal Blast coming in, like, it, I guess I'll call it like a C9 kind of. Like
look,
C9.
we've been making a lot of Greek mythology references today. It would have been a Herculean effort for them to have pushed it all the way to the end there.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if we're gonna keep it going, might as well.
Yeah, we might as well. Yeah. Well, we started on runes, and you know we're gonna we're gonna go all the way.
Really, just set the tone for today.
Yeah,
Leo Smash.
I mean, Greek mythology with Paul and Kenobi.
Valiant effort either way from Cumberland. I mean, it really was a talk of peace on that last round, though. Dude was just a nightmare to deal with.
Yeah, I think Peace is like, I mean, this is kind of what I talked about, where it was like the Genji is like the big thing, and Peace is one of those players who I think if you give them like, that last fight was kind of indicative of how good Peace is, where it was like, the fight looks over, and then Peace just one clips Virtual, and then it's like, it falls apart from there. Like, I mean, most of this highlight is just Peace, because when these fights devolve, Peace is so good at maneuvering around them and finding value, even in fights that look like they're lost.
And it's thanks to the support from Dion, too. I mean, we often saw Dion, taking quite a hefty bit of damage because a lot of those bubbles are going to Peace. So that made the Zarya head-to-head very interesting, like you were talking about earlier. Ginger, I think, a very valiant effort in that head-to-head. I think the adjustment from Cumberland that was attempted this map was, hey, if Peace is going to try and run our backline with, like, all the bubbles and just roll us over, let's try and ignore Peace, just, like, put him in a corner and use that time to roll over Dion. It worked quite a bit of the time.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the weird thing was that, like, I always look back to that one where they, like, go to second, where Cumberland's on second, and they're looking over, and they're like, Cave is checking masterfully. Like, masterfully, this Tracer can't move.
Oh, yeah.
They move and look away for a second to go to take the other fight. Virtual just pops, and it's like, okay, well, what can we do at that point? Like, it's very difficult. And now I think it's like, I think we need to ban the Tracer. Like, I think it's definitely worth a ban.
Well, whether it's a Tracer ban or a Bastion coming back or some other adaptation, Cumberland will only have one chance to push us to a map number 5 if they want to stay alive in the single elimination open bracket here. We're going to a quick break, folks, but when we come back, the conclusion of our first match of the day. The BSC Bobcats, one map away from moving on to the next round, getting a round of 8 and securing at least $2,000 in their pocket. Cumberland down 2-1 currently. They gave us quite the show back on Midtown with a very fun Bastion comp that set an insane, probably record time for Overwatch Collegiate. But now their backs are against the wall, and Kenobi, they got to come up with something spicy on map 4 if they want to extend their stay in the Overwatch Collegiate homecoming.
Yeah, and I mean, I think It's interesting when we've seen like this like very standard Overwatch. It feels like it is much more in favor of BSC Bobcats, and then when it's like when Cumberland bring out those like new things, it seems like it is catching them off guard a little bit. I really would like to see that Tracer ban. I know it does leave like Peace playing Genji, but you've beaten Peace on Genji before. Yeah, it was with the Bastion composition, but I still like. It's not working out the Tracer v Tracer matchup right now, and I think just like if this is going to be the last potential match that you have, try to give yourself the best option in terms of that pick ban phase. And I think that just like getting rid of the Tracer at this point is I think necessary because of how well Peace is piloting it.
Yeah, I mean Peace has just been an absolute monster on it, right? I'm sure this joke has been made before, but Peace not living up to the name whatsoever. Big misnomer there. As violent as one can be, really. So,
yeah,
gotta get. I would appreciate a Tracer ban too, but first thing that Cumberland have to think about is what map they even want to take us to for map number 4, as it will be their selection once again, and it looks like.
Oh. Okay. Well, it is Survasa. Okay, Survasa.
We have the word Survasa on the screen, so I'm going to believe that. Hey, there we go. Survasa.
There we go. Symmetra got us back over to Survasa. We're good.
Oh, there we go.
We jumped in, hopped in, got back over to Survasa. And it changed, from like day to night because of the time zones and whatever. It's all working out. It's like poetry. It rhymes.
Yeah. I don't think that rhymed at all.
I don't know. That's something George Lucas said that could.
I'm very. What you think? I didn't know the Star Wars quote?
No, I know you knew it. I'm just for some people in the audience who might not be aware. You just use it as a way to explain away anything. Great ban, I think, from this
Bobcats.
From Bobcats getting rid of
I agree.
Junker Queen on Survasa as well. Very good ban. Like, do we see the Hazard come out, or like, are we going to still just play Zarya v Zarya right here? Because this is like one of the best Junker Queen maps I think that exists right now in Overwatch. And then taking away the Sojourn on the other side, just kind of pinching, I think, Cave's pool a little bit. Forcing onto the Freya, forcing onto the Cassidy, or something like that.
I think it's for the Cassidy, right? You don't want to play the Cassidy into the Sojourn so much. You'd rather play it into something like a Freya. So getting rid of that extra little bit of the hero pool for manually, giving Cabe a more favorable matchup in the head-to-head. Because if you're not going to get rid of the Tracer, one of your DPS has to be trying to win the 1v1.
Paul, walk with me here. What about a Torbjorn? What about a Torbjorn?
No.
On this map, it's good because you can. On this map, I think it's actually like it'd be good against the Tracer, and then you can put the spider. You can put the spider turret somewhere, and it's like very hard to deal with as a Tracer. Like, walk with me a little bit. Come on, take a ride with me on the.
I'd rather take a seat and be ready for this match and watching it.
Okay.
Either way,
can't win them all.
We're heading out onto Survasa, map number 4 in our first match of the day here in Overwatch Collegiate Homecoming Fall 2025. Let's see what we got. Nothing too out of the ordinary for either of our teams.
Same thing right now, and again, I'm going to be wondering where this focus is going to be down from Cave, and it's already trying to take down manually a little bit. That is going to be really where you're going to need to see manually focused down is by Cave.
And Cumberland keeping that pressure onto Dion that they had on the last map. Just wanting to make sure that if Dion has to use the bubbles for himself, he won't have as many to give over to Peace to tear into the back line. Already some advantageous positioning, though, for the Bobcats. They get first cap without much of Cumberland saying anything, really. Ginger in not an ideal position either, taking a heap of damage, has to fall back. Cumberland really looking for their moment here, Kenobi.
Yeah, really good rotations are coming in from the Bobcats, and there is a trade right now. Chef is down. That's so much of the speed lost for Cumberland, so they don't have that ability to rotate anymore.
Peace gone, though, so at least you won't have to rotate away from a Tracer. And you're back onto the objective, and Dion falls. So things going pretty all right for Cumberland.
Yeah, not bad right now, as Cabe is going to be able to get that one back in onto manually. So, did you give up 13 or 31%? But it's not that bad. I mean, in terms of how they were able to accrue ultimates for themselves, you're going to have the Ant Matrix. That's going to make it hard for them to get in. I'm a little bit worried with Chef going down so early that you are really behind in terms of that ultimate charge for the summer. That is the one thing I will be very worried about.
Cumberland trying to play forward, too. Peace attempting to force them back to the objective, but Cumberland really not caring about Peace all the way back there. Maybe they should. There's that rotation to the Bobcats. They do a little loop-de-loop and now have the Kitsune Rush on the objective for themselves. Yeah, I mean, Ginger and Nodi trying to keep the progress for Cumberland, but no such luck. And Nody's not long for this world.
Yeah, they flip back over, and Bobcats are going to be able to start taking up that percentage right now. And, I mean, it's really difficult now, especially because of how... Okay, that's also a really bad pick to lose because you're at this point right now where you're starting to take up really, really strong percentage-wise, and this is going to be last fight now. If Virtual, like, somehow doesn't end up going down there, you probably get 1 or 2 fights maybe, but now it's guaranteed that this is last fight, and you're walking into a sound barrier. It's going to be difficult for them, as Nodi is actually going over to the Symmetra, so foregoing completely that Tracer v Tracer battle.
I mean, it's going to be a TP onto the point to try and contest surely here. Yeah, up onto the high ground. Nice catch on him manually. Good flashbang, but you have to weather the grab. Survive that, and then you have to try and pierce through the sound barrier. Too many tools for the Bobcats. I mean, Cumberland just really don't stand a chance. Good effort from them. They force a lot out of Bobcats in the next fight, but the first point goes to BSC.
Yeah, I think they'll definitely take that trade where they get that first point now, just 2 away from advancing into that bracket. We'll see where the next point is going to be. Actually, pretty favorable for Cumberland, because if that was anywhere else, I feel like it would have been disastrous and Bobcats would have been able to take that. But it's going to be Cumberland coming back in. There is a Bobcats get there a little bit ahead, and they catch them off guard.
Peace trying to snap into the enemy team, but couldn't quite break anything off. Ginger pretty low already, though. Okay. It's Cabe who falls first. Ginger hiding in a corner, does have the grab online. But Cumberland, they're not going to be able to hold on to this point. They're going to have to try and fight back in to use that Graviton Surge. And with the Sound Barrier, we have seen Cumberland use these aggressively to take fights before. And now that Manuel's down, they're going to do exactly that. Oh, no! That was going for a player who had already hit the ground dead. At least Dion still falls, so the fight is still won for Cumberland. They don't have to feel too bad about it.
Yeah, a bit of a zoning grab there, forcing them into the arms of the Rays. But, I mean, it looked a little bit scrappy from Cumberland in that fight, but they only have to use 2 ultimates, which is great for them because there's going to be a heavy and hefty ultimate bank coming in from the Bobcats on the other side. Chef is going to be incredibly important here to have that sound barrier ready and available for that Graviton Surge.
And Bobcats need to stagger their ults. That way, the sound barrier doesn't just get rid of all of the teeth that this cat wants to bite with. There's a Kitsune Rush, first and foremost. The beat already forced out. There's a grab. Everybody caught in it, but the shield actually makes this a little bit tough. One player falls, but considering the investment, Cumberland could be feeling all right with that. Dion low and does get taken down. Virtual, again, popping off on the support, finishing that one off. And Bobcats, I mean, they get a few measly percentage out of it, but they were hoping for way more.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're very lucky, actually, Paul, that they were able to flip that one, because if they didn't, this is pretty much over right now, and it's 1-1. So really, heads-up play, I'll say, from the Bobcats, but great job from Cumberland being able to weather that storm of everything that the Bobcats threw at them. They do have to do a lot in terms of this next fight, though, because they're going to be up against the sound barrier. If they can maybe win this fight, like, early and get a pick somewhere, that's going to be their real best avenue to try and hold.
Bobcats need to find an angle first and foremost. Cumberland doing a good job of not giving manually anything thus far. Oh, spot Virtual. There's an Ant Matrix, though, and players in your backline, too. Cabe pretty far from the team currently. Oh, and Chef again gonna be found. Virtual pretty low as well. Things suddenly turning sour for Cumberland. Nice stick, and that'll get rid of Ginger. Nothing left to stand on the point with. Cumberland falls at 99%. And they'll have a couple chances to try and come back and tie up this map.
Yeah, Virtual's gonna get staggered here really nasty. Oh,
that's tough.
That's wait.
What, Dion?
Okay. Not seen a self stagger like that before. Paul,
well, and Cumberland see their opening.
Yeah, now you
they're just gonna go. They don't even want Virtual.
Sorry anymore. You just take this point. Like,
hey guys. You can't stand on the point versus the Zarya. That's what Ginger's saying.
The Symmetra setup.
This is really tough now for Bobcats. Just the slightest error could cost them a commanding lead. Dion dying again on re-entry too. No Zarya for ages in this engagement. The point gets flipped back over. Bobcats buying themselves a little bit of time, but here comes Cumberland back to reassert their vengeance. Peace dipping and dancing around the objective, trying to keep that point contested, but won't be able to do so long, especially against the Deadeye. This will zone everybody off in Peace. Ooh, just barely getting around the corner. Not that it'll matter. He's quickly caught, and Cumberland tie up the map.
Yeah, that's one where it's just a complete error, I think, from Bobcats. If they keep the Zarya in that fight, I think there's like no way that Bobcats, I mean, there is definitely a way, but it would be a much easier fight. That one felt like it was just gifted to Cumberland. They're going to say, thank you very much, go over to this next point. They have the advantage of the positioning now, which is great because you want to get those Symmetra turrets set up and make it difficult for Peace to try and get in entry.
At least a favorable position here for Cumberland again. There's those annoying sim turrets set up so quickly, and now you can set up the ones for the point too. The Deadeye on the objective, given the bubble, but there's nothing manually can do with that. Not completely, I mean, barricaded away from the rest of the team. No healing, nothing can get to him. Just no chance.
Yeah, and I mean, if in a perfect world, there's a little bit of overcommitment. Woo, okay. Cabe is... No wonder this Cassidy got banned at some point. Cabe is feeling it right now on this Cassidy. It's working out pretty well. Sound barrier available for Chef. Again, needing to be very careful with that against Dion, who has the Dark on Surge. Peace going in on the flank. Actually, an aggressive beat. They're just going to try and take him out, and they do.
And many of the aggressive beats haven't worked out favorably for Cumberland, but this time there's nothing Bobcats can do against it. They're just flattened.
Yeah, Peace is maybe going to be able to get... Yeah, Peace is going to be able to get out totally fine. But now, I mean, now this next fight's just like... It's almost a wash significantly. If you're Cumberland, your goal here is to force out as many ultimates from the Bobcats as you possibly can.
Oh, nice little bubble there. Keeping Cabe alive, and now that Deadeye zoning Bobcats away once again. The TP, cheeky, but a nice bubble too. Traded back onto manually and keeping the Freya up. Now grab, Kitsune Rush, barrier, everything invested by the Bobcats. They have to win this. NY gone. Nodi getting some more damage out too, but both supports gone for the Bobcats, but it's looking favorable for them to at least hang on.
Yeah, I mean, you're totally fine. That's exactly what Cumberland needed to do. They use one ult to get 3 out from the other side, 3 very important ones in the Kitsune Rush, the Sound Barrier, and the Graviton Surge. So now, even if they lose this next fight, I mean, they're theoretically going to be ahead in terms of very key support ultimates coming in. So this is not a bad position for Cumberland to be in, especially now that they just need to win that one fight.
Dion feeling the heat. Oh my word, there's too much. I mean, just a complete team thrown on top of your head will crush you into the dirt. Cumberland make it look easy coming back and getting the advantage.
Yeah, and I mean, this is going to be 2-1. This should, like, it should realistically be only 1-1, and Cumberland should have, or Bobcat should have another round if they didn't make that misstep, and now I think the point's going to be favored for them. Again, they're going to be able to set up. They didn't have to use anything for that last fight, so look at their ultimate economy. It's going to be in such a fantastic position for them, and they're going to be feeling great.
Ooh, Peace going in really aggressively for the Pulse Bomb, too.
Good immortality.
I mean, get some damage, but yeah, the immortality stopping that from going awry. So Bobcat's aggressive gambit doesn't quite pay off, but at least they get good positioning. They're taking chunks out of Cumberland as Cumberland march toward the objective. Here comes Peace again, but Peace has got to be a little bit more careful now that Nodi's hanging around back here. Ooh, good work, though. Manages to find the right target. Virtual falling means that Cumberland really don't feel long for this world. They're doing their best, though. Ginger getting rid of a couple, and with Dion falling, Bobcats, they can't even afford to stay.
I mean, Ginger is
a couple measly percent, but that's it.
Ginger's full charge. Like, this is really scary for the Bobcats. They have to retreat here. They can't stand on ceremony right now. Manually getting taken down very low, and you're just going to say, thank you very much. We'll go ahead and take this point from you.
I mean, Peace, yeah, going for a little bit of a stall here. Does get the bubble. At least up to 30% for the Bobcats, and they'll have a quick recontest.
It's going to be enough. I mean, you have the high noon to get some more time. Pieces in the backline. Bubble has been forced out.
Dude, he's just always on the flank. But look at Cumberland. They're not worried about the flank. They're going forward, straight down the middle, son. And there goes Peace, Proto, everybody falling. Nice work from Bobcats.
I'm loving Paul. I'm loving, Paul, this idea that they just kind of are completely forgoing the Tracer battle, and they're just like, okay, we're going to start using Symmetra, and it's working so well. They're winning the fights in the front line instead of just continuously dueling in the back line, and they're putting enough checks onto Peace where once Peace is out and once the bubble is forced, they can just be like, okay, we can go in.
Graviton Surge, but it doesn't get much of anything against that barrier. Oh, I knew, falling a little bit there, but that's all right. What's important is that Cabe survived, but he doesn't survive for very long. Grav could be thrown back the other way, Ginger, but do you want to invest it with your whole team dead? Don't do it again. Okay, we're good this time. It's fine. It's fine. No midtown.
Yeah, no midtown there, and I mean, it's going to be a good positioning now for the Bobcats. It's going to be difficult for the Symmetra to try and get back in. They do have that Graviton Surge available to them, but on the other side, you've got Kitsune Rush and the Soundbird, two very key ultimates, so Ginger's going to have to be very careful with where you're going to be deciding to use this, because it's definitely going to be resulting in a sound barrier.
There's that quick TP, immediately trying to circle around, lobbing the grab in to get the sound barrier out, and Proto just cannot survive. Even with the barrier, even with the Suzu, all the healing in the world could not keep you up. But Virtual and Noti also in some trouble. Ginger feeling the heat now too, and without that critical healer, it's hard to stay alive. Cade getting blasted away by Nenwai, and Bobcats manage to weather that nicely, and they will tie us up here on Servasa.
And it's all down to this right now for Cumberland. They have to win this one, this last flashpoint, if they want to continue in this bracket. They do get the setup at the start, so that's going to be great. They can set up those symmetric turrets, but Bobcats are going to try and get back in and not let them get that setup that they really want, because Cumberland really wants to be the ones who are the initiators and who are playing to their tempo.
I thought Cumberland were going to be able to set up more dominantly, but not so much the case. Ant Matrix at an odd angle, but it does help burst down Dion, and I guess that's what counts. Bobcats now have to be very picky on how they take these engagements, and maybe they can't pick an engagement at all. They'll just have to let the first cap go over to Cumberland.
Gonna be able to do that, and Bobcats will come back into this one. I mean, no support. The big thing is that they are going to have that Diaton Surge way ahead of the sound barrier on the other side, so it's really going to be on the basis of the immortality field to try and negate some of that damage coming through.
Virtual has been just locked in all day. But now, I mean, fights like these can decide the series, can decide your fate. A stick!
Oh, the stick!
Critical! Even before the TP goes! Peace finding the enemy Cassidy, and now on to the Baptiste as well. There goes that immortality field, and I don't even think the grab's gonna be necessary. A quick swing back for the Bobcats.
Man, how clutch is Peace on this Tracer, just taking names at any point, completely negating that high noon TP, which was in a great position. And now Cumberland, I mean, you don't have a lot to work with here. You have the sound barrier, but at this point, Nenwai has gotten back up. Cade takes down Manually, though. That's another time where Manually is just caught out in these neutral fights, and now this is the go button for Cumberland.
And because the grab was saved, the barrier is going to be online. Grab gets thrown out, but no, there's no damage. The projected barrier from Symmetra too strong. The sound barrier is not even needed. A quick swing forward, a quick swing back.
Try and get those picks again. The Chef, that's I'm not sure about that one. I mean, now you have to leave. You don't have any speed. What have they done?
Oh, and Virtual getting caught is the nail in the coffin. A few measly percent, but the Bobcats are back so quickly. This point is flipping back and forth and back and forth and back.
Like, it's literally the worst pick that could have happened there, because if Chef going down, that means that you have no speed, and then Bobcats are just like, okay, we'll take that advantage very effectively right now. They get back control, and now it's last play territory. Bobcats 1 win away from continuing in the bracket.
Do or die for Cumberland. They've been clutching these moments before, but one last overtime is all that they will have. Here comes Peace on the side, too. Pulse Bomb at the ready. There goes the barrier, stuck onto Ginger, and the tank falls first. The beat is 1/10 of a second too late, and the Ant Matrix isn't pumping out enough damage. Dion just standing behind the pillar. Peace still harrowing the backline, too. Sight set on Chef, and there goes the Lucio. Now no one can contest unless they want to be immobile and done for. Peace claiming heads one by one, and the Bobcats will claim the series. Ginger back on the desperate contest on the Wrecking Ball, but it's just a matter of time. The Wrecking Ball won't survive long, and even Virtual will get found eventually. Once the ball falls, the Bobcats ring out, and we'll move on to the round of 8.
Bobcats taking themselves to the Elite 8 here, and I mean, if that last fight was kind of an amalgamation, Paul, of like the entirety of the series, I think, is just Cumberland's just unfortunately sometimes a day late and $1 short on some of these ultimates there, and unfortunately not hitting Ginger with that sound barrier completely turned that fight around, and that's going to be how, unfortunately, Cumberland bows out of the tournament.
What an effort from Bobcats, though. They run back the success that they've had against Cumberland before. Another 3-1 for this roster. And I mean, it's hard not to be excited about this Bobcats roster. Now that we've seen. Peace is just nasty, man.
So good. And we gotta start banning the Tracer, I think, at this point.
I mean, that kind of feels like a question you would ask yourself if you're Cumberland, right? Like, do we actually ban the... Because they weren't playing it. on that map. They started on the Tracer. They started wanting to try and contest that and quickly pivoted over. I gotta shout out Cumberland, though. I loved the flexible adaptations from them. All these different looks with the Symmetra and the Bastion. I think that they were really giving Bobcats a run for their money.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head where it's like, okay, they like knew that the Tracer wasn't working out, and they were like, okay, let's try something different. They go over to the Symmetra, and it starts working out really well for them, and that's something that I really liked from this Cumberland team, is seeing their ability to switch compositions and adapt a little bit. Like, even on Midtown, like that whole composition that they brought out with the Bastion, I thought was really cool. So, unfortunately, it just fell to a little bit of it fell to the hands of Peace, and Peace's some really, really good hands, I'd say, Paul.
Yeah, dude is ruthless. I mean, absolutely nasty. And I mean, shout out to Manually, too, because anytime Peace was getting focused and, like, not having the just world being his oyster, Manually was picking up the oyster and taking a big bite out of it. I mean, absolutely nasty DPS duo from the Bobcats.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, it wouldn't, you know, we got to give the supports a little bit of credit and the tanks a little bit of credit. It does seem Pieces like there a lot of the time, but I think for the sake of like the tank and the support and a lot of what we saw is like they know where their bread's buttered, right? And it's like, you know, we're gonna give our resources to Peace effectively with like the way the bubbles were being played with Dion. Wasn't a fan of like what happened on on Servasa there when they were trying to stagger, but for the most part, the other times that I saw Dion was playing really well in terms of just timing those bubbles effectively to make sure that Peace was able to get a lot of value in the back.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to the heroic supporting cast from Bobcats, too, because the only reason we can talk about Peace this way is because of all the resources Peace was getting. I mean, Bubbles and Suzus and everything you could imagine. It was really, actually, the only map where the Tracer head-to-head felt like it was contentious was this map, Dorado, and that's because Nodi was often getting those tidal blasts and going in and just tearing through the Bobcats on occasion, right? But even then, Peace, I mean, the hero moment here at the end, too, just absolutely nasty.
Yeah, and I think, again, I think we're, you know, it's definitely worth copping a ban, I think, about this Tracer if we're going to be going forward for this team. I think that, you know, one of the things about what I'm seeing from the Bobcats is that they do, I mean, that the Bastion comp is like the thing that's like sticking out to me, where it's like when I think about like going forward, and it's like, you know, do they have like a bit of an issue against compositions that are a little bit more wacky, and like can they only play like in this standard Overwatch style? Because even here, when it was like against the Symmetra and it wasn't just like a full mirror, they still had a little bit of a hard time, and it's got to rely on some clutches that from Peace and I think from the rest of the team.
There were some fights where it felt like Bobcats were getting outpaced, waiting for Peace or Manually to come up with the goods to get them into the fight, a first pick. And on fights where it was, oh, suddenly there's a whole team in our face, and Peace was trying to go for the back line, but the back line is teleported into us, and we're all dead. Peace didn't get anything, and we all died. So that is definitely a crack in the armor to look out for the Bobcats, especially as they move on. They will go on into our round of 8. Cumberland, unfortunately, eliminated from the open bracket. They actually also are playing in the varsity bracket, so they'll still have more games to play this weekend at the very least, so there's the silver lining for them. But Bobcats, I mean, absolutely beautifully done.
Yeah, they played really well, and Paul, I think we do have a little bit of an interview coming up, so we will, you know, just stay there. We're going to get to a little break. You get more time for your drops, but don't go anywhere. I'm watching you. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, one and all, to the Overwatch Collegiate Fall of 2025 Homecoming. We just finished our very first match of the day. We had the BSC Bobcats versus the Cumberland University. And Bobcats won. Congrats to them. And as a special little treat for all of you, we have one of the victorious Bobcats here with us now. Nenwai coming in to the interview. Congratulations on your very first win of the playoffs here in Nenwai. How you feeling after your first match?
Pretty good. It was a pretty hard game, but it's a really good one for us.
Yeah, so walk me through a little bit about this series, because first map it was like, you traded 1-for-1 at like 100-0, and then the last sub map was really close, and then Midtown comes out and you're like, oh, it's Midtown, and then it's just Bastion comp. What was the thought process? Because you all got ran down 6 minutes to the second point. Who kept all of you guys kind of mentally fortitude after taking such a heavy loss like that?
Well, every time we've played this team, it's always been pretty competitive. We usually win, and I do think we are expected to win. I still think they're a good team, but most of the time when we've played these guys, we've always won, and we know they can always fight back and catch us off guard with anything. So it was really important to just always keep going next and be ready for the next map. Sometimes we make mistakes, and it does cost us the map, and it's pretty hard, but it's just super important to always be able to go next and try and just stay strategized, just trust yourselves, trust each other, play good, and beat them.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of that trust throughout the entire series. We were talking on and on about how well you guys played off of each other and supported your guys' DPS. So can you enlighten me a little bit on how, the comm structure works for that? Who's calling for the resources and for the timings on a lot of those plays we were seeing from, Peace going way into the backline and manually coming up with the goods?
It's mostly a team effort. I would say it's definitely more on probably cool. I'll definitely help with rotation calls. It really does depend on the comp, but with when we're playing Freya, we obviously wanted to make it as easy as possible for Manually to do what he can do best. So we'll try and call rotations for him. If he sees something, he'll call for it. Dion will call if he can help, give a bubble or something. Dion will call if he's pushing somewhere. Just a bunch of communication with each other and trying to play around that as best we can.
Also, so talk to me a little bit about where you think main support is kind of in the current, because the meta seems relatively, it seems kind of open. Zarya seems really strong right now, but it seems the meta, at least in other parts of the of Overwatch right now, are a little bit more versatile. It feels right now as supports, it's very much Lucio and a little bit of Wu Yang. There was some Baptiste in there. Where do you think is the current situation for support players?
Right now, especially in this tournament, there's a lot of off-tank players, which most of the time, unless it's D.Va, tends to be a lot of brawl and ground tank matchups. So Lucio is really popular and almost a must-play. You should be playing him, or the team without Lucio should just lose pretty hard. So yeah, we try to play around that as much as we can. We have a very comfortable Lucio Kiri backline. Although we would like to play other backline comps, I'm not a believer in them unless it's a specific map or specific bans. On Dorado, that map is a bit harder for ground tanks, even though we still tried to force Zarya because D.Va was banned. We forced the Lucio ban, so we're able to open up more comps, and especially because it hurts their Lucio Sim Bastion strat.
Ah, gotcha. I was just about to ask about the Lucio ban. I was like, oh, if Lucio's so important, why the ban? Because it's a ban on the Symmetra, actually. I like that. All right. Well, Nenwai, it seems like you guys have it all sorted out over at BSC's. But before we let you go and get ready for your matches maybe later today, I can't remember off the top of my head if you were in the varsity bracket too, or matches tomorrow at the very least. While we have you here on stream, any shout outs you want to give before we let you go celebrate with your team?
Just shout out the team. We're gonna keep trying. We really hope to win our game tomorrow. We really think we can make it part of this bracket.
Nice. Yeah. Well, I gotta love the confidence. Thank you so much for joining us here in NY. Hope to see plenty more of you on the Overwatch Collegiate stream.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, NY.
All right, I like that. A
Yeah.
cohesive unit is what we're learning about the Bobcats there. That's what you need to go far in this bracket too, especially since their next matchup I think is going to be very difficult. It's going to be the winner of your TAMU Maroon and the St. Clair Saints, which are a very strong team. They're gonna need that power of friendship going on very strong. But we won't be seeing any more of the Bobcats here today. We might see them maybe later on tomorrow or through the rest of the tournament. But what we will be seeing is plenty more games. That was only our first series of the day. 3 more are coming at all you fine folks. After the break, we're going to have the ASU's Red Devils versus North Carolina State. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Keep getting those drops. And we'll see you in just a second. one match down, but plenty more action to be played here on the first day. We're only halfway through the open part of the bracket for today, and then we have 2 more games in the varsity, and then tomorrow we have all of those over again in the round of 8. So much Overwatch to be watching this weekend and next weekend as we conclude the Overwatch Collegiate Homecoming Series. Once again, it's myself, Possible, alongside Kenobi. We got match number 2, ASU versus NCSU, coming right at you, folks.
Yeah, you're alumni, right? I think you said you were ASU. You're what is it, Sun Devils, right? That's the
Sun Devils.
Yeah. I mean, it's Arizona. Sun's gotta be, somewhere in there.
It is a very prominent part of
the Arizona lifestyle.
Quite frequently, yeah. So
but I think this is a very interesting matchup between these two teams, because it's like ASU is this team that we know very well, and we know a lot of the players on ASU, and we've been casting them for a while in Collegiate. And then you have like this NCSU Red team, which is like very like student driven, very like new. And I think that's one of the best things about Overwatch Collegiate is that you have these like matchups between like these very well-funded programs and very well-known programs, and then you have like sometimes these teams that sneak up into the top 16, which is like what was the you said like how many students were like registered and stuff like that?
I think a ton.
You had a stat somewhere. I think I remember you saying earlier, but
did I?
I think so. Regardless, see. Like if you're in the top 16 of all of the teams that registered for this tournament, that's a really, really good start to your esports program.
I don't remember how many students, but I do see 271 teams signed up, each of which presumably would have 5 players at least. So well over 1,000 players if you can sneak 5 of yours into the top, 50 some. That's pretty darn good, I'd say.
That's good for a team that's just starting. So I think that this is, again, one of those really cool things about the collegiate program, and why I'm glad that we have it back, is to be able to, see teams like this go up against some of those very, very historically, good teams that we've seen in Overwatch Collegiate, and maybe make a name for themselves. Like, this is a big deal for them being on broadcast and being casted like this. And so I think that this is really, really going to be an interesting matchup.
Yeah, and keep in mind, while we are going to be watching these 2 games today, there were a couple other series happening as well. So, I mean, I believe we can take a look at the bracket here to... No, never mind. We are not going to take a look at the... Oh, wait, no, we are going to take a look at the bracket. Hey, okay, I debated myself there. That's on me. Yeah. This is our full round of 16 bracket here, folks. Yes, we have the one score reported already. We did just finish that map. This isn't the current fully updated map, but just so you guys can see all the other games that will be being played today. It's quite the roster.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna let some of you, like Winthrop winning, kind of expected. ISU winning, kind of expected. A lot of these were expected. I think this BSC CU game is probably one of the closest that we're gonna have in the top 16. Between these teams. It was a 10th seed versus a 7th seed, I believe. And, I think that it's really going to be interesting to see once we get to top 4, top 8. Like, that's really where the nose is going to hit the grindstone.
And that brings us to our very interesting match of today, ASU versus NCSU. Because these 2 teams, I mean, while we obviously know a lot more about ASU, it's a program, a team that's been around longer with players that we're more familiar with. In the actual, Swiss standings, these 2 were neck and neck. ASU came in at 8th. NCSU came in at 9th. Both were 8-2. They lost to only top caliber teams. I mean, there is room for this to be an extremely competitive series as well.
Yeah, and then, I mean, your prize for winning this is, you get the $2,000, and then you got to go play Winthrop. So,
hey,
it's a good.
I'd take $2,000 in a chance over going home
100%,
early.
100%. So there's a lot to play for between both of these teams, and I'm really excited. We can, I think, get to their rosters eventually, because then some of these are going to, for ASU, I think they're going to be very known in what we've seen from them. As we can take a look at their roster: J-Man, Anhu, Aurora, Angelic, and Skyla. This is a team that Paul, when we got some answers, and our good friend who's going to be on the broadcast tomorrow, Jesse Twin Salty, was kind of giving us some information. This is a team that thrives on synergy, right? They've been together for a very long time as a unit. They're all seniors. That means they've been playing together for a long time. And actually, Skyla and J-Man, they won a high school championship in Arizona together. The history of these players goes on very long, from even back before they were in Collegiate.
And I mean, you're talking about history of the players. I'm looking at Angelic. I remember casting this guy way back on ye olden days of Square One, right? Like, dude has been around the scene. I mean, I'm outing myself as, what do they say? Unk status these days.
We've been Unk status.
We have been Unk status. Angelic much younger than us, but yeah. But it's still like seasoned veterans on this team. A lot of history there, and I mean, I love that fact between J-Man and Scylla, like Arizona, like bred natives. Like going to ASU, it feels like a home ground team, Yeah.
And that's one of the things I really like about the ASU program is that it does feel like it's very, maybe it's not like the same like name brand recognition as like your Northwood or something like that, but they still always put out really good teams. So I'm really happy that they're here, and we can take a look at the other roster as well. And it's going to be a bit of a, for us, it's a team that we don't really have too much, prior tape on in history. But again, getting to the top 16 is no slouch, and this is a team that is like a lot of it's kind of just like them. They're very much student led. They have really good chemistry with each other. So I believe they're all juniors except for one of them. So I think that this is going to be kind of one of those like the young upstart versus the experienced, I guess, unks on the other side of ASU. Even though I'm still calling it college senior an unk, but they're not that old. They're not that old.
Well, and North Carolina, they only lost in the very last rounds of Swiss, and it was to St. Clair and Fisher. Everybody else, it was 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. They didn't stagger or stumble until they got put up against some unbelievably stacked rosters. I mean, who wouldn't at least
the best
have yeah, for sure. So I'm excited for this match and for North Carolina State to show us what they can do.
Yeah, and I think as well, like, we are going to be starting, I don't know what our starting map is just yet, but it's going to be like one of those, like, those Kings Row, not Kings Row, that's our second map.
It's going to be Ilios or Lijiang.
Yeah. Oh, it's going to be, I mean, it's going to be Ilios or Lijiang. And we actually do have, it's Ilios. Okay, we're going back to the Mediterranean like you'd like, and it's going to be a ban of the Baptiste taken away, and the Hammond taking a ban right now. That's very interesting to me because that means to me that there is some Hammond possibilities going further in the series. And I mean, this is a great map for Hammond as well. Like if you can play Hammond on a map like this, it feels probably better than like most of the other maps. Like I can't think of another map where it's just like it would feel so good to play Hammond.
Yeah, I mean, the Wrecking Ball is very tasty here, especially, I mean, I look at it for a map like Well. I think it's just nasty on Well. It's so mobile, it's so versatile, it's always in your backline, but it's always protecting, and it's always, I just don't know where this guy is. The Baptiste ban strikes me as interesting here from ASU, because that's not at least what we saw in our first series. Now we have, saw the Baptiste, we've seen the Baptiste some, right? But on this map where you need to be on the move all the time and you don't really want to get dove, the Baptiste was not the flavor that we saw our last two teams. It was pretty much exclusively the Kiriko Lucio on control and other fast points.
And I think this is probably where we're going to see like a lot of Diva, a lot of Winston, I think, on some of those other maps. It really is going to depend, because of Ilios is so versatile in terms of like where you can go, in terms of like what sub maps you're getting. I think that this is probably going to be like, some Diva played. I also wonder if everybody's just like, okay, Zarya is just really strong right now, and I wonder if that's like, it seems like, we heard from Nemoi that it's very like ground heavy type of brawly style of compositions right now with a lot of off tanks. So unless you are playing something like a Hammond, it does feel like
ASU and North Carolina. We'll see what their ticket to win is. Do I have a golden one? Or one of those fake ones that they passed out on the candy bars that were like off gold and never got you there? Do you remember when they did that big promotion?
Dude, but those Willy Wonka bars were actually so good.
They were really good.
They were really good.
Man,
if you put Crispies and if you put like Crispies or like graham cracker in like a chocolate, like you're good. It's good.
That does sound good. ASU, I mean, I have to believe that these are the comps we're going to be seeing. No divas in sight. Instead, the Winstons. We went from off tanks last game to main tanks this one. And we'll see which gorilla going to be hitting harder, Splice or Aurora. Out on the map we go for match number 2.
And I mean, it is kind of this map where it's always been like the Winston or the Diva, and like, high ground control is very important here. Difference in DPS, which is going to be super interesting for me, it's going to be the Cassidy and the Genji. So a little bit more of that burst and sustained damage instead of something like the Freya that's going to be in the air, just consistently looking for burst potential.
ASU with the advantageous positioning to start things off. But we did see in the last series, Cumberland, they got cornered off here and weren't able to get out of this position. So the transition from above the point to on the point, important for ASU right now. And they managed to get it. Ooh, Angelic just barely hanging on to the map, and now pivoting and trying to go aggressive. Anhu down early, though, and Angelic sectioned off from the rest of the team. Lobby putting in the work. And, I mean, yeah, it's pretty easy shooting now. Gonna have to try and get back onto the point. Only a few measly percentage for ASU to start off.
Yeah, and I really like this decision of bringing in this Cassidy, because not only does it do a really good job of dealing with J-Man in the air, but also it makes life a little bit difficult for the Tracer and for that Winston. So this pick already doing wonders, and that dive that started out so strong was just Oblivion and Splice getting onto Angelic and just forcing Angelic away. He couldn't stay in the fight and keep the rest of his team alive and try and rotate.
And Lobby's been putting up numbers already, almost all the way to the Deadeye. Anhu, ooh, in some trouble, out of blinks, trying to limp back away to a health pack, manages to get away briefly. And Splice taking quite a hefty chunk up in the faces of ASU, but will manage to get away. I mean, just doing a good job of buying time right now, North Carolina. ASU struggling to find a line in.
Yeah, Splice is playing on a really nice edge right now. I mean, not falling over, getting the heals up on the other side.
Kitsune Rush is traded on the objective. Deadeye out. Lobby finding one, but it's traded back by a Pulse Bomb. Still a good position for North Carolina, though. They have dominion over the objective, and just nasty shots from Lobby. This dude is filthy with it so far. A beautiful stun, and yeah, no, the Primal not quite ready. Good turnaround. North Carolina holding strong.
Yeah, Lobby is clicking heads right now on this other team, and I think ASU are caught a little bit off guard with how this composition has been working.
ASU. Oh, having to approach close to some important ultimates of their own. Anhu just trying to force some NCS players back. But no light, no dice. Primal early here from Splice, as he once again got up in ASU faces. This guy likes to get aggressive and hold a lot of space.
And yeah, now we're at 95%. I mean, there's so low health bars on North Carolina right now, but they're going to get back in, and Primal Reach is going to be committed from Aurora just to try and stall.
Ooh, Oblivion. Pretty low, but able to get back to the health pack. Getting juggled in the corner, the deflect keeping him alive momentarily, and actually he gets out. Oh, not to safety though. Scylla will gobble him up. A flip coming in over for ASU. North Carolina didn't feel like they wanted to commit to that.
Yeah, I think they would have really have liked Genji to live there so that way Oblivion could use that blade and potentially force out something like that sound barrier, but ASU coming back in, have both support ultimates in their back pocket. We'll see what North Carolina tries to do on this engagement with that Dragon Blade.
Dragon Blade into the beat, though, can be a little bit difficult. Angelic will have to pick the perfect moment for that sound barrier. Kitsune Rush is traded once again. Overlapping. Oblivion looking for the angle here for a blade, but Splice has already fallen, and I'm not sure North Carolina want to stick around in a fight without their main tank. Heading into the back, onto J-Man. Okay, that pick could open up the door. Oblivion's got to live, though. That's the blade. That's the win condition, especially as the Deadeye is really just used for zoning. Not finding much of anything now. ASU can try and fully re-engage. Splice has come back off respawn, though, so Oblivion's sacrifice not completely in vain. Gives North Carolina another in back into this fight. But so many ults for ASU. They're going to start off an aggressive sound barrier. Going for the kill, but can they actually find anyone? Yes, Lobby falls, and Nelix joins him in the grave. That will be the win in this fight for ASU. Oh, okay, hold on. They took a lot of damage there, but it's all right.
Oh, Oblivion? Oblivion's gotten 2. I mean, he's 1 health. It shouldn't be able to... Yeah, I mean, so, okay, Oblivion got 3, though, and they should be able to get back and recontest this, and somehow, maybe, they can find a way back in if they can get that contest, especially because the Dragon Blade is here, and there's no sound barrier on the other side.
Somebody's got to get to the point, though. Splice up and over. Will be able to manage the touch. How much health does that cost Splice? Not much. Aurora actually much worse for wear. J-Man in some trouble, too. Deflect. Outlasted! And the blade's not going to be an issue now. J-Man's worth that trade. But now the question is, can the other 4 players of ASU get it done? No, Lobby picking people off once again, ending the round just how he started it. There's a nice Suzu, too, keeping Bunkachu in. That sound barrier going to ring out a victory bell for NCS. Now they just need to find the picks. Okay, they have the health, but can they get the eliminations? There's one. Anhu falling, and Oblivion's back now, too. This blade, can it finally get some value? There it is. All right. cutting into the enemy tank.
Oh.
Lobby putting the work in. And a close contested round, but one North Carolina win.
Okay, Lobby is showing me something right now, Paul. This Cassidy,
Dude, he's nasty with it.
Incredible. Like the just clicking heads, putting down so much pressure, like showing up in the kill feed, yes, but just the amount of times where I'm looking over at ASU and I'm just seeing that just chunk down consistently. Lobby top damage in the lobby, haha. At 11-1 right now. I mean, this is just a really, really good performance so far from this DPS player, and I think, like, I wonder what we're going to be seeing on this map, because this is, like, I mean, you can still play the Cassidy, but this is one of those longer range maps, and it looks like, are we going to see the Widowmaker?
Ooh, I mean,
Is Lobby built like that?
Dude, you feel your hands hot, you gotta go for the gold. Lobby pulling out the Widow.
Oh my god, it's the Widow.
Now, the adjustment in the tanks is interesting. Splice going over to the D.Va, but Aurora is on the Zarya, so Splice's life a little bit more difficult. But Aurora has to actually be able to get out into the open first, and who is going to contest Lobby?
Yeah, Lobby's life is not difficult right here. There's not a lot to really be able to contest unless they're on the ground right here, and the Tracer manages to find a way in, so Lobby feeling real good at the current moment.
Fraction more charge, and J-Man would have gotten that elimination. Splice demech too. I mean, that's the really difficult. I mean, yeah, not much you can do as a D.Va versus Zarya. I'm expecting a pretty quick flip here from Splice.
Yeah, I like the Widowmaker on a map like this in particular. It has always been a good Widowmaker map, but the problem is that, like, it needs to work, and it needs to work really quickly, or else you're just going to eventually lose that war of attrition. But now, it's a switch over, bringing in that Sojourn and the Hazard coming through, so a little bit more of that aggressive tempo potential.
Splice looking for the burst. Already in onto Aurora. Not the ideal target. Looking to leap past the enemy Zarya. And actually just inching past the enemy Zarya. Now on top of J-Man, who does slide away. Aurora feeling some pressure, but will be able to reconvene with the rest of the team. Anhu not so lucky. Nice railgun from Lobby, who's pivoted quickly onto a much more viable hero for this moment. Aurora falling 2 means this is just an inevitability. North Carolina will take some percentage here.
Really good patient play coming in from Splice, using those dives effectively, like you mentioned, where it's like, you know, you're not trying to dive on Aurora, you're just making those soft dives, and then gets into the backline, forces them all away, and Aurora gets completely taken out by the rest of the team. Really good coordination coming out from North Carolina.
Early Kitsune Rush, too, not letting ASU even get their foot in the door. No picks off that just yet. A nice stick, and Splice overextends. ASU now, not only do they have a foot in the door, they can kick the door wide open and charge the objective.
Yeah, there is going to be that Dragon Blade they have to be worried about. Sound Barrier not necessarily here just yet for the Lucio on North Carolina State. I think now you just take as much as you can if you're the Sun Devils. Take that point. And good understanding from North Carolina State to know that they really didn't have a chance to win that, so now they'll come back in. Now they have their Sound Barrier. It's going to be a much easier fight to Pirate.
Much quick retest available here. That was not English. Kitsune Rush, though, and NCS just want to stay back. Just wait that out and re-engage. Here comes the beat. Here comes the blade. Can Oblivion find much of anything? Overclock up on the high ground. Giving some backline a tough time. That means without Bunker Choco there, it's going to be harder for Splice to move around, and he gets pinned down. The blade didn't fight anything. Such an investment from North Carolina, and they didn't come up with squat.
Yeah, I mean, they invested a lot into that. They also covered the blade. They layered the blade with the Sound Barrier as well, trying to get value, but there was really just no one for Oblivion to slice that, and they aren't able to take that one. And now ASU in last fight territory right here, using the grab just to zone people away. Lobby gets taken down, and I think there's a way back into this for North Carolina State unless a miracle happens.
I mean, maybe Oblivion can run to the point. Downpour coming out, but it doesn't find squat. ASU got their umbrellas out. Look, normally in Arizona we have umbrellas for the sun, but they work against the rain too. And round 2 goes over to ASU.
Don't you guys also have, like, UV lights or black lights on your
Yes, you have to keep a black light because scorpions.
Yeah.
Yeah. Scorpions will glow under a black light.
Yeah, that seems like a great place to live.
What's the phrase? A monument to mankind's ignorance?
Yeah.
Something like that.
I think that's cool though. It's cool that like it's just like it's like a thing where it's like, yeah, you just have to have a black light because there's scorpions. And everybody's kind of just like been like, okay.
Look, in ASU, I don't know where I was going with that. I was going to say, like, they got their black lights for the Scorpions of North Carolina. I don't think that North Carolina State is a Scorpion team.
I do not think that is a Scorpion mascot.
No, it was a bit of a reach from me, but either way, we're on to, well, And we'll see how this goes. Back over onto the D.Va. North Carolina really trying to make this work. But once again, I mean, that Zarya, I'm feeling like we're going to get a bit of deja vu here. Already Aurora pushing far forward. J-Man, okay, he's fine. That's okay.
I will say that the D.Va works a little bit better here because you have a lot more high ground to play around. Like, you don't always have to be on the ground. But you need to still be very, very careful.
Oh, and Nelix falling immediately after. Lobby stuck in a corner. Okay, some trades back, Splice, and Oblivion going into the back line, but only one tank is left standing, and yeah, Aurora's going to stand pretty tall.
Yeah, I think if you're taking those trades in your ASU and you have an 80 charge Zarya just still alive, I think you're totally fine with that. That's one that I would buy stocks on if I'm ASU, and they're going to take control of this point, start taking it up. Splice is going to go back over to the hazard. I mean, yeah, it's like the D.Va is just, it's so difficult when you have a Zarya just continuously taking you down and you have no way to really deal with it. So going over to the hazard, trying to get those soft dives and into the back line with the Genji, maybe make something happen.
The hazard is still struggling, though, at least over on Ruins. Better angles of entry here you have to hope for Splice to have some success. Oblivion, I mean, doing a good job of just annoying the healers. Maybe more than annoying. Scylla's very low. Splice can't quite seem to find a target, though. Lobby in a very safe position, just taking pot shots at the enemy tank. Aurora having to abscond. Still some progress, though, and with Oblivion falling, ASU, they can take a breather and come back into this. Gotta be careful of the Deadeye, but it gets beamed down. Angelic at long range with the bubbles on the head. And now it doesn't feel like North Carolina. They don't have the teeth to bite into this point.
Yeah, I wonder if it's just like a hero pool thing where it's just they don't feel comfortable maybe playing the Zarya in the mirror, because it feels like with how good Zarya is right now, maybe the mirror is just the best way to go about it. Because the amount of peel that you have as a Zarya, especially if you're like bringing in a Genji to the table, it's a lot.
Kitsune Rush is traded. Oh, and actually J-Man in a little bit of a tricky spot. Doesn't want to get completely caught by Oblivion. Scylla feeling fine. I mean, Scylla is just pumping knives into Splice right now. Holy moly. And there's the grab, too, forcing out the sound barrier. And it's not even enough to keep him alive. No beat gonna save you here.
Yeah.
I mean, ASU are dominating now.
It's just really tough because, I mean, yeah, if you're like diving into this backline, it's like, okay, there's like Boop, there's Suzu, there's Bubbles. It's just like really difficult to find a lot of value with this dive and how they're playing it. And right now, I think it's just if you're ASU, you're trying to hold as far and as quick as you can. See if you can take him down. There goes Funko Chunko. And yeah, you're going to get a recontest here, Paul, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
It won't be long. There goes Splice. Paul Spawn sends him to his grave and gets this first map under lock and key. Nice little shot from J-Man to finish that off, too. And map 1, Ilios, goes to ASU.
ASU, little shaky in the Winston mirror, little bit, especially with how good Lobby was playing. But Lobby, I mean, had that good early round, and then, like, since then, you know, kind of was overshadowed a little bit in those last two maps, especially because they had to go to, you know, the Widowmaker didn't end up working out, but North Carolina State did show me some stuff, you know? It's looking like this could maybe be a close series like we had in our previous one.
I mean, it was certainly contested when it was the Winston versus Winston, when it was the full dives versus each other, and that different flavor of the DPS, too. I think that Lobby was succeeding so well on that Cassidy. I mean, was just a monster. But then I think the hands maybe got a little bit too hot, started burning. The switch onto the Widow, I love the thought behind. I will never like tell a player, no, don't go for the winning domination when you feel like you're playing really well, right? Just sit back and just play like, no, go for the winning domination pick if you feel like you can make it work. But once the Widow can't get set up, now you're like, you know, you have to go back and swap, and you don't get to like have that advantageous position, and it just turns from bad to worse very quickly. And then, I mean, map 3 was lights out, all ASU. Or round 3, rather. Stage 3 was lights out, all ASU.
And I think the other thing about it is, like, now it's like, okay, well, I didn't see a lot of Zarya. I don't know if I saw any Zarya now that I'm thinking about it.
They didn't play any.
Yeah. So now it's like, okay, there's no Zarya. Like, is that, like, a thing that we need to, like, keep our eye on? Because then it's like, okay, you probably have to put it in a ban at some point if it's not something you are comfortable with, because with how good, especially we saw Aurora play that Zarya. So I think that, like, at this point, I'm going to be very interested to see where we go in terms of, like, maps. Do we go towards maps that, like, at Gibraltar, where it's, like, dive is very, prominent, and, like, Zarya maybe can't maneuver around a little bit? Or are we just going to go to a map where Zarya could be played, but it's just going to be banned? Like, I think that's... Zarya seems like the focal point, at least after this first round, and we'll see if that does continue going forward.
Because I mean, it just felt very easy for ASU to just plant their Zarya and just go. Great.
I have a bubble. Oh, you're diving my backline? Oh, I have a bubble.
The bubble. Oh, and guess what? Big laser beam.
Oh yeah, big laser beam that melts through any tank, basically. But yeah, I think that.
Yeah, no, it's tough.
I also don't know why we didn't see the. I mean, I think Spilo is like, or not. No, Spilo's the one who talks about the D.Va versus Winston counter. I wonder if like people still think that like Zarya is a true counter to something like a Winston, where it's just like easy to play. Because I think like I get the idea where it's just like, okay, Winston dives on you and you just bubble and you sit there and like you were just holding that gun. But I feel like it probably could have done okay, especially with how good it did on the first map. But I guess they preferred the D.Va a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, looking forward, it's really, I mean, the precedent map 1 has set is, can North Carolina get rid of the Zarya, force other things to come out in the tank matchup, because the difference in space and confidence when ASU were on the Zarya was night and day versus the Winston. And even, I mean, let's keep in mind, even the Winston matchup was like close cut, right? Like North Carolina managed to win that one out, but it was still rather contested.
Yeah, and I think we do have our next map, I believe, here at some point. Well, we know what it is, at least. We'll keep it surprised for you all. It shouldn't really be a surprise.
It's not that much of a surprise.
it shouldn't really be a surprise, and that might have tipped you off right there. But I think that like I'm interested to again see what Lobby does, because Lobby had that first map that was really good, and then went to the Widowmaker, and like the Widowmaker didn't work, and it's like, yeah, it's fine. But like in those last other 2 maps, like kind of didn't have as good of a performance. So I wonder if that was just indicative of the tank line matchup, like you were talking about, or if like, you know, it just didn't. It was just a, you know, off day.
Yeah,
and not shooting
I think part of it was the tank line matchup, because you think like map 3 when we were on Well, it wasn't really even the Cassidy. Like the Cassidy was there for a 1/10 of a second in the first fight until Lobby was stuck in a corner and blown to smithereens again by the Zarya, and then Lobby swapped over to the Tracer entirely, right? Which I couldn't really make heads or tails of whether or not it was successful.
That was not a good. That was not a. That might not have been a good indicator. That last like 50% that we had of that map. Probably see later.
So I'm wondering if to me, what it felt like was when the Cassidy had space to succeed, Lobby was popping off. When Lobby could like chill and just focus on clicking heads were clicked. But when, Splice was struggling in that tank matchup because of, the matchup Zarya and a D.Va, or even with the Hazard, right? And that space couldn't be as confidently held by something like the Winston. It's hard to click heads when everybody is blowing you up in a corner.
It's hard to click heads when some some large Russian woman is like running at you and just barbecuing you with a nuclear with a nuclear fission. It is going to be the Zarya ban, which is smart.
Yes.
I think getting rid of that, and I believe the other ban, we don't have it on the screen, but it is Wu Yang.
It is Wu Yang.
So,
which is interesting.
So, I mean, understandable that this, Zarya gets taken away. It definitely kind of screams to me that, like, Zarya is something that they don't want to have at all. But that does mean for the rest of the game, for, like, pretty much the rest of the of the series, it's playable. But then it would come back to, like, okay, then we have to, like, pick maps to, like, get away from Zarya, like Gibraltar or something like that, where it's not, like, necessarily as favorable to, like, the ground tank.
I think this map is going to be ever so important for North Carolina, because if they can't win on King's Row when the Zarya is not something they have to worry about, I think they're going to struggle on a lot of the other maps.
Yeah.
Obviously, like, a Gibraltar is available to them, but outside of that, like...
Yeah, I'm not... Junkertown? But Junkertown tough. You can still play, like...
You could if you wanted to.
You can still play like a drone
tricky.
Tank. I mean...
Yeah. Even still, I mean, they would only get to pick... theoretically 2 more maps, right?
Yeah.
Or 1 more map even before they lost.
Because then they have to break and then it's like, okay, well, and then ASU is just like, what if we just took you to the best Zarya maps? And it's like, well, we can't ban it, so
yeah, it would be a tough situation for North Carolina should they not win this pick of theirs here. Kings Row, like we were talking about before, no surprises really. This is what we expected out of our first series, and we got Midtown a little bit more unique, but Kings Row is just where everybody loves to play. since the dawn of time in Overwatch.
Yeah.
Both teams will be very comfortable.
Scrim's row for a reason. I know LaFawn hates it, but I can't. I can't acquiesce to that part of being your normal co-caster.
Don't worry, I'll bring the King's Row hate for him.
Okay. That's how we'll get it in there. But I think so on the defensive end, interesting. I mean, okay, so I think you could definitely play the Hazard a lot easier here, especially because you're not going up against the Zarya. It's like, but the Ilyari is not something I've seen a lot of, Paul. I know she's gotten some like nice quality of life buffs on her turret and some like other buffs as well. This is not one I was necessarily expecting.
Yeah, it'll be interesting, to say the least. It will be ASU on the attack here, folks. We're gonna get those flippity flap for you real quick. North Carolina defending first and foremost. Oblivion back on that Genji that we saw early on in Ilios.
Wait, this is a real Hanzo.
Ooh, real Hanzo,
Wait,
not just scouting Hanzo. J-Man actually does have a nasty Hanzo.
Yeah. This is classic ASU.
And I just have to wonder how much Bunkerchu is going to be able to do from this. I mean, it's a nice like vantage point. Don't get me wrong. But it's not quite as mobile as something like a Lucio. Feels easy to get potentially pinned down. ASU taking their time thus far. Ooh, Scylla! Ooh! Can't believe that Scylla survives there.
Good.
And gets into cover too. Nice Suzu. And Splice falls. Wait, hold on. North Carolina, I thought they had an opening, but things are suddenly getting very dicey for them. Aurora surviving nicely too. Oblivion pooped off the high ground, so ASU take a quick breath and then go for the objective.
Yeah, and I mean, it was really good. I mean, just getting out that Suzu really was enough for them to live and continue to take that fight. But they eventually took Splice down, and now Splice has to come back on the Diva.
A good recontest, though, and North Carolina have bought a lot of time. ASU, despite getting rid of the enemy tank, weren't able to get even a tick out of that. Oh, Lobby just getting blasted, though. Nothing you can do about that. Aurora dunking on your head with the missiles. Now things a little bit dicey. Oblivion nearly up to the blade. Can that be the early saving grace? No, Oblivion found! Oh, it's a tale as old as time. Hanzo getting rid of a Genji. And once that brother has fallen, so will the first point.
Yeah, he couldn't even do that in the cinematic, but now he does it here. In, King's Row of all places. Okay. Actually, we're recontesting here. Hello, North Carolina State. We are going very
move
aggressive
from North Carolina. Oblivion does have a blade. I mean, this would have to be the hero blade of all hero blades if you're going to go for this one. Just thinking about it. There's a pulse bomb. Doesn't catch Splice, but there's no way you're going to remake here. Just buying time. North Carolina not even committing ults to this. Knowing that they'll eventually lose it, but will they get staggered too?
I guess like I'm confused as to why if they were going to commit that early in the fight, at that point it's just like you might as well try and get out as much as you can from the other, because now it's like, okay, you have Blade, yeah, but a Blade in the year of our Lord 2025 doesn't really do anything, especially if on the other side there's a sound barrier. So I would have liked to have seen North Carolina State University just really contest and really go for that if they were going to really commit that early to trying to win it back.
And you can see on the map there, Oblivion just trying to go for Anhu, now going for the blade instead, but yeah, the beat, I mean, just completely dulls this blade. You're chopping into stone right now. Oblivion has no chance. Self-destruct invested by Splice too to try and separate ASU, but doesn't quite hit the mark. Lobby still with a nice rail shot, teed up and ready to go. Overclock in pocket too. No shortage of tools for NCS.
This ends.
They need to actually find some targets. Oblivion falls, but it's a trade.
Ooh.
A nice shot from Lobby. Let's put some numbers on the board. There goes Angelic too. And finally, North Carolina find their in.
Yeah, they're going to be able to take down. And this is actually a really great place to stall the card as well, because it's going to be hard for ASU to try and really get back into this fight without having to go through a gauntlet of spam. So it's really lucky if you are a North Carolina State University Red that you were able to hold right there, as J-Man is going to be going over onto the Cassidy just to try and offer a little bit more of that sustained damage instead of that potential that you had with Hanzo.
Also a good way to keep pressure on Oblivion when Anhu's not able to. Give Anhu a little bit more space to go into the backline and play aggressively. Speaking of, Aurora trying to grab the high ground, but Anhu not in tandem with the tank makes it a little bit more of a difficult task. Oh, and I mean, Splice is just marking for this Pulse Bomb, too. Knows that Anhu has that available. Just going to use it after the DMEC. Oh, a little bit early, actually. Doesn't get oh, no. The beat is what saves Splice there. But can you actually get a remech? Incineroar is traded. Lobby, good to get rid of Scylla, which means that ASU are working on a clock.
I mean, Anhu's trying to do so much right now, but the picks aren't coming through, and finally, North Carolina State looks like they're trying to bring this one back. Without Angelic here, some healing and mobility that's going to be lost.
I mean, inches being gained for ASU, but that's not ultimately going to be enough. A self-destruct,
oh, no.
Allowing for the remech, trying to go for the crush, but couldn't quite squish him. Still, I mean, inches being gained here all the while. Just 2 players were standing for ASU, but they're still getting progress.
Dragon Blade available here, ready and waiting, but they might not need it. Lobbies takes on Angelic, and that's huge because that was right before the sound barrier, and now there's no way. They have to retreat. And if you're North Carolina State, you want to get as many stragglers as possible right here, but you don't want to get too over-aggressive. Overclock is actually going to be used. They really want these picks.
I mean, they're going to get them. There goes J-Man. The DMAC is inevitable as well. And I mean, just the defense matrix to keep Lobby alive longer. Long stagger on Aurora, too.
Yeah, got to go all the way back to spawn, switch over to something else, go back to the Diva. Anhu's going to end up going down. Oblivion has done a really nice job on these side angles, taking away this Tracer play. I've been very impressed with how Oblivion's been matching up against that Tracer. And you look at the ultimate economy here, Paul. It's about to be 3 very key ultimates coming in from North Carolina State Reds. And Aurora just with that Destra swap over to the Junker Queen.
Junker Queen May, Anhu, tired of being marked by Oblivion and Splice, goes to something you can just walk into them with. I mean, May is a nightmare for both Diva and Genji, so this is a hard counter kind of swap. But only 40 seconds to make it work. Nice little stun there. Oblivion in some trouble, but Splice is the first to fall. Now the beat goes out. J-Man looking for something with a Deadeye, but I mean, honestly, just zoning is going to be good enough. A quick, decisive fight.
Yeah, Splice really would have loved to have gotten back in that mech, as unfortunately wasn't able to hold as the tank. And now we're on the Orisa. We're just playing all the tanks. We went from like just only Zarya, and now that Zarya's not here, it's just mystery heroes on this tank line. Is there a way for North Carolina State Red to get back into this one?
I mean, Splice will make it to the objective, but it's so much damage and you're walled off from your team. There's no way you're stopping ASU. Only a minute 30, though, for ASU to try and complete the map.
Yeah, I mean, not bad in terms of how it looked like they were struggling really on second to even get to third right here. And interesting that they're going to be picking the Zarya here just to try and hold that ground in front of the Junker Queen and just continuously spam, because there isn't a lot to block it. So this Orisa is going to get a lot of value just by the continuously spamming down.
Oh, Splice. Leaping forward, too. Oh, Lobby. Trying to go for something cheeky. This is going to be basically a pincer maneuver. North Carolina going to cede some ground, and Lobby going to pop out with the overclock. Nicely timed shout, though, actually keeps J-Man up. Going for more. J-Man once again low, but the shielding is good. Lobby not finding any eliminations. Oblivion will be back soon, but North Carolina have to disengage. Blizzard catches Splice as well. No chance for the Orisa to run.
It was a fantastic disengage from the Sun Devils as they were really in the crosshairs of Lobby, but they moved so effectively away, and you mentioned it perfectly. That shout kept them alive, and now we're seeing the Junker Queen. Oh, that's not good.
Oh, time for nothing. Aurora is sent to bed. Anhu shut down 2 and only 20 seconds left. Kenobi, can they even touch?
I don't even know. I mean, maybe you get like the Doomfist to get out there and maybe try and Tracer or something like that, but it's going to be very difficult for them to get on here.
I mean, Aurora over to the Doomfist just to try and get through the window. But the aggressive... I mean, the Kitsune Rush in your spawn basically feels a little bit bad for ASU. They can't even get to the... Oh, they okay, technically got to the objective. Overtime's triggered, but good luck keeping it going. I mean, beat, blade, everything North Carolina could have hoped for. And there goes Aurora. Caught in a corner, too. Scylla, no chance to get away. Oh, and just the celebratory slam on Angelic to guarantee the hold.
And I mean, for North Carolina State University Red, this was a great defense from them. I loved what I was seeing, especially on second, and not letting ASU complete the map at all. It felt like North Carolina State University had a lot in terms of just being able to hold that tempo for themselves, cycle ultimates effectively. Lobby had some good moments on the Sojourn. Like, this team is putting up a really good fight against a very storied Overwatch collegiate program.
Certainly making ASU work for it, and honestly, that's an excellent hold. North Carolina had some fantastic moments there. Really shout out to, I mean, I was very impressed with Oblivion and Splice, the way that they were bullying Anhu over and over and over on that Tracer, forcing the hard swap.
And I mean, I think the thing about Anhu as well is that like when we saw the switch over to the Mei, I like the idea of like bringing in the Mei, especially against something like the Orisa, where it's like you can basically make the Orisa not get healed at all with wall and stuff like that. But I think there was a lot of times when I saw the walls go up, there was really good communication from North Carolina to break walls. And I know if you're playing out there and you're playing in ranked and solo queue, no one's breaking walls against you on the other team. So I bet Splice feels real good about the teammates that he has.
Oh, now we're getting a straight up D.Va head to head. This is our first D.Va head to head, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think this is the first one for this series. There was a little bit earlier on Kings Row, I think. For this series for sure, but I mean, with how it's been going, I would expect these to swap at some point because these teams like to play a lot of different tanks. It feels like we saw an Orisa versus Junker play.
True.
I wouldn't expect to continue.
Oh, and the Symmetra being committed to by Oblivion, a quick TP, trying to get to the high ground fast and rob the ASU supports of the high ground. Good work from Aurora, though, disrupting that rotation. A teleporter down to try and get back and around. But again, the movement from Aurora is pristine, not allowing North Carolina to get anywhere in. Oh, that rail shot is so dangerous, but answered back nearly, just by the right click.
Like a pixel away right there from Lobby. Especially, I was right on Anhu's head as well. And they're going to just dive onto the backline. This Cassie manages to dive away. Great peel.
The movement here from ASU has been sublime thus far. North Carolina cannot pin down these usually slower players, and they spent their first minute just dancing around the objective, trying to find anything to sink their teeth into.
Yeah, these rotations have been excellent from ASU on the defensive end as they're going to try and continue to hold this defense. Splice getting taken down low. Needs to be topped up.
Aurora, too, taking a hefty chunk of damage, though. And now, finally, North Carolina are trying to force ASU to commit to the point. The problem is, you don't really want to force the Mei to commit to the point against your players, not if you're going to be there, too. But now Anhu is on the low ground, so at least potentially more vulnerable. J-Man with the Deadeye at the ready. Ooh, that's a tough chunk taken out of him. Deadeye used now just to try and dissuade a dive. Movement back in. Deadeye, can it find the angle? No, not quite in time. Nice Matrix, too, to keep Splice in Mac. There's Blizzard. Okay, all right. Yeah, just get rid of the Symmetra. We're tired of UTPing. Stay on the ground. Stay where you are. And that's when ASU strike.
I mean, this is incredible patience and movement from ASU on the defensive end. The way that they were able to make those rotations away from North Carolina State University. I mean, the way that I kind of talk about compositions like that, where it's like they have little T-Rex arms, right? And you never want to get in the way of the T-Rex arms. And then for 2 minutes, basically, they just rope-a-doped around North Carolina State University, and they were never able to get a foothold.
It did cost ASU a lot of or at least more ultimates than North Carolina in that fight. Beat available, photon barrier rather, starting everything off. Aurora needs to be careful too. That Symmetra will burn up charge pretty quickly. Self-destruct just to remech and keep Aurora in the action. Lobby trying to pick a corner. Goes up to the high ground, now behind. Nice Suzu, though, keeping players alive. Anhu has fallen, though, and a second tick has nearly been taken by North Carolina. With Aurora demeched again, too, it feels inevitable. North Carolina doing an excellent job. A proper investment will get the payload moving.
Yeah, I think the wallets from North Carolina were just too heavy right there. But, I mean, if you're ASU, I think with how that defense went and taking, 3 minutes off the clock, you're totally fine with that. Because this is... I mean, that's not going to be great in terms of, being able to stall. But I think if you're now North Carolina State University, what you really want to do is push the tempo really, really effectively. Lobby doing work right now on this DPS.
Oh, dude, it's crazy. And I mean, Oblivion's not far behind him. Absolutely nasty.
17-0-4. No assist. We got to work on that.
We have a fascinating swap here, too. This is our 5th tank of the map coming out from Aurora. Ramatra now to try and hold the streets of Kings Row. I mean, it'll be nightmarish for North Carolina to try and stay on the objective versus that Ramatra. But first things first, you have to survive the dive. Oblivion able to TP away. Here comes the Kitsune rush, but North Carolina are just backpedaling. Yeah, take all that space. We don't care. We're going to try and survive this. Oblivion not so lucky, and Splice going to run out of mobility in the midst of ASU. Demech, but able to get back into it. Hides in a corner. Remech available after the self-destruct. Here comes the Russian. A new breath of life for North Carolina, maybe, but they lose their Lucio and lose any chance to take it to ASU. Angelic, not so lucky either, though, and actually, hold on. North Carolina swinging his back. That is a very deadly Symmetra charged to the heavens. And even the Nemesis form, I don't think is going to have a fun time against the Symmetra that heavily fed with charge.
Yo, Splice went absolutely crazy in that fight. Like, was able to take down 2 very key members, because if Silas still in that fight, it looks completely different. So Splice really comes in clutch on that D.Va, should be able to get back into mech in time here. And we'll see if there's going to be a recontest from ASU. I think they should, just to try and take time off the clock, because if you win a fight here, you pretty much guarantee that you win the match.
I mean, the Blizzard available too. Do have to contend with the overclock. There's that Blizzard thrown out. Most of North Carolina avoiding it, despite the lack of munching from the defense matrix. Nice shot, but not a kill. Overclock withers away. And ASU are about to come into some nasty ults of their own. J-Man's got to survive in order to use that Deadeye. And the wall out from his teammate not actually helping him much. I mean, surely we got to see... Oh no, Aurora!
Oh no.
That's not ideal. I thought for sure was going to pop the ult and go for something around the payload, but walked straight into the self-destruct, and now 230. North Carolina looking great.
That or just like pop shield or something. And now I love the decision making going over to the Jungle Queen now that we're on this more like brawly style part of the map. No need to keep the D.Va, especially when you don't have self-destruct. And ASU looking down the barrel of going 1-1 right here. They do have those key ultimates like you mentioned from that last fight.
They have to make good use of them. High ground easily for North Carolina. I mean, Oblivion just owns this territory and can even force off further territories. Yeah, just completely dodging and dipping away from the engagement from ASU. There's the Mirage ult and the Kitsune Rush trying to just chunk and chunk and chunk. Slap him into the ground, but Aurora's not finding much. Splice falling does mean that ASU should stabilize here, but Lobby with a nice pick too. This fight is starting to get all over the place, and Lobby with the overclock. Oh boy! Can they keep Lobby up? He's ever so low, and now in the face of the Ramatra has to slide away. Gets out of dodge though, and Aurora not able to do much.
Woo! Lobby is moving right now, and that might be enough. Angelic died so early in that fight that there was no way to get sound barrier. Here comes the Blizzard. Maybe that's enough to stall. Lobby's taken down.
Blizzard getting rid of Lobby, but there's less than a meter remaining. Everybody has to keep their toes on the objective, and it's not enough. North Carolina inch their way forward and tie up our series 1-1.
And you saw on the top right there, Angelic dying with sound barrier, just so close to being able to get that out, but just the pressure was too much and didn't want to Ajax. Oh, it's a heartbreaker for ASU because they could have maybe at that point been able to hold Lobby, though at the very end, complete psychopathic play just in the enemy team pretty much.
I was mistaken earlier. Aurora gets caught because of an excellently timed boop by the Lucio. That is what happened. Excellent replay there. Thank you, Play the Game, for showing us what happened there. Yeah, I should have noticed the Lucio in the kill feed. Yeah, very nice boop, and that actually is a huge moment. Honestly, it felt like in that map, everybody on North Carolina had some sort of giant moment. I mean, we talked about Oblivion earlier, just bullying Anhu, Splice with that contest in the streets, just flying all over the place, keeping people alive and dealing so much damage. Just a nasty map across the board for all 5 players, I have to think.
Yeah, and I think the thing about going forward into the series is that now this is like where you already have had the Zarya's off the table, and this was like a lot of Mr. Heroes in terms of the tanks, so I wouldn't expect necessarily that to continue. I think it's very obvious that ASU probably prefers to play that Zarya more so than anything, and now it's just about, okay, like, going to maps where Zarya isn't going to be valuable. Or are there things like the Lucio that you can take out where it's like get rid of the Lucio and then the Zarya becomes a little bit more vulnerable because you don't have that ability to maneuver around with the speed. So I think that that's definitely something to look out for. If you're North Carolina State, you did your job, right? This was the map where you took away the Zarya, you won that one. That's good. Now you got to continue to play probably against it for the rest of the series.
And it was one of the best Zarya maps in the pool too, right? Like, I mean, if he had no bans whatsoever, you bet your bottom dollar ASU are going to be playing Zarya a lot of that map. But you picked a very good Zarya map and banned it. I think very good macro, I mean, even beyond macro, like giga macro strategic adaptation there. by North Carolina. And now it'll be ASU's turn to try and bring things back. It'll be their choice of where we head next. And I have to wonder where we might go to. I mean, a flat map, ideally.
It's probably going to be like flat,
right?
like New Queens is probably like something I could see happening.
Yeah. You have to remember, though, players generally don't like push.
That's true. That is true.
So selecting push doesn't happen
like
all of the time.
Servasa maybe is a problem.
Servasa is very
you can
possible.
play Joker Queen there as well.
Yeah.
I think that's something I'm thinking about.
Midtown doesn't seem out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah, Midtown doesn't seem terrible either, even though I think you do need some sort of high... Like, I feel like Diva would be really good there. But yeah, I think that like the Zarya is going to be the thing for me that really puts the rubber to the road in terms of like being able to decide how this next couple of maps in this series go.
Yeah, and we do have a small moment here as players collect themselves for map 3. And while we have this moment, let's take a look back at our bracket, because I'm being told it's updated with some results. So let's talk about what's been going on elsewhere. We're just waiting on this game now to finish up. Northwood, no surprises. ISU, SEC, Fisher. Yeah, basically all the heavy hitters we were expecting making it through to the next round.
Yeah, I think this was pretty expected, given everything that we've seen through. This was Northwood versus ISU in a quarterfinals matchup, and one of those teams goes out is so...
That's crazy.
That's a banger matchup, and I think they're probably going to get that one tomorrow. Twin Salty and Tiny Shiny. And
yeah.
I mean, I think that, like, it's so interesting to me, like, to look at the sides of the bracket, because if you look at the left side, it seems like the left side of death. Like, it's the group of death where it's like, it's Winthrop, it's Northwood, it's ISU, and then ASU or North Carolina State University. Yeah. And then on the other side, it's like you've got Fisher, Bellevue, like a lot of those teams that are like kind of like on the up and up. So one of these teams that is on that other side is going to be going up against one of the big boys in the grand final.
And I mean, SEC and Fisher, I'd say are pretty big in and of themselves. Honestly, when we get to even the next round we have like, Northwood versus ISU. But when we get to the semifinals, it's just like 4 Titans clobbering each other to try and see who can try and make it even further. That's going to be excellent. That'll be next weekend. That'll be next Saturday, those semifinals. I mean,
it's going to be a bloodbath.
Already the bracket's shaping up pretty well. And you know, I love to see just how many teams commit themselves to this quarterfinal, because it's a tough quarterfinal. There's a lot of good teams in Collegiate Overwatch, but you know, I mean, we're seeing bites being taken out of some heavy hitters.
Yeah, we are, and I think that like definitely as we like coalesce towards like the top 4 and the the semifinals and the grand finals and things like that, it's definitely the competition is definitely going to be like even that much higher. Like these matchups that we've seen today, they've been like pretty close. I think we saw 3-1, which I think is like it was not indicative of how close that series was. This one already we're in map 3 and it's 1-1, and these are two teams that are like very close in terms of, I think they were like 7 no, it would be 9 and 8, right? They're the 9 and 8 seed.
Yeah, well, yeah, they were the 8th and 9th seed. Yes, let me double check that, seed, but I'm almost positive.
So
yes, 8th and 9th.
So like it is very close between these teams that we've seen so far, and I think that they definitely have a chance to hit, punch above their weight, like you were talking about.
Yeah, the matches that should be close have been close, and then the teams we expect to be doing well are doing very well. I like to see a first round that kind of goes to expectation, because it means that it's very likely that the best teams have, in fact, made it through, And that means that when they start going up against each other, we get even more competitive matches when the stakes are even higher.
Yeah. Cinderellas are cool too, but I think like you are right that it's like if you get like we're getting Northwood versus ISU, like I talked about, in the quarterfinals. That's insane. Like that's insane to me that one of those teams is going to not make the top 4 because they are usually so just... And the time that I've been casting Collegiate, it's like been, okay, yeah, ISU and Northwood, just block them in for top 4 every time. And one of them is going to be going home. That's the beauty of the bracket sometimes with like a single elimination, where it's like, it's that way where the bracket, the seeding from the source kind of works out that way. And one of these huge heavy hitters isn't going to be going to that grand final.
When you have 5 teams that are all unbelievable, one of them's not going to make the semifinal. Yeah. That's just math at the end of the day.
Just math. That caster math I can do. That I can do.
I can do 5 minus 1.
I can do 5 minus 1. It is a little bit tricky, but we made it work.
let's zone back in, circle back into map number 3 of our series here, ASU versus North Carolina. Because, I mean, hey, if you do like Cinderella stories, it would be one of these teams, or, you know, the team we saw in our first match, to potentially pull that off going into the later rounds of the tournament. But first things first, you got to get through this match right here. It's a single elim, do or die, and now it is a tied game. We basically just reset and go to a first to 2.
Yeah, just going. You took the words right out of my mouth. I was we got the caster synergy going, me and you already, because I was thinking, I was like, yeah, no, it's just a best of 3 at this point, first to 2 as you called it, and I think that, like, again, the Zarya to me kind of feels like the focal point where it's like we saw it in the first round, it really set the tone, and then without it in the second map on King's Row, it definitely felt like we caught a little bit of our legs if we were Cumberland. Or not Cumberland, sorry, if we were North Carolina State University there. So we'll see how they play now that the Zarya is going to be there. I would expect the map to be chosen that is going to be very Zarya favored, very low ground favored. We do have that map pick ready.
Let's see it.
Like it is going to be Servasa. Yeah.
Ooh,
so,
and I like these bands.
I love these bands.
Yeah, the Symmetra ban from ASU is very interesting. It gives you a very clear indicator of what they thought was really annoying on King's Row. But I'm really interested in the Lucio ban. This was something you were looking forward to, Kenobi.
Yeah, because now it takes away the mobility that Zarya you can get. Because now Zarya, like...
Yeah.
Especially with the Symmetra gone, now Zarya has 0 mobility. So now it's like, okay, do we just handshake that Zarya is going to kind of just play? I mean, does Juno come to the table because you?
I was just thinking of that.
Like, is that something that we see? Not like the biggest fan of the Zarya Juno like mix up, but it can work. I think like this would be where I would expect maybe Junker Queen to come like to the table, where it's like, you don't see. Like, you see the Junker Queen because you need that ability to have some mobility in your back pocket. Because Zarya, I mean, yeah, Zarya is very strong, but a lot of the strength comes from that ability to walk forward at your enemy and beam them with a nuclear device. And if you are very slow, you don't have that.
Especially on a map
Servasa.
like this, right? On Servasa. You gotta be able to move around the map.
Yeah.
You can't afford to be as slow as a snail. Because even if you win a point, then, I mean, oh, good, let's slowly march our way to the next one. Oh,
Yeah,
the other
we gotta
team
go.
is diving. We got out positioned and we lost.
Yeah, it's like it just comes down to where the map is going to be, like where it's going to be picked for. Like it just comes to the RNG of like where your next flashpoint's going to be, and you're like, okay, well.
And it also means you just get to take less fights per point, right? Like you go from like 3, maybe 4 to probably 2. If you're lucky, you'll get a third. So we'll have to see what.
I believe the DPS open besides the Symmetra, and okay, now this is just cuckoo stuff that we're going to be seeing if this comes out right here. We do see the Juno, which I expect will like hold the same kind of like vibe as the Lucio did in this regard, where like you do have the speed ring to be able to push you forward. But it's not like Lucio where it's like on demand, right? Like like if you're Lucio, you can just always be on green and then just speed.
And North Carolina's still refusing to handshake the Zarya, too. Instead, they will run the Ramatra in the front line, expecting the Zarya from the other side.
And I mean, I like the Ramatra because you're going to be able to, like, the Zarya is going to have a hard time getting to you without the speed. So if you play at a good enough range, you can just continuously try and spam them down.
I mean, North Carolina already taking pretty dominant control of the high ground here. Even that bubble on Anhu, not going to provide them much space. And Anhu's not going to provide anything when he's sitting in spawn.
And I think this is going to be the thing that we're going to have to be looking out for, Paul, is that how is this Zarya going to be played when you don't have the speed and the mobility? Because, you know, do you just become a bubble bot where you're just like, okay, Anhu, try and go in with bubble and make something happen? Because you have to take so long to make these rotations.
It is an achingly slow pace from ASU. And Oblivion's still going to be able to mark Anhu a lot of the time, too. So you have to invest those bubbles if you want your Tracer to have an advantageous position on the flank. And even that seems to be difficult. ASU struggling to even walk in right now. Or are taking some space, but not getting much charge for it. Not much of a threat in the front line just yet. At least able to get up to the objective, but they got to start punching. They got to start putting something into North Carolina, or else North Carolina's just going to stand there happy and truthfully unabashed.
Yeah, I mean, look how hard it is for Aurora to move forward into the Vermatra. It's just like so slow as we see the TVT right here at the very end. But there's a Kitsune Rush coming in on point.
And Kitsune Rush, I mean, just thrown out immediately from North Carolina, not wasting any time, bulldozing Aurora down, and there's no chance for even, I mean, you could hardly even call that a second real fight.
And I mean, you talked about it where it's like, if you don't have the speed, you're getting 1 or 2. That was 2 fights basically. Like, I mean, if we, 1.5. I would say 2 fights. They approached the point twice, and I was like, they didn't really fight the second time. But this is like the best thing that could happen to Arizona because they get one of the best points to be able to hold for themselves. They don't have to rotate anymore. They can sit on point, but they still have to be really worried about that Zarya being able to maneuver around. But they have a 5-pack of ultimates that could basically cure any headache.
Anhu looking for this pulse bomb early, putting the pressure on the Splice, but has to dip back to the rest of the team. Kitsune Rush out to try and counteract the Tidal Blast. It's a big blast though. ASU taking a lot of hurt from it. They managed to survive. Lobby now with the overclock, but that bubble is going to stop him from being able to get Anhu, who's really just being a nuisance right now. A fly in his ear. That Lobby cannot get anything with the overclock. North Carolina though, they're getting the first cap, or at least trying to. Splice, ready to throw out the ult as well. And, I mean, isn't even going to need it. Everybody's caught. Splice feeling spicy.
And like, now it's like, now my question is, okay, so it's a win fight for North Carolina State University. They used 3 ults, yeah. Or they used only 2 ults, actually. And the Sun Devils have no support ultimates coming into this next fight. So my question is like, you have to you have to set the tempo if you're ASU. This entire map so far, they have just been playing on the back foot and never being these aggressive.
Things getting very difficult for ASU, and like we said, they're running out of time. Nice pick there from J-Man. That should open up some opportunities. Aurora with the grab as well. But are you even going to throw it in? Just relying on J-Man to get all the picks right now. J-Man struggling. Eventually Bunkachu falls, but Oblivion putting in work meanwhile, keeping this fight close and contested. The flip comes over ASU, so at least they're not on as much of a clock, but with Aurora falling, they're not going to get meaningful percentage here. North Carolina are going to go up to 2 points already.
Paul, I'm starting to think that Zarya isn't broken, but Lucio may be broken, is what I'm gleaming from this experiment. Because, okay, now you got to get off this. Because this was literally 2 rounds of Flashpoint, of Aurora just sitting kind of behind some sort of geometry and not being able to move, because there's just no way to do that. And I love the way that the decision-making of North Carolina State University to continuously put pressure down onto that immobile tank, and now it's forced Aurora onto something a little bit different, like the Orisa.
Orisa at least going to be able to take the fight to Splice a little bit more consistently. Zarya needs that high energy that Aurora just wasn't quite able to get up to over the last couple of fights. But Orisa is good from the get-go to try and contend. Although, that being said, contending with the Annihilation, gonna be a tough way to start. Already Splice moving out into position.
Tidal Blast as well as for an engagement if they want.
Kitsune Rush early, though. North Carolina deciding to meet it head-on, straight to the pass. Oblivion into the back, and it's nasty! Catches dang near everybody in the back line. At ASU, yeah. Fun fact, when you get a lot of water in Arizona, it floods pretty easily.
It's looking like it's flooding right now for ASU, who are just completely on the back foot right now. It feels like the way that North Carolina State is moving right now, they're setting the tempo. They're the ones who are always making the engagements, and the Sun Devils just don't have that way to make an engagement on demand like they would if they had something like the Lucio. That ban is really proving valuable.
ASU really trying to force the issue now, pushing everything into Splice, but then dipping past on the Nelix. Nice work from Anhu, and this is the first real opening ASU have had in ages. Can they make it worth it, though? Only 3 players standing left on the point, but Splice still has the Annihilation. Lobby falls around him. I don't think he's going to use that ult here to keep it moving. Although he has gotten J-Man, and actually, he decides to invest it, surprisingly. Aurora going to be able to tank that damage up pretty easy, though, and Bunkachunko in some trouble, too. Splice eventually falls. Meaningful percentage for North Carolina, but they will have to give it another go to win this map.
Yeah, I think that was one that was called probably from the team where it's like maybe we can buy back into this one. Nelix was going to eventually be close with the teleport to try and get in. I think if Bunka Chunko was a little bit closer towards getting that Tidal Blast, then it's a chance to engage. But we've seen how good these engagements have been from the Tidal Blast and the Tracer, getting a lot of value.
Yeah.
Essentially do it again. It has to be on Scylla here to try and get that Suzu to negate the CC.
Have to have nerves of steel. Not using the Suzu for anything else. I mean, so much else you might need the Suzu for. Pulse Bomb. Overclock out immediately. Lobby already getting rid of the competition. J-Man hits the floor and On, who's fallen as well. Only 3 stand for ASU, and they ain't standing long. A desperate Terra Surge, but it doesn't get squat. And one fight win for ASU, but this map was just dominance from North Carolina.
Yeah, I don't even think there's a way back into this one with how fast it's going to be ticking off. Even if you do get here, you've got the Tidal Blast from Oblivion to kind of knock them down. They do exactly that. And North Carolina State are one map away from continuing in our bracket against the vaunted ASU Sun Devils.
A team with a lot of experience, but maybe not much tenure left in the fall 2025 homecoming. I mean, it feels like everything has been going right for North Carolina. They identified the Zarya problem early and have found creative ways to force ASU onto compositions they are clearly not as comfortable with.
No, they're not. And I mean, the Orisa, like, I mean, it's a good idea. Like, I like the fact that ASU is, like, definitely thinking about, like, what we can do if the Zarya isn't working and switching things up, going over to something like that. But it feels like, man, the snappiness that I'm seeing from North Carolina State, the tempo that they're setting, they're always the ones who are being aggressive. Like, every time you have that combo of the Tracer and of the Tidal Blast, just going in. Like, there's nothing. It's very hard to stop unless that Suzu is going to be there in time. And I'm just loving the coordination that I'm seeing from this team.
North Carolina State, I mean, just rearing, ready to go, right? And like I said earlier, it feels like every player on this team is finding their perfect moments. Whether it's Bunka Chunko and Oblivion working together with those Tidal Blast combos, whether it's Splice just being a monster in the front line, Lobby, obviously, we've been talking about him since moment 1, map 1. Look at that shot. Just, I mean, the tiniest pixel and he gets rid of J-Man.
Great flank. I mean, in the way that they're, you know, positioning as well, I think has been very good. And now if you're like ASU, you're like, well, okay, we're gonna get our Lucio back, we're gonna get our Symmetra back, we're going to get our Zarya back, but then you have to maybe play map 5 on a map that's really bad for Zarya. Like that's gonna be what I'm gonna be looking forward to, because they should have their pick of the litter in terms of map and of the composition that they'd like to play in map 4.
Yeah, certainly an uphill battle now for ASU. We're going to head to a quick break here, folks, but when we come back, we'll see if the Sun Devils can pull off a miracle or if North Carolina are moving on to the round of 8. Stay tuned. North Carolina State University Red. Ready to go. For map number 4.
You had it.
I can't even count a 4. Caster map.
Can't do
Oh.
you were so good. You did like everything right, and then
I did the dramatic pauses. I was trying to go. Oh well. We got map number 4 coming at you, folks. ASU nearly down, but not quite out, as they are looking to now pull off a comeback versus North Carolina. The last couple of maps, they've been without their Zarya, and it is not looked particularly close when ASU can't play the Zarya comp, though, Kenobi.
Yeah, I mean, they even played the Zarya comp. I mean, they played the Zarya comp with like I put a big asterisk because it didn't have the Lucio in it. But yeah, that is something that I am definitely looking out for on this map in particular, whichever one we go to. I'm definitely looking for like a flat map where it's like we don't see, a lot of high ground necessary. We probably see very, just horizontal gaming on the ground with that Zarya. And then in terms of bans, like what do I think about like ban? Because we've gone through like a lot of what was making ASU good, and then like where does it come through after that? Like, do we take away Sojourn? I don't know, because Lobby's been playing it really well. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the ban is going to be, because I think that they've been banning fantastically, I think, throughout the last 3 maps so far. So I would expect them to pick something that does make a lot of sense.
Well, and I'm just as interested in where we're going to end up for map number 4, Runasapi.
Oh, it's push.
Right.
It's our first push.
It is our first push of the day. Ramatra banned out by ASU and Tracer banned by NCSU. I like the Tracer ban.
Yeah, especially on this map where it's like you have a lot of angles to play around on the flank. Anhu's been pretty good at it. Yeah. Getting rid of the Ramatra makes sense because it's like, okay, well, it's been a pretty good counter to Zarya. I think it is I personally really like it as a counter to Zarya. So now it's like, okay, well, I expect from ASU literally just they're going to play the Zarya rush comp, and if I'm North Carolina State University, what is that other DPS going to be? Because it can't be the Tracer. I think it's going to be Genji, and like they're just going to be opting in for
that's what Oblivion has been opting for, certainly. So honestly, I'm more curious for ASU because we've only seen 2 looks from Anhu so far. It's just the Tracer, when almost always. And then occasionally we saw the Mei, but that was a very specific scenario that I don't think is going to likely rear its head again here on Runasapi.
Yeah, I think maybe Mei could cook here. Maybe you're cooking a little bit. Maybe you're. I'm not
against the Mei coming back. Now that you have the Lucio, right?
Yeah, if you can get the Zarya sectioned out, it's not bad, man. It does struggle against the bubbles and stuff like that, but
yeah,
the wall is good.
This is again if North Carolina even want to opt into the Zarya head to head, or if they will try something else. If they'll try to pull the D.Va back out, unlikely, I think. But we've seen other looks from them with the Orisa and such. There's a lot of flexibility, is what we are learning in our first 2 matches, needed for this to succeed.
And we'll see what these 2 teams are going to be opting in for, like you mentioned. And I mean, I think that we stick with. It's probably Cassidy or Sojourn as the other DPS, I think, on the side of it. I think Cassidy I like always. Just feels really strong right now as a hero. Reaper
okay.
Is fine. I don't mind Reaper.
I don't mind the Reaper either. I mean, it's just kind of same tactic, different clothes, right?
Yeah.
The Reaper's going to be taking the bubbles a lot of the time. Anhu's going to be trying to get into the back line, assassinate people. It'll just be a little bit more bursty and a little bit less survivable for Anhu, even with the bubbles. So going to be even more important to get that value in a moment's notice.
It looks like we are going to be... So this is basically Reaper's going to basically play as an off tank here, right? We're going to send the Reaper forward, get bubbled, and then this was kind of the meta that was a little bit while ago in Overwatch. This was pretty prevalent because Reaper has some really good cooldowns that you can use with the teleport, or some really good perks with the teleport. So we'll see if it continues on a map like this. Gets stunned though immediately. That was a spear into just instant death.
Not a strong start for Anhu as Splice pins him to the wall. Oh, and Angelic pins and gets his head pinned to the wall by a railgun too. Wow.
A lot of pinning against the wall to start things off with Riz.
Ayo.
That's a Lemon Kiwi joke. I did. Shout out Lemon Kiwi.
Yeah, pass the buck. Yeah.
Anyway, North Carolina State University have won that
Man,
fight pretty easily.
you really sat in that for
Rich would usually like go
Anyways.
along with me, and you just let me marinate in that. And I
No. I cast with the fawn. I just let you sit in the bad joke. All right, ASU, back up to the plate now. Anhu, immediately getting the bubble too. What? And again, the spear. Completely denied. I mean, Anhu wanted to be in that cover anyways. It's not the worst spear we've seen out of the 2 we've seen so far. Raise step to try and back up too. ASU, it's going to be tough for them to just muscle through Splice though with both the Wu Yang and the Kiriko on the other side.
I also really like the way that they're focusing out the bubbles from North Carolina State University. They really are making sure that they're taking those out before they make any type of engagements.
That does mean that Aurora's already getting up to quite a bit of charge though, now looking to rush past Splice into the backline courtesy of the Kitsune Rush. Splice regrouping with the team though, nice teleport there. Oh, Splice in some trouble, Terra Surge giving him a lot of armor, but it's not enough! Now the tank has fallen, and North Carolina don't feel long for this world. They'll get out of dodge and try to regroup quickly.
I think that might have been a little bit of miscommunication because Splice went in there and no one followed. Like, the rest of the team was not in that fight at all. So Splice thought that they had a really good opportunity to get some value there with the Terra Surge, but it doesn't manage to find anything. An expensive fight, though, for the Sun Devils, having used that Kitsune Rush. So now Carolina State can come back in and stop it before ASU.
It'll be close cut on this corner, though. And again, ASU can kind of play the waiting game with their bubbles, especially now that they're up to some pretty potent ults. Grav at the ready for Aurora. Just have to be careful, don't get eaten by the javelin spin. Ooh, J-Man trying to go for a flank, maybe a bit ill-advised, but commits to it now that the rest of the team goes forward. Aurora falls, though. Grav tees up J-Man beautifully, though, not dying in vain. J-Man has to survive, though. Needs another pick. On Splice just runs up to him, slaps him into the ground.
Splice looks really good on this Orisa. I don't know how you like pop off on. I used to say I don't know how you like pop off on Orisa, especially when it was old Overwatch 1 Orisa, where all you would do is pull and throw shield. But I mean, Splice right now, every spear, it's just forcing out so much pressure. Like it even started with just that first spear that we saw, taking down Anhu, who went to the back line, and now gets him out with the Symmetra TP, and we'll see if they try and go back into this one. They do have the Tidal Burst available for Bonkachenko.
That Sim TP is so obnoxious, too. You can tell ASU getting to so many positions with the Sim TP bails North Carolina out. Not going to bail out Lobby this time around, though. Couldn't get in the line of sight of the heels. Completely sectioned off. Now without Lobby, Anhu has a much easier time playing forward. Tidal Blast comes out, but it doesn't really find much of anything versus the sound barrier of Angelic. Terra Surge again shut down before the slam could even be completed. And ASU taking it back and forth. I think they'll claim the lead with this one.
And I mean, I'm talking about how good Slice has been playing in the neutral in terms of these, in terms of the Orisa movement, but these ultimates have not been it, Chief. Like, it's going to be a no from me, dog, American Idol style, because they have just been really, they need that ultimate to try and turn those team fights, and now you look at the macro advantage from ASU, it's so heavily in their favor.
Nearly the checkpoint as well for ASU. North Carolina don't have time to bide. They have to go forward. Although ASU actually ceding quite a bit of control. They want to play in these chokes. They don't want to give players like Lobby those long angles. They want to instead go straight up into them. Kitsune Rush to take the fight to Splice. Splice already feeling the heat, but it's Angelic who falls first. Now this Kitsune Rush has to find something, and with Anhu falling too, ASU have overplayed their hand.
Yeah, I mean, Anhu has this... Death Blossom has had it for a while right now, and this is going to be North Carolina State potentially taking back the lead if they can find some of these stragglers. Now, okay, they're going to be able to get out. J-Man ends up going down, but it shouldn't matter. They should be able to come back and recontest right here. These spears from Splice are just hitting every single time.
You know, and I gotta be honest, I'd rather have an Orisa who hits every spear than hits every ult.
That's true.
Kitsune Rush now out to force the issue. ASU don't want to... Well, now they really don't want to contest. That's the checkpoint going over. Surely it would have given credit to Splice, though, right?
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Anhu in that regard, but Anhu's not here in this fight, and now it's the lead, like you mentioned, coming in from North Carolina State University. I wonder when we're going to see this Death Blossom being thrown out, because I think the fear of the spear is just really, really hindering Anhu from hitting the button.
Splice low, but the healing is more than enough. Anhu's not able to get anything. I mean, you can see the focus. Anhu just desperately trying to get rid of Splice, but No dice.
Not able to get anything in. These picks in the neutral have been so strong from North Carolina State University, being able to get them back into these fights, into an advantage when it comes to those ultimates that they have right now, or at least even with ASU.
Still nearly 4 minutes, and Oblivion down, courtesy of a solo grab, I think. Aurora with tons of energy too, can start carving into Splice. That's a much better Terra Surge behind the shield, but Anhu finally pulling that Death Blossom will get rid of all the necessary targets. It's bloody, but ASU will get the pot moving the other direction.
Yeah, and Paul, what do I say about this map all the time? It's not completed until you've completed the map. It is the most comebackable of any push map that we have, so that do not be fooled, audience, by the fact that this is a 50-meter lead for North Carolina State University. It's very easily comebackable, especially if you can push the tempo with this overclock and with this Kitsune Rush.
It's basically a fight and a half that ASU need. Gotta be careful though. Again, I'm always watching. Lobby has been so solid on those picks. Here comes the Kitsune Rush to open up the fight. North Carolina gonna do what they normally do against the Rush, which is just try and run away from it. Oblivion with a nice little shield there too. That'll force ASU back, and Angelic gets caught. Aurora not having much fun either. Splice, oh, be careful. Don't overinvest. Okay, manages to dip and dive away rather. And believe it or not, it's not the overclock Sojourn that's getting stuff in the kill feed.
Yeah, it's just the regular Sojourn that ends up making it happen. And
lobby.
Sun Devils don't really have anything to work with on this defensive end. They're shot in terms of their ultimate economy. Aurora needs to get out of here immediately. If you lose that Zarya, you might as well just lose this round. Look at that Kitsune Rush available for Nelix. You also have Bunker Jungle coming up towards the title burst. It's a fight that, and I actually like this kind of this patience from North Carolina State. Just go back to the corner. This is where you're more successful at, is when you can continuously play around the geometry and get those spears out.
They have the lead. No reason to squander it by getting too aggressive. Aurora already taking a heap of damage too. Here comes the Kitsune Rush. Yeah, North Carolina, they smell blood in the water. Sound Barrier out in the nick of time. Buffers a lot of the Tidal Blast and the Kitsune Rush damage, actually. ASU surviving well, and even Anhu makes his death worth it as Splice falls. Now with no tank, North Carolina, they gotta ask if they want to stick around and buy time, or if they want to try and get out of here. Splitting the difference would mean staggers and mean punishment. Oh, Aurora's gotta live. Okay, it's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, Oblivion's gotten 2 in this fight, and I mean, that's not great with them coming back into this fight. Unfortunately, their Splice just didn't take the TP away, but now it's just the Kiriko that's healing. That's all the heals that they have, and J-Man gets
another spear!
Yo, Splice is like prime Roman Reigns right now with these spears.
I mean, here comes another Terra Surge too. 2 in a row have been pretty good, dealing a lot of damage, so we'll forgive him for the first ones, absolutely. It's all North Carolina now. Nothing the Sun Devils can do. They're getting melted.
And I don't really... They gotta change the logo. The logo of the Sun Devils like has a trident, right? That's like his thing.
It does have a trident.
They gotta change it to a spear at this point with how well that Splice has been playing. I mean, this has just been incredible right now. They're gonna be thinking about spears as they go to sleep. And now it's like, if you're the Sun Devils, you have such a high mountain to climb. You have to be perfect from here on out. It's going to be very difficult.
Aurora trying to force forward. Lobbing in the Graviton Surge. Suzu, though, I mean, the damage was so far, at least Oblivion goes down, but can ASU make up more of a deficit? Splice now in some trouble, too. But how much more will ASU have to invest? Will they lose anybody as well? Oh, Anhu, you can't afford to get staggered. Survives, but the rest of the map will be in overtime.
Okay, you have 2 defense ultimates. You have 2 very key offensive ultimates here. The overclock is the big one, where if you can somehow, some way find a pick and make sure that those supports can't get these ultimates off, that's your way back in. But it's still asking a lot from the Sun Devils. But they do find Oblivion!
Anhu getting rid of Oblivion means Splice will be easier to pin down. There's the checkpoint as well. So the overtime spawn's at least less punishing for ASU, but still much more perfection needed.
Gives time for the supports to also get back up towards their ults. Maybe there's a chance that the fight lasts long enough.
Anhu keeping the pressure up too. Here comes the contest. Kitsune Rush and the barrier trying to section off ASU. Death Blossom right on the shield though. It's hard to juggle around this, and Anhu doesn't get anything. It's a slaughter. ASU falling by the wayside as North Carolina will move on to the round of 8.
The wallet diff is just too big at the end, and unfortunately just a few percentages away from those key support ultimates. And North Carolina State University, they see red in the kill feed, as they take down ASU, and they're going to be moving on to our final. What a performance from this team.
So flexible throughout the day. And I mean, dude, these spheres were just nasty all day.
So every time.
It's been so long since I've seen an Orisa player and thought to myself, wow, what an Orisa player. And not just, okay, good, the Orisa player didn't die. That's what they need to do. No, this Orisa was making plays. Splice was nasty with it.
Splice was really
unreal.
Splice impressed me with a lot of what we saw. And I mean, Lavi also looked very good. Like, for a team that we didn't know a lot about going into this one, really, really great stuff from them. I mean, they're playing up against a very veteran team, all seniors on that ASU team, no slouches whatsoever, and North Carolina State came to play, and they had some really nice looks with their compositions.
It was a first map that was close and contested and back and forth, where the Zarya really felt like it was going to be the name of not only the game, but the weekend, possibly the tournament. I mean, this was, after the first map, looking like 2 series in a row where the Zarya was looking dominant compared to other looks. But then bans start coming through, and ASU didn't quite show the flexibility that North Carolina did. Every single map, it was a ban on some critical part of the Zarya composition. Even on that last map where basically ASU got to play what they wanted, Sans Tracer, right? I mean, the flexibility from North Carolina was second to none.
Yeah, and the understanding of, like, what the, how the bread is buttered on the other side, where it's like, hey, we're seeing that the Zarya comp is, like, pretty much what they bring to the table every time. Let's just take every piece away that we can from it.
Just a little bit uncomfortable. A tiny crack in the foundation, and the whole composition fell. Nice work from North Carolina. And I mean, especially on this last map, you were talking about it. I was very impressed with, hey, we got a 50-meter lead. Let's just chill. Let's play the fights that we know we can win. Always picking their moment perfectly.
Yeah, they really, I mean, moved incredibly, and I think the tempo that they set was really good. Like, I think those last 2 maps, it was really just ASU on the back foot entirely. They never had a foothold that they kind of wanted from map 1 when they were on the Zarya composition in the whole.
And even map 2, I mean, credit where it's due to ASU. We were talking about how impressive their rotations were on defense of King's Roll first, right? Like, this is a squad that is still exceptional and made it to this point for a darn good reason. But at the end of the day, it's North Carolina coming out with the win. That is going to do it for the open section of our first day. Well, almost. We're going to come back after a quick break here with an interview from one of the North Carolina State University Red players. So make sure you don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a sec. rounding out the first section of today's matches, the open bracket of games. And we rounded it out with a North Carolina State University win over the established ASU Sun Devils. Now here joining us celebrating that win is going to be the magnificent hit scan, the clicker of heads, Lobby. How are you doing, Lobby? Unfortunately, we couldn't get a cam set up for you, but I'm glad to see you and Ash are here and doing such a good job.
Yeah, I'm really excited to be here. Glad we were able to win.
Yeah, you guys put up quite the performance. So I want to talk a little bit about ban, because it felt like when you guys like figured out, like you played like map 1 and you're like, okay, it seemed like Zarya was really important, and then you like continually just like pick apart that Zarya composition. Do you have like someone on the team or like a coach or anything that like that that's like kind of making those strats, or was it like by committee? Like who is the one who's like really handling the ban phase when you guys are doing that?
Well, we don't have any coach. It's really just us 5. We really just talked about it as a team, and we decide like what we think is best, and anyone on the team can provide input, and just whatever we all feel collectively is the best, we just decide to go with that.
And talk to me a little bit more about you guys over at North Carolina, because you guys were going up against a team that I think a lot of people who have been following Collegiate Overwatch for a while will know ASU. North Carolina, we didn't quite have as much information on you guys. I know that you're a sophomore, a lot of the players on your team are juniors. How long have you guys been playing together?
Yeah, well, we played a little bit together at the start of last year, but I ended up taking a break from the team, and then we really just started again at the start of this semester, so in August, and we kind of all knew each other, but we hadn't really been playing together. But I feel like we got pretty close pretty fast.
Awesome. Okay, and it kind of feels that way like when you guys are playing, you know, with each other. I think the communication and coordination is very seen through the gameplay that you have. I want to talk about a little bit about you, because you came into this match swinging very hard. Like I was incredibly impressed with like what I saw from you on like the Cassidy and like the hit scan role in general that you played. It feels like Cassidy and like a lot of the hit scans are just like, it's just Cassidy, it's like Sojourn, you know, that's really where we're going. Do you think there's any variance for like anything else in terms of like hits? I know you pulled out Widowmaker once and then it put it away right after, but it feels like for hit scans it's pretty set in stone with like there's like 2 or 3 things you can play.
Yeah, I feel like most of the time, for me at least, it is just cast Soj, and sometimes there's a Freya. I'm not as comfortable on Freya, but I think Freya definitely is viable in a lot of situations. And we also do play Widow on Gibraltar, but Gibraltar is not in the map pool right now, so we didn't end up being able to do that. But yeah, mostly just cast and Soj, I think.
Cool. I mean, that makes sense to me. You were frying on Cassidy and Sojourn all day long, so far be it from me to say that those aren't going to be the picks that you're going to want to lock into. But tell me again, so you guys are all, like, you just started really battening down and playing with each other this year, but you've all been friends for a while. So what does the communication look like when you guys hit the map, right? Like, is there like a primary caller, or is it kind of just everybody throwing out ideas all at the same time and working more as a fluid unit?
I would say definitely more so the second option. We don't really have specific calls. Typically, like when we first started in at the start of the map, we try and have like a set plan that we talk about, and that can really come from anyone. Most of the time we have similar ideas, so it ends up working out. But our flex support, Nelix, he has been the one that's calling their turn versus our turn, and we found that to be really helpful, especially in this match. And but besides that, in general, really any individual player can call their own play. Like that last I had a few times where I would call the Soj ult from behind them, and like I just called that in the spur of the moment. There was never anything pre-planned, or no one else called that.
Hey, those worked out pretty well. So if it's fluid and dynamic, and that's what's seamless for you guys, far be it from me again to tell you anything different. You guys are doing fantastic. You made your way to the round of 8. Congratulations on that, where you'll have another chance to play tomorrow. Before we let you go and celebrate with your team, is there anybody you want to shout out while you're here on air?
I want to shout out my family. My mom's watching this. I also want to shout out our next match. We're streaming that at twitch.tv/esports at NC State.
There you go.
If you want to come support us there.
Absolutely. Well, we'll be hoping that the support floods in for you guys over at North Carolina. It was certainly fun watching you. Thank you so much, Lavi. It's been a pleasure having you, man.
I like a good. I love a good mom shout out. It's always the best.
Oh yeah,
I think.
no, it's very
always
wholesome.
the best.
Yeah, I think my mom's watching. Shout out my mom, real quick.
I don't know if my mom's in Europe, so I don't know if she's watching, but she might.
It might be a
so-
time zone thing for her.
Shout out!
Yeah,
Shout
by
out!
the way,
Shout out all the moms! Shout out all the moms! You know what? Let's just have it all. Of
this
them.
is for all of you, all the supportive
your-
moms, parents,
all the moms.
everybody out there.
Yeah.
They're the only reason that
Also,
tournaments like this
remember
can
to call
even
your
happen.
mom if you haven't already. Call your mom,
There
tell
you
your
go.
mother. Okay, do that.
You guys have time to call your mom because we're going to be going to a quick break here, folks. But it's just going to be a quick one. And when we come back, we move out of the open bracket and into varsity. Some heated matchups coming your way. So stay tuned and we'll see you in a sec. Folks, now we have the second half of our day. We say goodbye temporarily to our open bracket teams. You'll see them all tomorrow, at least the ones that won and made it to the round of 8. And now we head to varsity. This is the collection of teams that have played in the NACE Varsity League. The teams recognized as the official teams from their university, not just club teams, scrappy 5 people decide to all band together and go up from the ground up. This is everybody who has support from their university playing against each other. There were many different conferences that all led into this. The Super Conference and what were some of the other ones? The Rust Belt, the Union 10, the Esports Collegiate Conference, the East, the West Central, all of them, the best teams from them now clashing in the top 16.
Yeah, and we have some double dippers that are in here between the open and the varsity brackets, so
Very
there will
much.
be some familiar faces, but it's going to be great to kind of, take a step to a different side of collegiate Overwatch that we've been seeing so far, as we do have our rosters here for this first matchup, which I think is going to be a banger. It's going to be Bellevue versus Wichita State, and these are names that I think everyone, if you've been following like Overwatch Tier 2 and things, you definitely know this roster with these players: Ivory Stone, Avery, Hutch, and Regime. I almost did the Avery thing, and I was like, wait, I already said that.
We're going to do that at least
It's
5
going to
times
happen.
today.
It's going to happen.
I mean, Avery is definitely the player I'm keeping my eye on. I recognize them from a lot of really strong teams and the Calling All Heroes circuit. Regime is a player who's been around the block too. This is a very, potentially very strong team coming out of Bellevue.
Yeah, and I think kind of with Bellevue, it's like this has always been a team that's like, it's been interesting to see this like team like slowly rise in terms of like being very prevalent in Overwatch Collegiate with how like storied their university has been. So we can take a look at our next team, which is Wichita State University, a team that maybe some we're not as like familiar with. Hanbei is someone who I know, who I have back on Trick Room and Ex Oblivione and things like that if I'm activating some of those tier 2 stands in the chat, but the others are unknown to me a little bit more. And I think that going forward in this matchup, we saw North Carolina State just recently pull off an upset with some players that weren't really as much of known qualities. So I'm really excited to see how this team is going to look going up against Bellevue, who is a very good team in their own right.
Pedigree and experience will only take you so far. At the end of the day, you got to make sure that you're getting on the objective.
I mean,
reminder, folks. No,
no C9s. No C9s.
All right. Reminder, folks. These teams are playing for a healthy piece of $42,000. I can't speak right now, Kenobi. $42,000 across our 2 different brackets of play between both the open and the varsity. And they're also playing in varsity for some higher spots going into spring. The top 8 players get into the or top 8 teams, not just the players, that'd be crazy. Top 8 teams get into the Super Conference, which gets you higher seeding going into spring and the spring playoffs and such. So not only is some moolah on the line here in the varsity section, but also moving into spring where the prize pool balloons to, I think it was, is it $100,000 across too? I think if I remember correctly. Yeah, no. So this matters not just for the short term and bragging rights, but also for your whole year.
Yeah, and I think, one thing to mention, kind of like, we don't have a bracket graphic, but these, Wichita State did play a match before this, so it was, I think that they seeded a couple of those teams higher further into the bracket. So Wichita State did play Minnesota State, won that 3-1 going into this series against Bellevue. So again, they warmed up a little bit, have their sea legs under them, and now can potentially find a way to take it to Bellevue, who again, very, very solid team in their own right, and should potentially be looked for not only in this bracket, but also in the open bracket to make some noise.
Yeah, for sure. The varsity bracket technically had the top 24 going to playoffs, but top 16 is where we're starting at today. And much like our open bracket, it is single elimination, do or die, first to 3s here. No room for error. Well, maybe a map or 2 room for error, realistically, but not much room for error at the very least. And speaking of maps, let's see where we're going to be starting
Ilios.
off our 3rd series of the day.
Oh my god, it's not Ilios.
Wrong. Nepal is our
my
first
lord.
map of the day. And some interesting bans off the get-go, too.
Yeah, Hazard taken away and Sojourn taken away. I mean, we heard from our last interview with Lobby that Sojourn is pretty strong at the moment. Alongside the Cassidy Freya as well. So we'll see if it's going to be like Cassidy Freya is what I would be expecting coming from this. It's interesting that there's going to be that hazard ban because it feels like they know something potentially on the other side with that hazard being taken away. So we'll see if that's really going to come to fruition with how the tank matchup's going to go.
Either that or it is a very hard personal preference. Let's not start the series on a bad note. We don't want to play hazard and we don't want them to play hazard. Either way, Bellevue, certainly I would say a bolder band than the Sojourn coming out from Wichita State. Either way, we are going on to Nepal, and I do think, I mean, I am going to be keeping track of the hit scans here. I think on pretty much all of the maps, there's a very real chance that the hit scans can just dominate. I mean, we saw that from Lobby on round 1 of Ilios last series, and I think that was a much harder map to get the same sort of value.
Yeah, I agree. I think that when we look at like this team in particular from Bellevue, the coordination, because this team has been playing together a really long time, and I imagine Wichita State has some, has some cohesion with themselves. But I think
certainly
our friendship team. That's what they view themselves as, right? They view themselves as this very like close knit group of players, and it shows a lot of the time in their coordination and their team play.
Now we'll have to see what they'll show us as we begin our varsity section. Avery already on the Ramatra. This is a pick I've seen Avery play quite a bit, and it can be nasty, so I wouldn't be that surprised.
One of the other things we have to be looking out for, Paul, is that
go for it.
Is that this Bellevue team is a team that, like, they say that they play their own way and are not going to shift to the meta, right? Like, if they don't believe the meta is in their favor, they will slam their heads against the wall and run whatever they want to run. So if they don't feel like their meta is working for them, they're going to switch things up. I'm sorry.
Speaking of running whatever they want to run, that is a Venture Roadhog comp from the Wichita State Shockers. You've shocked me right out the get-go. Yeah. But Bellevue, not quite so surprised. Just immediately up in their face. Yeah, keeping Wichita from even seeing the point.
Yeah, Hook didn't hit there, unfortunately. You really would have liked to have surprised them, because now it's like, okay, well, if we're Bellevue, we're just going to play around the geometry and not try and get Hook and get a point.
Pride trying to head off Bellevue at the pass. Hanbei grouping up there as well. Spotting their monster kind of alone up on the high ground. Some vulnerable supports, too, as Bellevue goes for a rather slow rotation to the point. Hook goes just a little bit wide. And that means Bellevue do have a nice spot to hold the first objective. But Avery's got to be a little bit careful. They need to stay in line of sight of the healers. Ooh, and Ivory in some trouble early. It's traded back, though. Quick pick from Avery to answer DPS for DPS.
I mean, honestly, this Roadhog is kind of a menace. It's almost unkillable right now. And look at the health bars of Bellevue. They're slowly falling down. Without Regime, they have no way to get away from this Roadhog.
Stone trying to keep things contested, though. A 3v3 will quickly equalize on the objective. Bellevue having the cap too, but with Avery falling, they're not going to be able to hold it for long. And Wichita eventually get what they want.
I can't believe I'm watching a Roadhog win fights in Overwatch right now. Well, okay, let me not speak too soon as some of these picks start coming back through. It's going to be just a lonely Stone on the point here trying to change things up here. Ends up going down, and that's going to be point count. I mean, 28%, Paul, is not bad for, like, a lost fight. And now Avery's going to be going over to the Orisa, and now Widow 1 Twix doesn't get to play the game. It's just gonna be as simple as that.
Oh, it is Widow 1 Twix. I thought it was Widow won't Wix.
Oh. I think it's
no,
Widow
but I think you're totally right.
I want to Twix bar.
All right. Ooh. Well, Pride's gonna be getting slapped around by Stone. Ivory with just, I mean, an indomitable angle now, too. This is the difficult thing about playing Wichita's composition. There's no one to contest Ivory. Kasune rushing the objective, too, has to be thrown away by the whole hog. Pulse bomb going into the wall from Hanbei, and Widow won't Wix won't be whipping very long.
That was really good. Good job.
I'm glad I got through that, actually. I'm surprised I didn't stumble over myself.
That was really good. No, you deserve credit for that. But I think now it's like, okay, they picked like the Orisa, and you could just see every time you look at Widow 1 Twix's like little health bar on the top, every time there's a spear sound, it's just stun, stun, stun. You can't use your take a breathers. It's so difficult to like pilot this, and I think now with the positioning, Bellevue are going to feel really good about these next couple of fights.
Especially with the sound barrier in their pocket. Yeah, the hook going on to the fortified Orisa, not ideal. There's the ult from Pride. Manages to get quite a bit of damage, but can't finish off those picks, and Stone is just on a tear right now. Wichita sent packing quick.
Yeah, Stone is so good. I mean, this is someone who I remember watching them in Pirates in Pajamas, you know, back in the day of Contenders, and now really showing their stuff here in Contenders. I think that that Pulse Bomb really broke that fight completely open, and now at 85%, Wichita State have not a lot of resources to get through, and they're walking into a sound barrier.
Sound barrier and the bolo shot. They have to walk in here without their tank. I mean, a cheeky back cap from Hanbei, but I don't feel like this percentage is going to be lasting very long. Trying to get rid of Freya. So much damage, though. Has to go for the recall, and yeah, Ivory has their entire team, so not really worried about that. The flip does buy a little bit of time. Maybe Wichita can try and get back to the objective now on the Wrecking Ball for Widow 1 Twix. But yeah, it's not going to work out too well. That's going to catch me off so many times today. Just letting you know that.
No. I mean, hey, you know what? You peaked basically with that. With
no,
like
I did.
The walking a whiff of Ellie Wong. Like, that was good. I don't know if you can. I don't know if you can top that, but I think
I can't.
You can't. No, you can't. And I think that for Wichita State Shockers, it's like, yeah, I like the Roadhog at the start, but like it's one of those things where it's like it's such a susceptible hero to just like any counter. Like you bring out like an Orisa, you bring out like an Ana, and it's just like you just don't get to have fun. And that's what we saw. I mean, from Widow 1 Twix, just ended up not really getting anything done. Just was completely stunned. Avery, if there's anyone who I'm like on the other side, I'm like, oh yeah, I don't want to play against that Orisa. Avery's pretty good at tank, I would say.
Avery's pretty good at Orisa too, specifically. And yet, gonna try and run it back. Widow 1 Twix back over onto the Roadhog. No swap from the Shockers here.
They have to be just so careful and like try and fish for those picks and fish for the hook. That's really where they're gonna try and.
Who are you trying to get the hook on though, right? Like that's the other thing. Like maybe you get Stone, but Ivory's gonna be off in no man's land. Hutch and Regime are going to be way in the back too. Like it feels very difficult. Hanbei trying to put the pressure on Hutch now, but it's Asolius who falls first. And Sans one healer, Wichita have to make something happen, and Hanbei falling, Stone once again on a tear. Just not giving any room over to Wichita State. It's a comp that wants to wait for a pick, and Stone is giving them no time.
Yeah, if Stone is just going to continuously like win these side angles against Hanbei, like they need to, something needs to change here, because you're right, they take like so slow to play, and now we're just completely going to something different. We're bringing out the Hammond here from Widow 1 Twix, and we're also going to see the Sombra, which I haven't seen in a very long time, but it should help a little bit deal with Stone.
Yeah, deal with Stone and maybe deal with Ivory too, if you find the hack at the right time. But it feels like such narrow windows that Pride will be working with. And again, not much time to play around. Hanbei already getting lasered down by Stone, forced to recall on the flank. Now going forward, trying to get rid of Regime, but Pride falls immediately. Yeah, nothing comes before Pride falls, I guess. Pineapple, join him in the grave, and another easy fight for Bellevue.
And I mean, these engages are like not bad from which it's just like the peel and just the quickness of Bellevue University to react to them is really, really something that they can hang their hat on, because every time I'm seeing these dives trying to come through, there's a boop, like Ivory is just turning their head and completely taking people out. Like it's just really hard for Wichita State to ever get any, like this is just, like look at Widow 1 Twix isn't playing Overwatch right now.
Playing Sit There Simulator. I mean, the boot from Regime, so rude. And here's another one. The Lucio just completely zoning out your tank feels tough, man. And Stone with the Pulse Bomb adding insult to injury, or rather injury to insult, I guess, in this case. Now the Kitsune Rush is out in Wichita State. They just don't have the firepower to contend with that right now.
Yeah, they don't. It's not looking great for them, and with 80% ticking upwards, if Widow 1 Twix end up going down, it's going to be more time taken off the clock. Does survive and should be able to maybe get a mega pack to get back in here and stall. Hanbei and Pride also can potentially do that. Widow 1 Twix now back at full health will be able to potentially get the stall, but they are found out by Stone.
I mean, yeah, just stand in the doorway. Now it won't be Widow 1 Twix who has to touch the point. Pride at least gets Regime. The first opening for Wichita State, and it feels like forever. Can they make use of it? It's a trade back pretty quickly, and now there's no damage for Wichita State unless Pride is going to do something nasty. Widow 1 Twix at least getting rid of Ivory.
And no healers.
A glimmer of hope. And Pride will be able to get the cap and secure that.
Yeah, really well played from Pride, being able to take down Regime, who had the sound barrier but was hacked and couldn't use it, and then gets completely obliterated. So now, signs of life from Wichita State, where they have a sound barrier. They also have an EMP, which is going to be great to equalize this fight, because Bellevue University is coming in with a lot of key ults of their own.
Wichita State have to ration these ultimates, though. A long time they're going to need to hold. Looking for a critical EMP. The timing here a little bit tough. And Pineapple's already gone. Up into the air goes the EMP. It catches on to 3, but it's quickly washed away by the Suzu. Hutch didn't get caught. And now Regime is able to throw that sound barrier out too. Barrier thrown back by Asolius though, and Stone falling by the wayside means yet another chance for Wichita State to stabilize. Pride has to be able to get away here though. Regime is just rude on this Lucio, not letting people play the game.
Yeah, Regime's Lucio, I mean, has been a revelation right now, as I think it's just a lonely Pineapple and Hanbei left. They can try and stall as much as they can, but I don't even know if there's a way back. Widow 1 Twix is going back over to that Hammond just to try and stall, but look at those 3 ultimates that you have in the back pocket for Bellevue.
And Asolius is already hitting the floor. The Terra Surge to bring people in. Okay, I mean, Widow 1 Twix does get away from the Terra Surge at least. Causing some stall. Pineapple able to dip and dodge and dive around. Ivory not finding that pick. Pride getting rid of Regime. But yeah, the Kitsune rush is too much.
Oh!
And nobody can stay on the point. So Bellevue take map 1.
It's a little bit of a Charlie 9, like a Charlie 9.5 maybe that we saw at the end. But I mean, it was going to be very hard.
Wouldn't that be more? So you mean a Charlie like 4.5?
Don't do math on stream.
We've been doing it so much today, though.
Yeah, it's a mistake that we're making. But yeah, Bellevue University. I mean, like I like the idea from Wichita State coming out on this Roadhog, but this kind of shows that like Bellevue University has like a really good understanding of like how to switch the composition, like what to play, because I think the thing that just going over to that Orisa, it was just like, okay, well, Roadhog just doesn't exist anymore on my screen. And it's like, you know, you want to take a breather, get hit with the spear. You want to move forward, get hit with the spear. And then like when they went to the Roadhog, or when they went to the Hammond, it was like, you want to dive, here's a spear. You want to dive, here's a boot. You want to dive, here's a, like, it was just really good understanding of like the win conditions of the enemy team, and then really playing towards your own strength as Bellevue University to take a 1-on-1.
So much control exhibited by Bellevue in that match. Even in like those first couple of more chaotic fights on round 1 in Village, even those fights, it really just felt like Bellevue settling into understanding what they needed to do in order to win. Like, oh, hey, we need to make sure we're getting rid of the Roadhog. Oh, the Venture can't be allowed to dive us. Oh, let's make sure that we rotate properly, and oh, this swap over to the Orisa instead of having the Ramatra as well. And I mean, Stone was just
Stone
lights out the whole map.
I wonder if this is worth a ban for the Tracer, because Stone has been Stone's been good at Tracer for a long time. Like I think that I would definitely look at Stone as being someone to try and ban out here. And if I'm, you know, maybe I start if I'm really feeling the Roadhog and I'm Wichita State, maybe I just ban the Orisa, and just try and play it or something like that. Yeah, I think that that's definitely a possibility as well. But I think that like that was such a weird map, because I don't know if that Roadhog thing was just like a one time, or if they're like actually going to keep playing it, or if the ball was like a one time, if they're going to keep playing it, because it's so out of the vision of what we've seen so far between a lot of these teams that we saw early on broadcast, that maybe it is just like a Wichita State thing that they have in their back pocket.
It's interesting to ponder for the rest of the series. It certainly feels like Wichita need to reach deeper into their pockets than the Roadhog if they want to have a longer series, though, because even if you ban the Orisa for a map and you have the Roadhog and it's like, yay, we won because, you know, we have the Roadhog, suddenly you're staring down the barrel of the Orisa for the rest of the series, and that doesn't look very good. So I mean, the teams we've seen succeeding today have been the ones who have been the most flexible, whether that's strategically flexible or tactically flexible, or just, hey, we can actually play multiple different compositions well.
Yeah, I think that the flexibility is really important, especially because it's not like a meta where it's like just like the DPS pool seems like pretty like pinched in terms of like what you can play, but like there's a lot of tank variety. The support variety has always kind of been like a problem, I feel like, in Overwatch, where it's like, yeah, this is just all, but it's not bad right now. Like I think that, you know, Wu Yang seems pretty good. Yeah, Lucio seems like must pick at a lot of the situations, which is like, I mean, Lucio's Lucio has
That's
been meta.
been 90%
Yeah, that's
of
just
Overwatch's
Overwatch in
history.
general, right? It's just like Lucio has been meta because it's just no other character gives you speed. I mean, Juno like came along and was like, "Hey, I'll take your, I'll take your spot
Yeah.
for a moment," but it always
And then they nerfed Juno, and it
Yeah.
went right back to
and it's
Lucio.
like,
and
yeah, it's
well,
the Thanos thing. It's like, where did that lead you? Back to me, and it's always back to Lucio. It feels like in Overwatch, but I think that being able to be flexible in a meta where flexibility matters, especially when like map pick is so important, especially when bans are so important.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the teams that are the most flexible in terms of that are going to succeed.
And that does mean our bans for map number 1 will come back in as well. So maybe it had something to do with like the hazard. Like maybe that was just a crazy like read from Bellevue. They've played Wichita, or they know Wichita, or they know the player at the very least. They know Widow won't Twix or Widow 1 Twix, and they like sniped that hazard, and that's what we'll see moving forward. But either way, it feels like we definitely need to see a deeper pool of possibility from Wichita should they want to move on to the round of 8.
Yeah, I don't know if you're going to really get a lot of traction just continuing to play this Roadhog and this Hammond, especially with how good that we know that this team likes to be together and like is very coordinated.
Yeah, we are going to see our map number 2 for our series number 3. Dorado is going to be the name of the game. A ban on Diva and a ban on Brigitte.
Did you just hit me with a Tootsie Pop commercial reference?
Yep.
Okay.
That's definitely what I was doing.
All right, you know ball. Wait, were you actually not doing that?
Nah, I just rolled it because I thought it'd be
you've
funny.
never done that. You never. Someone in chat like it's like a how many likes does it
No,
take
I
you to
know
say
what you're
Tootsie
talking
Pop?
about now that you've mentioned it.
Oh,
I just didn't do that intentionally.
oh. Okay, well you could have just taken the. You could have taken the.
It's so unlike
taking
me
the
to take
compliment.
credit for things.
Yeah, take the compliment, take the credit. But like you mentioned with the Brigitte and with the Diva ban, I think Diva. I mean, it's like I feel like if you just go to this map of Dorado, you're like just ban Diva. I don't want to deal with it. It's like her best.
Yeah.
It's like one of her best maps, and it's so hard to deal with. The Brigitte ban is the weird one because we haven't seen.
Yeah.
I don't think we've seen one today. I don't think
We've
like
not seen a single Brigitte. Actually, the first time we're seeing Brigitte is in the ban.
It's in the ban phase. Yeah, I don't think.
Yeah.
So I don't think we've seen her like at all played. So. I wonder if that's just another one of those ones where it's just like, okay, we know something about Wichita, but they didn't play it last map, so maybe I don't know, maybe they're cooking something. I don't know. What do they know? It's like
this
that-
feels like Bellevue have run across something in like either scrims or when they've been playing other teams where there's some sort of comp here that they played against one time and it centered around a Brigitte and it was a very melee
We don't
comp
wanna do that
and it
again.
absolutely rolled them, and they're at least comfortable enough with everything else that they're like, well, let's just now worry about the brig.
Yeah, I think that might be accurate where they're just like it was something else. And I mean, Brig's such an interesting position in the meta because I always like she doesn't seem as strong as like when it was like Juno Brig being played a lot or like Anna Brig or something like that. But yeah, maybe Bellevue knows something that we don't as we go to Dorado in the daytime, which is always kind of weird to me, but I do like it.
Yeah, it takes some getting used to, at the very least. I mean, it's been this way for a little bit, but it still takes some getting used to.
Did we not play a Dorado in Dark, like literally in the previous series? Was that not Dark?
I think so.
Yeah, but we switched.
I don't remember. Goldfish.
Why is there a
memory.
Torbjorn on my screen?
This
Yes,
is
the question as
Torbjorn
well.
for Wichita.
I mean, okay. To be fair, if Stone is that much of a problem, this is the best option to deal with it.
You know, fair enough.
Torbjorn has always been the true counter to Tracer.
Put up a turret. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, oh, and you can do spider turret now, so you can put it like on the walls.
Oh,
and
it's true.
stuff.
You can put it on the walls.
Love that.
Man, it's been so long. It's been so long since I cast a Torbjorn. I forgot that. Yeah, that is how Torbjorn works now.
Yeah, you can get the perk and like just the little spider turret, or you can make it a big turret. But I think spider turret's better.
It's okay. No one saw that, Hanbei.
Yeah, no one saw that. Ivory, if you hit the shot, you get $1 million.
I don't think that's true. I mean, the prize pool is not $1 million.
Do the.
I mean, I'm just waiting on it. Oh, okay, didn't hit it. No $1 million for you. Back to spawn. Go. Yep. Get out of there.
Oh, yeah, are we staying on this?
It actually seems like Ivory wants to commit to it.
Okay.
I was expecting a swap maybe over to the Sojourn that we've heard so much about today.
I mean, the thing is that as Ivory gets the shot down, there's no range on Wichita State's comp. So
Yeah.
none. There is none. Ivory is really going to have to deal with Hanbei and no one else, and is going to be able to play like a PvE mode. And Stone has been dealing with Hanbei enough.
Yeah.
So I definitely understand why this is where it is right now with this team competition.
Ivory is basically playing aim trainer at this
Yeah.
point. They will not be interacting with hardly anyone else on the map.
Yeah, this is a PvE mode right now for Ivory.
Does have to still consider Hanbei when Stone goes more far forward, but just saw Hanbei drop, so now, I mean, yeah, I can just take shots from
Yeah,
here
but like
for forever.
look at where Ivory is compared to literally everyone else on Wichita.
Okay, I mean, Regime Falling does give an opportunity to Wichita.
Oh.
Oh, and another pick. Widow One Twix getting rid of Stone as well. Hanbei now having an opportunity to enter. Does have to dip and dive around those Widow shots, but Ivory not coming up with the goods this time.
Yeah, and I mean, if you are going to play the Widowmaker, like we saw, you know, Ivory get some value at the start, but it is very much a feast or famine character where if you're not putting down the damage and not putting down the value, it does, you're kind of playing with the dud characters, so we need to see Ivory take advantage of the amount of range that they're going to be getting as, oh, look at this, oh, first taken down low. Are they going to go for the dive? No, really good mine, actually.
Ooh, Pulse Bomb catching Regime there. That's tough for Bellevue. I mean, they just can't go in without the Lucio. It's too much ground to cover.
Yeah, they need that rotation available to them. They're just going to wait patiently, and I'm, again, still waiting for Ivory to try and find a pick here, but really good credit to Wichita State Shockers who are moving around the Widowmaker effectively and not giving those sightlines. Oh, that's a disgusting shot.
The angle there is just filthy. And now, I mean, hey, you were talking about feast or famine. The Infrasights help you feast for sure. Eventually, the downpour rains on Ivory's parade, but Bellevue, they are still marching strong. The trumpets sound, and the payload is going to move through the first point.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't even know if Asolius thought that they were anywhere near the potential to be shot there, but a great shot from Ivory takes down that Wu Yang. That means that there's no Tidal Blast combination with Hanbei to go in, and you can see right now Avery looking nice with the damage to start things off. I would like to see, I mean, actually, Ivory's not doing too bad in terms of that
doing
damage.
fine.
I think that hitting some shots, would like to see some of those converted into kills though at some point.
I mean, this angle is nasty. Well, Widow One Twix has to deal with Ivory. Careful, Chunk taken out of Pride, but he manages to survive. Rest of Bellevue just slowly working their way on the objective, but the high ground going over to Wichita State makes Ivory's life a little bit difficult.
I think they're actually going to use the engagement here onto the hazard. I don't think it hit
rather
anyone,
early,
but the
and-
regime does go down.
Pride traded too. Avery in some trouble, needs to peel back toward the heels of Hutch. They actually get all the way out here. Bellevue on the back foot.
You see the is this Torbjorn going to stay? I think this Torbjorn is going to stay.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
gonna stay.
Molten Core's not really going to like a insanely valuable ultimate against, I think, against this composition, but it still can get something done. As now you're going to see Avery trying to push that payload to try and get some more positioning for the team.
Widow One Twix is constantly trying to pressure Regime and actually gets an early sound barrier out of him. Molten Core now just a hazard for Bellevue, but they get rid of Widow One Twix, and that means there's no one to really contest the cart. As long as Bellevue can survive Wichita at range, then they'll be able to do fine here. With the Infrasights up, Wichita can't even peek.
Yeah, and you can see how good of a job that the entirety of Bellevue is doing by pinging where the Tracer is at all times.
Oh, no.
And the communication is really good. Can they take recall forced out? But I mean, this Tracer's not long for this world, surely.
Hanbei in so much trouble here. Can the rest of Wichita make any use off their Tracer's sacrifice? Pulse Bomb not quite landing, so Widow One Twix able to get out of that. Pride ever so low, though. And Absolius not looking too good either. Here comes the dive. Bellevue not able to... Okay, eventually able to pin down that Lucio. And now there's just nothing to keep Widow One Twix alive. Kitsune Rush just to seal the deal.
Yeah, downpour not even going to be necessary for Avery here. Probably will be taken down in this next fight, but I mean, it feels really that like now Hanbei is going to be going over to the Widowmaker, which I think is kind of necessary because it feels. Oh, actually, not going to be doing it. Okay, so it's going to be Tracer. It's going to be full. I think the Tracer and the Sombra, they really just want Ivory to have a bad time, and they haven't been able to really put any pressure down. And you can already see taken down low, but the peel is so good from the supports that Ivory gets taken down to 1 health and gets completely get back up.
And keep in mind, without that Torbjorn, Stone is going to have a much easier time. Oh, and Ivory's not worried about the Sombra at all. Already getting rid of Pineapple. Both supports fall for Wichita, and their defense just cannot stand without them.
It's going to be a very difficult task. I mean, yeah, Hanbei doesn't manage to get to the health pack either. You still have, like, I mean, you have a Kitsune Rush, you have a downpour of your own, but now you're looking into sights and seeing what Ivory can do with them already. Sombra's not going to be able to move. It's just, it's a lot to work with, Paul.
Even the hacked health pack ain't enough healing. Pulse Bomb at the ready. Kitsune Rush, something you have to be a little bit careful of. A hazard for Bellevue. Downpour thrown on the objective too, but easily dodged, and the Soli is gone before a Sound Barrier is even a consideration. Bellevue throwing out a beat of their own, just, again, to make sure nothing goes wrong. A minute 40 on the clock as they finish the map.
Yeah, very convincing here from this team of Bellevue University. I mean, they really took the advantages that were given to them with Ivory, specifically on that Widowmaker, just having so much space to work with. It was really, really tough for them to get anything done because you have to commit, especially in a map like that's like this long. If you're not going Widow against Widow and you have like a hazard and you have a Tracer, I like that they picked the Sombra because Sombra is much easier to get into the backline without committing so many resources, but it's like you have to die, you have to triple blank. It's like, it's really a lot to deal with. And then I like that they eventually were just like, okay, let's try and go Widow v Widow, because I think that's like one of the only ways to deal with a Widow on that tag.
Well, and it feels like a double-sided coin. I mean, oh, we dealt with Ivory. Good, we got heads. Oh, wait. The other side is also heads, because now that we dealt with Ivory, Stone is just in our backline, killing everybody.
And I think it is tough because, I like how the Wichita State is thinking, because it feels like, you know, with the swaps that they're making, they definitely they definitely have a good mind for the game, like, you know, switching to the Sombra to deal with the Widowmaker, switching to the Torbjorn to bring out the to deal with the Tracer, but at some point, it's kind of just going to fall apart where you just don't have enough ability to counter everything on the map, and then you're just in that rock, paper, scissors.
5, 4, 3,
Now on the attack,
1.
Wichita State
Attackers in
have to go into a already set up Ivory, an Ivory that doesn't have to fish and greed and hound for angles.
So it is going up against the Sombra. They should know that the Sombra is going to eventually be there. And I mean, even okay. Also, we have a Moira right now, which I just realized. That's
Completely. Yeah, I didn't even think about it.
When was that? This hero didn't exist to me recently.
I can't remember the last time I saw a Moira in serious competitive play. Only in my ranked games and my nightmares, which are actually the same thing a lot of the time.
Well,
Ivory down. Okay, I mean, I guess if the Lucio wants to be the one to deal with the Widow, that will work just fine and dandy.
it is trade back for Pride, which isn't great. You've lost the Sombra. Ivory's actually going to be going off the Widowmaker because, yeah, I mean, there's
Widow
just so much
so
dive.
low. Yeah, it's nasty.
It's falling apart here a bit, Paul. And again, I think that like the ideas are really good, but like the amount of resources you have to commit just to kill Ivory, and then it's like, okay, you have no health anymore. You've lost Pride early in that fight as well, which means that you're lacking a lot of damage, so you can't sustain. It's just like a really tough situation for this Wichita State team to be in.
Oh, and Ivory, done on the Widow, moves over to the Cassidy, a little bit more self-sufficient, but also very diveable. Not going to have the grappling hook to get away from danger, so more resources going to have to go into keeping Ivory alive in the front lines.
Ivory hacked. Maybe taken down a little bit low here as Regime gets taken down and actually one-clicked by Hanbei. Really nice dive.
Nice pick there, and that should, I mean, should spell the beginning of the end for this hold. Ivory, yeah, not gonna have a good time against the Sombra in close quarters either. Stone and Ivory, I mean, and Hutch actually.
Yeah.
Hutch and Stone are still hanging
way.
around. Oh no, you can't let the Moira clutch that. Oh no.
Okay. Well, I mean, I still think this is losable for Wichita State
Well,
here. Hanbei.
Avery's back. The respawns are coming through, and Coalescence is available if Hutch really wants to go for the commitment. Okay, the Fade is gone now. But a very safe position,
Good
too.
Suzu.
Nice Suzu to get rid of the Pulse Bomb. Avery feeling healthy now. Kitsune Rush thrown in by Pineapple to try and keep the momentum, but with Hanbei getting lasered down, washed away, and Stone on a tear, it's not feeling good. A downport attempt from Widow 1 Twix. Gets a couple, but it's not enough.
Am I crazy to think that this Moira is actually working really well? Like,
It actually is doing pretty well.
it's getting a lot of value. Like the coalescence was really good there. I mean, the ability to like kind of self-peel for yourself and like deal with these, you're like undiveable pretty much against this team, and you still offer a lot of healing. So I think like the Moira it's moving and grooving right now.
Quite the audible from Bellevue. Hey, if they want to run Sombra Tracer, our backline is just going to be impervious to dives. Ivory, same can't be said about him, but won't have to necessarily worry about it with Pride already falling.
Oh, this is so bad, Paul. I mean, now they're stuck. There's 50 seconds left. They're gonna be. This is last fight territory, and with the ultimates that they have, I mean, it's just going to be a lonely sound barrier up against 3 big ultimates from Bellevue. Pride's going back over to that Torbjorn just to try again to deal with Stone, who has just been a menace throughout these last 2 maps.
And so many ults for Bellevue here, too. Bellevue looking to give us our potentially first and only decisive series of the day thus far. Of course, there'll still be another map after this. It is first to 3. But Stone already going into the back with a pulse bomb at the ready. Just going to wait out the sound barrier, too. Stick it right to the Torbjorn's back. It's a big target. Pineapple and Absolius doing what they can. And Bellevue actually struggling to hang on here. Avery on the edges of the fight, but it's just them and Stone to try and secure this, and it won't work out. Okay, in the nick of time, Wichita find a way in.
Oh, the wall!
Potential recontest, but a nice wall. Perfectly done by Widow 1 Twix to extend the map.
That was awesome from Widow 1 Twix, and it's still, I mean, it's another chance that they have. You're right, but they only have 2.5 minutes to make it work. Pride's going to go back over to that Torbjorn. That fight, I mean, it's really just kind of the strength of Lucio there, where it's like, yeah, you have to wait for the sound barrier for the pulse bomb, but still, just the overlay health is so strong. And
whoa,
High Noon gets nothing. I think just a zoning right there, and potentially to try and reload.
Widow 1 Twix, this is my high ground. Go away.
Go away, Widow 1 Twix. Nobody wants you here.
Oh my. Widow 1 Twix trying to reestablish that high ground control now. Does get pushed back a bit by the wall and Avery. Kitsune rush up top. Ivory is the target, but just disengages entirely, and Avery just hanging out in Wichita's backline. The progress is slow but steady thus far for Wichita, as Bellevue are struggling to find a way to keep the contest going.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, because the Coalescence comes here. Is it going to find anything?
There we
Avery
go.
finds Pineapple, and ooh, that's...
Yeah. That's one way to keep, get the contest going. Who needs to contest when you can just get rid of them all?
I mean, the thing about that as well is that, like, if you're Wichita State, you're like, okay, you're feeling good. It's like, okay, we're pushing the cart, but you didn't like win any fight or anything. So now you have a minute left. You have your own downpour. Yes, Azolius needs to find a way to get to the sound barrier and should be able to find it. And without any defensive ultimates, that should be the moment for Wichita State to be able to go forward. But will they get another chance?
Ooh, nice aggressive downpour. Forces Bellevue off the high ground and catches Regime. That's most of the healing gone, or at least most of the flexible healing. As now Bellevue will have to group up around Hutch. Stone, nice pulse. There goes Azolius. No beating this fight, and no chance for Widow 1 Twix to retreat. Nobody's on the payload either.
They're completely scattered.
There's no progress being made.
I mean, this is a great view from our observers. They're just completely scattered. Like, the team in blue does not know where they are going throughout all of this, and a fight that looked like it started really well with some clutch plays from Stone ends up not getting anything, so now this is a guaranteed last fight.
And not just last fight, but last couple of fights. Kitsune rush to hold the high ground. Widow 1 Twix has to dive into the church for some cover. Avery, meanwhile, can reassert the dominance, and Azolius found once again by Stone. Hanbei falling too, and with 9 seconds left, things looking worse and worse for Wichita. Yeah, it's only Widow 1 Twix alive, and I don't think there's much gonna be done. Overtime not even able to be triggered, and Bellevue already up to 2.
Azolius dying there with sound barrier is such a disaster, Paul. I mean, if you get that off, it's a completely different fight as you've seen throughout. But I mean, the focus fire and target selection from Bellevue has been fantastic. I mean, they kind of knew at the end that the only thing that could win would be that sound barrier, and they completely just bully the Lucio, don't let him get anything, and they're able to take a fight win.
And Bellevue doing such a good job of playing right to their limits as well. A lot of these fights, it feels like, oh, well, Bellevue have lost 2 or lost 3. Surely that's done. Let's go for a reset. But they just hook for a little bit more. They want that extra,
They're greedy.
piece of the pie. Exactly.
Greed is the other.
But it's a successful kind of greed. Yeah, instead of pride is the other deadly sin. Yeah, there you go.
The shot was so
And I mean,
good,
it's working so well for Bellevue. Everything they go for is working. It feels like they can do nothing wrong, is what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah. And I mean, it's like, I like this is what I'm seeing from Wichita State, where they're like making some different changes. They're like trying to find things that work and always changing it up, not just being stubborn and standing on ceremony. But it feels like Bellevue right now is just moving at such a high clip that it's very hard for a team like Wichita State to match up to them if they're not just like playing perfectly, I'd say.
And Bellevue also going for some of the style points too. I mean, we saw the Moira there as a little bit of an adaptation. Oh wait,
I feel
no, go
like
for
it
it.
actually worked.
It did actually work. Hey, just because it works doesn't mean it's not stylish.
Yeah,
if anything, it's more stylish if it does work. For instance, playing Widow into Widow 1 Twix. I mean, going for the name game there, if nothing else.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the Widowmaker from Ivory, and again, I think it was countered pretty well and took Ivory off of it eventually. But I think that this is like, now I'm like thinking, I'm like, okay, please give me a Stone Tracer ban. I think I need that. I really need a Stone Tracer ban at this point, or else I'm feeling it's looking a bit 3 Overwatchy right now in this series if we don't see that, because Stone has been like incredible on it.
And not only Stone, I do have to shout out Avery too. Avery really doing a good job of playing around Stone. Anytime it feels like Stone is about to, oh no, everybody's looking at Stone. There's pressure on our Tracer. Avery is suddenly there in the mix, and it's like, oh, we cannot ignore the giant hazard in our
It's our
in our
tank.
midst.
It's like,
Hey,
hey, my Tracer ordered a Happy Meal. My Tracer wanted the dinosaur toy. Like, it's like that.
My Tracer said no pickles.
Yeah, my Tracer said no pickles, and then like Avery just comes in and saves the day. Yeah,
exactly.
I think you're right that they have a very good understanding as a unit. Like the peel is so good as well, because whenever I think there were a couple of times where I saw Ivory get dove on Widowmaker, and I'd look up at the top right, and it's just like Widowmaker has 1 health, and then just instantly is back to full. And like it's really, really good coordination coming out from that team, being able to help out those members who are getting so aggressively dove in.
You talked about Bellevue as a team that is comfortable with each other, a team that has played with around each other for so long, and they've been so consistent. That's the word I'm looking for.
Consistent.
They've been so consistent as a unit, and we are really seeing that in this match.
Yeah, and we're gonna get the map picks here eventually for you shortly. I mean, we have it right now. Heck yeah, let's go production.
Production
Zarya
working
ban
overtime.
And Adventure ban.
Okay, Zarya. I don't know.
They really just don't want Avery to have fun, is what I'm feeling.
So here's the thing. I understand the Zarya ban because we're going to New Junk City, right?
Yeah.
But I don't feel like Zarya has been the critical pick that Bellevue have been leveraging to win the series so far.
This just feels mean towards Avery, though.
Yeah, 3
It's
Avery
only tank
That
bans.
is tough, actually.
Only tank
Although, wait,
bans.
the hazard ban was actually from Wichita, though. Or not from Wichita, from Bellevue, though.
Oh, right.
So 2 tank bans in a row
Two
from
tank
Wichita.
bans, yeah. It's interesting to me that you're talking about like where it's like the Zarya is the thing that hasn't really been the focal point, and you're right. Like I think that I would much rather would have liked to have seen a Tracer here.
One day we'll get a Tracer ban, Kenobi. We've been
I don't know if it's
3
gonna
series
be
in a row.
I don't know if it's going to be in this series because with how good Stone has been playing,
Might not have the time.
as Wichita, but I think Wichita State definitely, if they can really focus down. I mean, actually, I think the Torbjorn here could be very valuable, especially in like some of these more enclosed areas where the turret can make Stone's life a little bit more difficult, and it's not really a map where you can play like to very long ranges because of just how closed in it is, and maybe in that more brawly style, Torbjorn is going to be enough.
I have to imagine that's what Wichita are hoping for. I'm not so convinced thus far. I know you were very excited by the Torbjorn, but I can't help but feel that Stone was still getting a lot of value regardless.
Yeah, but I mean, you still get like, it still makes it difficult, right? It's not as free as it would have been, and that's really what you're looking for. You're not you're sometimes looking for just the
inches
ability
rather than miles.
Yeah, there you go.
New Junk City will be one last chance, one last stand for Wichita State if they want to continue in the varsity bracket of the Overwatch Collegiate Homecoming Fall 2025. Bellevue well on their way to the round of 8 unless Wichita can pull off the insane reverse sweep.
See if it's possible here as... This makes sense that we're going to be seeing the Junker Queen, especially if we were going to be seeing that Zarya ban, because I don't want to play Junker Queen if I'm in Zarya. It sounds miserable. It sounds really not fun.
Very true.
And so, I mean, and this has always been one of those maps that does kind of benefit Junker Queen a lot because you're in these enclosed areas, so you like to brawl. But Avery is on the Orisa, and I'm worried about the spears, Paul. I'm really worried about the spears.
Keep an eye on him, see if Avery can do what we saw in our last series. Already, I'd argue, better positioning for Bellevue. Wichita State not even here yet, and Bellevue well set up. Ivory already up to a railgun, just looking for a head to click. Okay, couldn't quite find it. But this is one of the points where you were talking about less long ranges. This is one where Bellevue can just kite and kite and kite and kite, and there goes Hanbei for all the flank pressure. So now, I mean, Ivory is going to be living pretty rent-free wherever he likes.
Yeah, Stone also gets to just do whatever because there's no Tracer on the other side, and that's going to be a quick pickup here for Bellevue. And again, just play it so patiently to start things off. They use their rotations effectively, and they just put the pressure down onto Wichita State before they eventually just break.
Wichita need to find a way into this. Can Hanbei create an opening in the back, or at least shut down Stone, if only temporarily? Wichita, I mean, certainly they're spread right now. They're looking for an opportunity more than anything else. Avery going low. Fortify used, and the Javelin spin on cooldown too. Avery suddenly will have no cooldowns remaining and is a vulnerable target. The problem is, Pineapple and Hanbei have already hit the floor, and that opportunity could not be seized.
Yeah, and I mean, I like what Pride's trying to do there, where like Pride's trying to, farm the rail, put down the tank, but you can kind of just see how different it looks like when Bellevue is attacking, where like they're making very distinct ideas to like just kind of go around Widow 1-Twix and not really deal with the tanks at all, knowing that they have that burst potential to just take down one of those members in the back and fight back to front instead of front to back.
Ooh, okay. I believe Hanbei was able to get back and trigger the overtime, but now somebody else has to get there. Nobody else can get there. Oh, and Widow 1-Twix gets caught. Oh no.
Yeah, it's a bit of a disaster. Bit of a disaster here, Paul. It's not looking...
It's a bit of a disaster for Widow 1-Twix.
It's a bit of a disaster. I think that the way that I'm looking at this right now for Wichita State University is that I think that Bellevue have such a firm hold on the map that like they need to just try and like do something chaotic to just like break the hold, because if they just can try to continuously play to the tempo and to the style of Bellevue University, it's just not going to work.
And Pineapple already falling. Ivory with the overclock on the angle. Not even concerned with Widow 1-Twix up in their face until there's nothing else to shoot at. Finally, we'll get rid of the enemy tank. And it's business as usual for Bellevue. They only use one ult to secure that.
Really good tempo from Bellevue. I mean, they're the ones who went first. They're the ones who like very aggressively put in that overclock and just decided, hey, we're going to try and hit the button right now. So now I would like to see Wichita State kind of do something similar as the Pulse Bomb comes through. Doesn't manage to find anything, so that's one ultimate down. And Wichita State needs everyone that they can get.
This ends now.
Wichita trying to use their own overclock, relying on Pride to find value. The Javelin spin makes it tough, though. Gotta find an off angle, but the further you go away, the more likely it is you fall. Sound barrier out for both teams, but a brief player advantage for Wichita. Can they convert? Hanbei into the back. Knows that the enemy Sojourn is a target you need to get rid of sooner rather than later. The flip yet to have come through, but with Regime falling, it's only a matter of time, and Wichita, a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, and that's what I would like to see from Wichita a little bit more. They were the aggressors this time. They know they had the advantage with the overclock, so they go aggressive. Regime a little bit late with that sound barrier to keep Avery and Stone up in fighting, but really liking what I saw from Wichita State there. And now they have a rampage that they can use to be aggressive. They just want to wait for the spear to come out and then use it. Now, with that cooldown down, this should be a moment for Widow 1-Twix.
The spear immediately used. Ooh, Stone found two. Hanbei getting one over on Stone for feels like the first time this series in the Tracer 1v1. Unfortunately, not going to live to tell the tale. Widow One Twix really trying to set that Rampage up, but the rotations from Bellevue, they're just running in circles. There it is, 3 caught by the Rampage. Suzu nicely done though, only Avery still antied, and Avery can stand just fine.
Yeah, Spear is like an important cooldown against that ult, and also the Suzu is a very important cooldown, because that was a 3-man ult that just got wiped away, and it looks like they're just using that to go over to that Hazard. See if you can find a way back into this one. Need to get someone to touch the point. Hanbei looks like they're going to try and do it.
Hanbei will trigger the overtime, costs only the recall. Oh, actually, was that too early? No, okay, it was fine. And besides, Widow One Twix is there anyways, but Hanbei, again, won't be around. Dude won 1 Tracer fight against Stone, and Stone has taken it personally ever since. Now tearing apart the backline. Good for one more on Pride, even! Blinking forward to finish it off, and put Bellevue just 1 stage away from a guaranteed spot in the round of 8.
Stone and Regime are moving like Kobe and Shaq right now. Like, they are,
Truly.
every time that they're diving in, like, Hanbei's not even going for the Tracer play anymore because they know that it's just been so hard for them to move. We're actually going to be seeing a Doomfist here from Widow One Twix. We've run the gambit of tanks here, Paul.
Just throw anything at the wall. Something's got to stick because Wichita are running out of attempts.
I mean, this is something where it's like, I would like to see a little bit more chaos, and they're bringing that to the table with the Genji and the Doom.
Ivory sliding away. Is there a follow-up dive? Not with Pride falling. And things getting very dicey. At least mostly escaping the terrorists, but it doesn't matter. Everybody's down. And yet another first cap for Bellevue.
Yeah, Widow One Twix will trade one back, but oh, dude, that was really hard. Trade one back. But I think that when I look at Bellevue University in this next fight, when they have this availability with the support ultimates that are going to be there, we need to see Regime have a really, really succinct sound barrier fighting.
Stone forced to recall first in this fight. Oh, the stick onto Sombra's feet. Unreal. And here's a beautiful angle. Ivory shooting fish in a barrel. Where's the last little guppy? Yeah, get him on the hook too.
Ivory's looking clean with it, Paul. Like, I mean, and I think, you know, it's for Wichita State do or die here. This is going to be the last fight that they have. They have a sound barrier, luckily enough, but Regime was very patient, able to keep theirs. Stone does end up going down. That is a big pick. We'll see if it matters, as we're going to get a recontest here from Wichita State.
A glimmer of hope for Wichita. But all that glimmers might just not be gold. Wichita need to convert this sooner rather than later because Stone will be back rather quickly. I mean, really, finally the cap, the cap comes in for Wichita. Pride trying to rotate around, but actually not even necessary. Asolius and Widow One Twix putting in the work. Gotta still survive. We've seen Bellevue pull off Insanity before, but this one won't be theirs.
Okay, I like that what we're cooking here with Wichita State's composition. It's being a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more tempo here. It's going to force Ivory to go over to that Cassidy, just try and be a menace towards those dives that are going to be coming into his backline. So, okay. Widow One Twix wants to hunt that Tracer like the cinematic. Doesn't manage to find it. A lot of ultimates here also for Wichita State, Paul.
A plethora of riches. Ivory over onto the Cassidy now, too. A very diveable target for a comp that seemingly would love to dive a Cassidy. And Bellevue, for the first time, feeling like they're struggling to find a way in. The sound barrier will go out and give Bellevue a way to survive that EMP. The back cap coming in. Wichita can't afford that. Now they have to throw out the beat and turn up the tempo, get onto Ivory, who's just getting pocketed. Finally, the Cassidy falls, but somebody's got to get back to the point. Okay, Widow One Twix gets there. Terra Surge pulls players off. Somebody got to stay on. It's Bellevue's point right now. Wichita, they can't afford to leave for even a fraction of a second. Stone looking for someone to pulse. There's the Doomfist at the ready. Punch gone. No viable targets. Pride teleports away. But Widow One Twix so low, and the Kitsune rush to finish it off. Can't stay on forever, and Bellevue, it was tough at the end, but they convert a 3-0 and move on to the round of 8.
And I mean, credit to Wichita State for making them work for it, at least at the end there. I like the decision making to kind of bring something new to the table. What you're working with wasn't to bring the Doomfist, the Genji, and the Sombra, just go very aggressive on those dives, but eventually that experience is going to prevail for a team like Bellevue, who's just moving so well right now. Definitely deserving of that 3-0.
And I mean, it was always going to be an uphill battle for Wichita State. Bellevue are the 3rd seed coming in from the Super Conference, which is theoretically the top 8 teams in this bracket overall, and they were top 3 of those 8. So Wichita were going to have to punch well above their weight, and at moments they did, especially at the end of this map.
Yeah, I mean, when they kind of switched to something that was a little bit more, I guess their style of play and had a little bit more tempo that they could move with, I think it looked a lot better for them. But again, just the experience of these Bellevue players and the pedigree is something that just look at Stone here during that clip. It's really hard to beat when someone is playing Tracer at such a high level. Would have loved to have seen a Tracer ban. I didn't get my wish, unfortunately. Maybe in the next series. We still got one more.
Maybe in the next series. We got at least 3 more maps to see if there's a Tracer player that takes over the game and just gets to play it the entire time. I mean, Stone was absolutely nasty. Ivory was doing filthy stuff, too, on the Widow, the Sojourn, the Cassidy, what have you. Pick of the litter on the hit scans, honestly. Yeah. I mean, I even think back to map 1 with how rude Regime was to, like, the Wrecking Ball, right? There's so much going for this Bellevue roster. They work together so well, and they all have standout individual moments that makes them a tough team to beat.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the thing about this team going forward is, like, they do seem like they don't really have that many weak spots. I mean, there were some times with, like, the macro that, like, maybe you could be very nitpicky about, but this series, pretty clean from them.
Clean series for Bellevue, and we're going to hear from one of the Bellevue members after a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Interview in just a sec.
Like Stone's been that. Stone's been that.
He's
person
been that
for a
guy.
while. He's been that guy for a while. I tell you what, that Tracer has always been pretty minty fresh.
Yeah,
I love it.
honestly,
Well-
like, I was gonna mention one
Yeah,
more
go for
thing.
it.
Every
No,
one
no,
of
go
my
for it,
teammates, every one of my teammates has like their own unique like thing I can remember about them, but I have to give it to Stone. Like that guy just is him.
Yeah, dude. I mean, he was just nasty today. A Tracer that's popping off, can do, confident attitude. Sounds like a team that can't lose to me. Thank you very much, Regime, and congrats
course.
again to you and the rest of the folks at Bellevue. We hope to see more of you throughout the couple of weeks, but we'll let you get some rest before your round of 8 match tomorrow.
All right, sweet. Thank you. You guys have a good rest of your day.
Regime. Me too. What a great interview,
Dude, love
That's
that.
an awesome
Dude, he's
interview.
just a chill guy. I really
I love
like
Regime.
that one.
Regime's always been great. I really like that Bellevue team up and down, and yeah, Stone. I like to see that Stone got his
Yeah.
flowers because he performed really, really well, and it's nice to know that the teammates also feel that way.
Oh yeah, no, Bellevue seems like they got good heads on their shoulders, a great vibe, and it feels like they're gonna be a tough team to take down, but that'll be tomorrow. We still have to wrap up today. We got one more match for all you folks at home. The action ain't over. Another first to 3 to finish off our round of 16 in the varsity comes at you after a quick break. Welcome back one more time for today. At the start of Overwatch Collegiate Fall 2025 Homecoming, it's one more time, myself, Possible, alongside Kenobi, bringing you fine folks all the action, and we got a banger matchup saved for last. It's St. Clair Saints versus Kent State University.
Yeah, and St. Clair Saints, a team that I think we will be seeing double dip going into that bracket, the open bracket earlier. And I think that, we saw a bit of a series that was, I think, indicative of a 3-0. I think there were some good things that we saw in our previous series. St. Clair is a team that was ranked, I believe, above Bellevue. So Kent State have their work cut out for them against this very good St. Clair team who has slowly been since I've been, following Collegiate. St. Clair was always that 9th, 10th, and then they started slowly getting up towards that 8th, 6th, top 4, slowly and progressively getting really better.
I've talked to a lot of the St. Clair guys in some other esports as well. That whole program is becoming very nicely rounded out and a real powerhouse up in Canada. And it goes to show with their roster here too, which we'll get to in a second. But first, let's bring up the bracket. Let's see how our matches have been going over in the varsity. Let's see if there's any surprises yet. Let's see. Looks pretty normal to me.
UTD being out.
UTD.
That's a little bit.
Yeah, that's a little bit. Yeah.
A little bit of a shocker that UTD is not going to be there right now. Bellevue, we saw take a victory, but looks like for now, pretty standard stuff. We still have some other things to fill out. I think that it's going to be interesting to see on each side of the bracket where the chips really fall, because it feels like we're on an ISU St. Clair collision course, but with the way that Bellevue was talking, they want to get to that grand final instead.
Well, and that means UTD will, I believe, if I've been given my information correctly, will not be securing themselves a spot in the Super Conference. I think that is instead going to go to what I think is TAMU San Antonio?
Correct.
I believe. Okay, yes, yeah. So, congratulations
does that still count as a TAMU? Because I was born at the TAMU in College Station. Do I get to...
Right.
Do I get to rep them?
To you. Why not?
Okay, cool.
Why not?
Sick. I'm down for that.
Yeah, all right. Yeah,
Handshake.
Well, one of us has to get a win today,
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Yeah.
Yeah, all good. We're going to be moving on to our next matchup now, the St. Clair Saints versus Kent State University. Kent State having the work cut out for them, to be sure. We're, circling back to all the Greek mythology references we were saying before. One of those Herculean tasks we were talking about earlier, without a doubt.
Yeah, and there's a lot of pedigree on this St. Clair team that we can look at their roster and kind of how they've progressed so far. Because I think that, I really, really like what they've done with this roster construction of the St. Clair team. Bring Razor back from the mountains and the forest where Razor was hiding is kind of the meme. But I think everyone else is really good. It's interesting that we're not going to be seeing Noxious here, because I really like Noxious, but I've heard good things about Juice, and Tread, very good as well. People definitely know them. Redix and Soix also very well known in the Overwatch scene. So this team really, really built, I think, to go far in this tournament.
Yeah, just a ton of experience here. And St. Clair really have an embarrassment of riches when it comes to their DPS. They have 4 really good DPS players. Really DPS. Maybe we'll see Noxus come in later, or maybe he was busy today and we'll see him tomorrow. Either way, St. Clair are going to be a tough team to beat. Let's take a look now at their competition for this round of 16 match. Kent State University, we got Blue, Gerbil, Foggy, Asteria, and Frosty.
Yeah, and names again that we are going to be seeing is coming over I would like to see again them put up a fight, really, is what I'm kind of looking for in matches like this, because again, it's they're going to be on broadcast. It's a great moment for them to kind of play in front of their family, play in front of their fans for this Kent State team, names that we're not necessarily familiar with, but this is the perfect time to make a name for yourself.
Hey, if you could pull one over on St. Clair Saints,
that would be the upset. That's 16, a Cinderella. That's a Cinderella if there ever was one.
Yeah, you wouldn't just make a name for yourself. You would enshrine it, engrave it into the history books of Overwatch Collegiate for pretty much ever. And then, obviously you have to keep playing. There's more than just an out of 8 to, go into. But either way, we're going to get into our last match of the day, but it's only our last match of the day. We still have more action
Nepal
tomorrow.
Again?
Nepal again? No? Wow. So Ilios was for the open, and Nepal is for the varsity. That's
we
what I'm
had
getting
no
from this.
Lijiang Tower, by the way, which is shocking to me.
Wow. Dude, I don't think I've ever said that a day on Overwatch ever. even when Lijiang wasn't in the map pool, I don't think I've said that. Ramatra and Sojourn the bans. Sojourn, again, not that surprising of a ban. Ramatra, probably, I mean...
That feels like a
we've
Kent
seen-
State-specific thing, maybe?
Possibly, it also feels like a thing where it's like, it's a good pick into that Zarya we were seeing from earlier, St. Clair, maybe just wanting to keep it more toward that... it's hard to say meta, but at least like that sort of focal point we see the meta trending toward.
Yeah, and I think this like kind of tells me that like we're seeing probably like Cassidy here. Freya is something that we saw a lot in Varsity, and then kind of like just didn't see a lot in our last series that much. I think
Yeah, a lot in open.
a lot in open. So I wonder if that's kind of like that's one of the cool things also about having like the open versus the Varsity thing. It's like maybe the metas like shift a little bit between the brackets, which I actually think is really cool.
Yeah, pretty much the only consistents have been Lucio.
Yeah, I mean that's what Regime
That I
told
mean,
us,
you know,
right?
I mean, yeah,
You're
that
just
is
in
what
Lucio
Regime told-
jail until it's banned, and you can break out. You're like Batman in the what movie was it where he gets The Dark Knight Rises? Is that the one where he gets put in the Bane breaks his back and gets put in
oh
the
yeah,
prison?
the third one.
Yeah. I know movies, kind of.
Okay, so for me, it's going to be sports, and for you, it's going to be movies, I guess. All right. Either way, we're heading on into the action. We both know esports at the very least and some Overwatch.
We do.
Ooh, we're starting off on Sanctum. We didn't even get to see Sanctum last time we were on Nepal.
Yeah, we
So
do.
at least we get to see all of Nepal today.
Yeah, hopefully we're gonna see some people get booped and find Mandata's gold if we do. You know, if we are gonna be seeing a lot of
God.
Lucios.
A Mandata's gold joke in 2025.
Yeah, in the big 2025, we're bringing it back. We're bringing it back, our greatest hits.
St. Clair bringing it back to a more standard composition as well. A bit of deviation. Alex on to the Genji. We haven't seen the Genji paired alongside the Tracer much today, but perfectly viable.
Ooh, and
Kent
look at some
State.
brawl.
That's a little different.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of brawly compositions here with that Reaper, so a lot of upfront damage is going to be coming here, but it's also going to be a lot of charge given over to Tread. Like, Tread is going to be full charged a lot of these teams.
Whoa, and Gerbil engages on half health. At least manages to survive courtesy of the Suzu. Under review, not so lucky, and Gerbil trying to get away, but that's it. Yeah, there's no cover for you there, buddy. St. Clair just picking him apart.
Soax? Soax just got 3 during that. 4? Okay, no, not 4. But, I mean, that's one of the things about this okay, yeah. I was going to say that's one of the things about this composition where it's like, if you're going to make that dive, you better be sure as high heaven that you eventually find a pick, and Blue is unfortunately going to go to heaven, go back to spawn, as we're a little bit, this is a little bit of a weird fight, because Tread is caught out a little bit unawares, and that might be a little bit too over-aggressive.
Yeah, with Redux so far away, it was ambitious for the rest of St. Clair to try and hold that far forward, and Kent State doing a good job of punishing them. Gerbil now up to high energy, and only 24% ultimately gained.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a maybe lack of respect from St. Clair of the damage that was coming in, maybe not knowing that there was the Zarya swap at all. And now we're going to see St. Clair try and come back into this one. Tread is going to be able to take on Frostnap, but Razor is getting a good king out hope.
Razor falling, but you're going to be missing your Kiriko sorely if you're Kent State. Alex with a nice little flick there, making sure that Blue was in the line of sight. And yeah, quick reset for Gerbil as St. Clair are back in control.
St. Clair have control here. Soak's farming towards that sound barrier. Redix still in control of this Kitsune rush. And really, you're going to be looking out for Blue and Razor to see what they can do with these pulse pumps. Suzus are on the field, so that is a big deal, as well as those bubbles.
Blue having to take the task to Razor here. Not an easy thing to do. Kitsune rush thrown out from St. Clair early as well. Oh, but they get a stereo for it, and that means Kent State are forced to wait.
Gonna have to come back in right now if you're Kent State. Only 60%. Taking for St. Clair. By the time you get to this next fight, though, Paul, it's gonna be that last fight territory, and they have 5 ultimates to work with, but that's it.
Kent State have to make use of these 5 ults. Oh, and they don't even get a chance! Kitsune rush thrown out in desperation, but the grab is just sublime.
Good bubble. Good bubble as well. This stops the pulse bomb from Blue getting anything, and now Blue will end up going down. I mean, the only saving grace for Kent State is that they lost the fight quick enough to where they're going to get probably another chance to go in and have their ultimates available to them, but they did commit 2 to that fight, so now it's really about just that Graviton Surge and the sound barrier.
Gerbil's got to try and find something. Goes for Tread, but the sound barrier from Soix is perfect to keep the Zarya alive.
what a-
Nice boop, too. No value out of the Death Blossom as Soix sends it packing. Onto the point at least. Overtime triggered, but how long can you stay there? A bubble and a Wraith form keep you alive momentarily. Gotta get back to the point. Gotta get back. Gerbil leaps over, but leaves Frosty Knight alone. And now Alex can just pick away at whatever he pleases. And it's a solid round from St. Clair.
Sox is playing so good, Paul. Like really, really well. Like just
nightmare.
Even though we saw like at the start of the game, we saw the 3K that was like relatively good from Sox, and like that, you know, that was a little bit of kill securing, maybe is what I'll call that. But like the amount of peel that we're seeing from him, the amount of pressure that he's putting down, like Sox is playing really, really well.
An excellent first round from St. Clair with just the one little hiccup, as they may be overinvested at the beginning. But other than that, the domination we expect from this roster. Now the question for Kent State is, what adjustments can they make? They know what St. Clair have been preferring. Back to the Maga?
I mean, if you
I
win
I can't say that's my favorite.
if you win the first fight, it's not bad. You just have to win the first fight. Like that's kind of it. It's like this is a composition where you want to have control, and if you just lose right off the bat, the Maga's not going to have any positioning potential and is just kind of
Already
a pin
blew
cushion
down
for the rest of the team. And
An alt battery, essentially.
Yeah.
Gerbil. Yeah, not able to make much work there.
yeah, not my favorite. I think now you go back and swap back over to the Zarya. You don't want to give any more all charge over to the rest of the team just for funsies. I also think it works better with like the Reaper. Okay, we're sticking on it, but I think it also works better with the Reaper. Yeah, I mean, I guess this is like kind of that old school Maga composition with the Reaper just to try and brute force their way in, but I just don't know if you have enough sustainability to deal with all that incoming damage coming from St. Clair's. Tread gets another pick. These neutral fights just can't keep happening like this.
And Razor's in such a nasty position. Blue completely caught. Will manage to just barely get back to the team in a Suzu to survive. Tread doing fine, though, despite the pressure. Just peels back away and has, I mean, more than enough to survive here. Now the Pulse Bomb available. A plethora of targets easily latched onto Blue. There goes the Pulse. And it is easy going for St. Clair.
St. Clair have this game by the scruff of the neck right now, and there's just no, it feels like even when Kent State are like trying to do the right thing by like going up here through high ground and trying to rotate effectively, just some bad mistakes happen where they end up going down randomly to a Tread mortar. It's just really tough. Okay, this is crazy.
Tread's having fun. Oh, I mean, the Zarya flank you don't expect that way.
I would never
up over the wall.
All
right. I mean, it's not quite a San Francisco Shock-esque play, but it wins the fight.
Yeah, it does end up doing the gosh darn thing, and now at 70% ticking upwards. Kent State really haven't had a singular foothold in this match. So, is he okay?
Dude,
Tread.
he's going for it again. Dude, you are not on the Atlanta Rain.
Yeah, this is not an Atlanta Rain grab. Is he prepping the grab?
Yeah. No, it's not the grab. It's the boost over.
Oh!
The bad news is 2 players are already dead. He does do the defray and grab eventually. Oh, no. Okay. All right. But is that actually even... Yeah, it is worth it. All right. Fair enough. Tread is slaughtering him now.
It's definitely worth it. It's just a lonely two. That's really funny.
Oh,
sound barrier in
Dude,
the face.
sound barrier for 2 to beat Gerbil into the dust. Oh, St. Clair asserting their dominance is putting it mildly. Under review, trying to find anything. At least Kent State managed to get back to the point. They have a Kitsune Rush too, but it's not deep enough onto the objective for them to really get full use out of it. Death Blossom quickly cut down in its prime, and Blue won't be able to get back to the objective. St. Clair taking care of business on map number 1. All they have to do is hose down this Maga. Even the cage fight, yeah, you're not trapped in there with them. Map 1 goes to St. Clair.
That's a rough one there, Paul. I mean, I think if you're Kent State, I like the kind of idea of like bringing out the Maga where you want to play like a little more brawly, but like Zarya just seems so oppressive in like just being able to get free damage like that consistently.
Yeah.
We're gonna see a POV of the. Oh, I thought it was gonna be the defray and grab, but it's like this because like if you're Zarya and you're just like sitting, if you're Tread, you're just sitting here and you're like, okay. They just are they're going to continue spamming me. I can like throw my bubble onto a tracer and just get like free 80 charge if I want to. And then it's just a Malga on the other side and you're like, just barbecuing. Like it's just like there's nothing to stop you from just continuously melting that Mauga.
It's I mean, look, it's very. I know, like Polynesian Mauga doesn't get sunburnt probably, but like a laser burn will still do you in.
Yeah, I think a nuclear blast into your sternum probably, or a nuclear beam just hitting you in the sternum probably will do some damage.
A sustained nuclear blast to your, yeah. I mean, look at that, dude.
Yeah, that does some damage. It definitely does. And every time you look at Tread, it's like, 70 and above, 80 and above. Like this Zarya is so strong when it comes to that charge and just putting out so much damage. It's really, really hard to negate. And I would expect maybe like here. We do see like a ban on the Zarya.
We're gonna get a Zarya ban. I don't know what else you could possibly ban if you're Kent State from Map 2, right? Like, what would you think to ban that? What was a bigger problem than Tread just hosing you down?
Well, I think that like that's the problem right now that I'm seeing is like, well, what was the problem? Like everything like felt like it was on St. Clair's team was like working well. Like Soix was playing really well.
Soix
like,
was nasty.
It's like where is the weakness? It doesn't feel like I don't know if there is one besides just getting rid of the Zarya.
We could see what we saw in our Series 2 of the day, where it was ASU in North Carolina. We could see a Lucio ban. Get rid of Soix pick.
Yeah.
And that makes the Zarya weaker because it's slower.
True. Yes. Okay. I'm liking it. You're thinking like a color caster, Paul. I like what you're doing right now.
Don't give me that much credit yet.
I think that I agree with you where it's like, okay, Lucio ban is definitely something that can be taken away. It's good against it's like good from taking away from Soix. It's good from taking away from the Zarya composition because you need that mobility. So yeah, you've convinced me, Paul. I think I am down and on board with this Lucio. This Lucio.
Yeah, I win.
Oh, I didn't know it was about. Okay, what do you win? I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't have anything for you.
I'll get him next time.
you can have this singular dollar that's crumpled up on my desk.
Yeah, you're gonna mail it to me.
Yeah, I'll mail you that dollar. I'll mail you this crunchy ass dollar. This crunchy ass dollar. I will mail it directly to you for winning that.
Oh jeez. All right. Map number 2. Not much of a surprise. I'm gonna be honest.
Is it Kings Row?
Maybe.
It's Kings Row, isn't it? It's gonna be Kings Row.
Nobody would ever pick Kings Row.
It's Kings Row.
There it is. I've been foiled.
You thought you could pull a fast one on me, but you didn't.
I thought that if I said it wasn't Kings Row, maybe it would just magically change.
Wait, is this a self-Mauga ban?
No, that is a Mauga ban from St. Clair.
I was like, okay. I was like, guys, the Mauga was like, okay. It's like not,
Dude, can you imagine someone on your team is just like, all right, you're not playing it anymore. No, that is St. Clair's
I do that in
ban.
ranked sometimes when I see like someone like insta-lock like like Sombra right now. Just like I'm thinking about banning Sombra.
Well, you're toxic. Whereas Kent State University are playing on a team. The Wu Yang ban. Well, the Wu Yang ban. Interesting. Considering we didn't see that played on map 1.
We did see this ban though, I think, in the last time we saw Kings Row. So I guess there's something about Wu Yang that like works really well on this map in particular. I mean, getting rid of the Mauga makes sense because it seemed like a Kent State special right there. So we'll see if we'll see what the tank line is going to look like. I mean, I think they did mirror the Zarya a little bit, but they seem to be very, very more favored towards.
They certainly attempted to mirror the Zarya. I think I would like to see them go back to the Zarya mirror because I think the one of the difficulties that they ran into was based on the nature of the map, right? They got that advantageous first match or disadvantageous first matchup, then they had to go back and swap to the Zarya, and then you're just locked out. Right? Like, it's really hard to reestablish yourself on Sanctum with the Zarya comp against a team like St. Clair, whereas a map like Kings Row won't be as oppressive in those choke points, and even if you lose some fights, you'll have a chance to get back in.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true, and I think the other thing about, like, what we're going to see from, DPS and stuff, I don't think it's going to change, like, too much. I think the Wu Yang Bang... Wow, you got me to do it, too. I think the Wu Yang ban is just mostly there to kind of forego some of these other compositions that we've seen. I think that we probably still see Lucio Kiriko, especially if St. Clair's going to be running with Zarya. Like, there's really no reason to not play it.
Outside chance for a Baptiste. No, never mind. St. Clair starting off with the defense. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Keep everything the same, except for Alex, who will swap over to the Sojourn, but that is pretty much par for the course, even though we didn't see it that much on map number 1. Kent State, okay, the Ramatra was banned map number 1, so Gerbil immediately identifying that ban as a potential point of discomfort for St. Clair.
Yeah, and a lot easier of a, like, play against the Zarya, right? Where it's like Malga, you're kind of just like, you kind of just have to sit there and take it, you know, with Ramatra, you can put your shield up, you have your ability to cross your arms and be too angry to die, like, it's a pretty decent situation to play the Ramatra into Zarya. It's probably one of her best counters. Nice headshot, start things off. Ooh, almost.
Hey, St. Clair.
Ooh,
gotta be a little bit more respectful.
Yeah, that's tough as it's gonna be the Reaper. Okay. So brawly. We're just really brawly right now.
Kent State looking to get up in St. Clair's face this map. Already taking control of the hotel, moving their tank onto the objective. Gerbil in some trouble. Does have to peel back, and St. Clair not letting him get away cleanly. Oh, I mean, there's just no room for error. Kent State hanging on by a bit of a thread already. That thread snaps under review, falls by the wayside. Razor living pretty rent-free in the backline too. Soix moving forward and getting rid of Blue. And slowly but surely, St. Clair whittled them away.
Yeah, really good comms. I mean, they know that Tread is pumping out a lot of damage with these mortars, and you could see how aggressive Razor is going to follow up on that as... We'll just take a knee right now. We'll get the spawn doors, see what's happening, take a little bit of a breather, and then get back to it on Zarya.
Bro, Tread is having fun with the right-click parkour today.
Yeah.
He's seeing what new heights he can find on Zarya. All right. I mean, a rotation through the hotel. Gerbil just getting beamed into oblivion. Easy pulse bomb, easy pick. Not much more to say about that as Kent State, yeah, without their Ramacho, they're not long for this world.
Yeah, we're looking a bit dire right now if we're Kent State in terms of our ultimate economy as well. We're a little bit behind in terms of that support alt charge. Razor had a really nice pulse bomb there. Blue can potentially find one, but with the Suzu, it's going to be something you have to be keeping an eye out.
Kent State at least working up toward their ultimates. Kitsune Rush online for Frosty Knight. Can Blue be a hero with this pulse bomb too? Alex, I mean, just vividly aware of the possibility that a Tracer is trying to triple blink onto him. There's the Kitsune Rush is overlapping. Redux, the first one to fall, and the sound barrier a little bit late from Soax. But there's no sound barrier in sight for Kent State, and Asteria falling means that won't even be a possibility this fight. So it's enough for St. Clair to stabilize. Jeez.
And I mean, if you're St. Clair here, I mean, or rather, if you're Kent State, you're feeling not terrible about this because of the fact that you got a lot of key ultimates. Like, both support ultimates are gone, so now you have sound barrier advantage. You also have an annihilation. The worst possible thing that could happen to you right now is that Tread finds a way to grab your team and instantly wipe you.
Asteria has to hit this sound barrier. Nicely done. Oh, the sound barrier? Yeah. No, the pulse bomb a little bit early from Razor. The shields were still up, but Blue goes down. And I mean, even with the ult to survive, yeah, it feels like St. Clair can do no wrong. Oh. Annihilation attempt from Gerbil, but still set packing with a minute left.
They got Tread, but Sox is gonna go back and taxi them. Oh, yeah. This is tough. This is really tough right now. Wow, these DPS numbers are really good from the DPS of St. Clair right now. They're putting in the
Tread,
work.
Alex, and Razor all within like 100 of each other.
Yeah, that's sharing the love.
Absolutely. No ults in sight for St. Clair, but Kent State equally unlucky here, and I think they're gonna need the ults to try and pierce through the defense, especially with under review gone, 30 seconds remaining. The other DPS falls, and it feels like a done deal already. St. Clair going for the full hold. Frosty Knight, hey, you win the head-to-head, you put that in the reel.
Put that on the put it on your on your Twitter banner. Do that.
There you go.
Gerbil's gonna go to the Hammond and try and get onto this point, see if he can contest and maybe crack that overtime, stay alive a little bit.
Fun fact, it's not a gerbil in there, it's a hamster.
That's why I didn't make the joke.
This ends now.
But I have to. Soix falls, and suddenly there's an opportunity. Kent State with their first player advantage in a while. Oh, Gerbil's gotta live though. Oh, nice, gets into the back. Alex's overclock shut down. Race with a pulse bomb. Oh, can he swing this back? Can St. Clair stabilize with just 2 alive?
Oh,
no! Razor falls, and it's all on Tread. A tick taken by Kent State, not the full hold St. Clair we're hoping for, but here comes the reinforcements. Sound barrier, Soax dunking on the other Lucio. And the grab, just celebratory, really. As St. Clair reestablish themselves. One tick gained by Kent State. Not perfection from St. Clair, but damn near.
Still pretty good. I would take that 9 times out of 10. Just a 37% on the other side, and St. Clair looks like they are primed to take this one to a or a game 3 right now with how they've been going so far. And it feels like for Kent State, like, I like that they're trying new things. Like, I really do.
Yeah.
I like the way that they're kind of like, changing how they're operating a little bit, but it feels like it's just so hard to like find a break in the system of St. Clair with how that they're playing right now. It's just Tread is doing so much damage. Like,
that's just
it's
nasty.
an absurd amount right now, and like the way that they're using the bubble management, the way that they're using their ultimates, like even that one time where the pulse one was a little late. Yeah, it was a little late, didn't get any kills in the kill feed, but you know what it did do? Basically got rid of all of the sound barrier shielding, so it basically made the ultimate worth it for
True.
The Graviton Surge. So again, I guess I'm really loving what I'm seeing from the macro play. This Tread's going to be... I don't know if they're going to stick on the hazard. That'd be interesting.
Could have some fun with it. Be a little bit surprising.
They're having fun. They're dancing. That is the best emote, I think. The Lucio one.
I love the Lucio dance emote. I don't think I've ever unequipped the Lucio dance emote. Oh, and St. Clair. Wait, going for the high TP up and over off the hazard wall. I mean, just going for style points at this point. Oh, my word.
Is this a little bit of a... bit of a
Dude, we're getting all the Overwatch League references
Yeah.
today from St. Clair.
Getting all of them.
Yeah, not quite the merry-go-round.
They're playing the greatest hits.
Oh, man. I mean, they're hitting. That's for sure. Oh, Tread is just taking him to the cleaners. St. Clair not messing around. 37.6% quickly eclipsed as St. Clair up to match point.
Yeah, I think Tread might be good at this whole Overwatch game. I think Tread's playing
You think so?
really well. I mean, to be honest, the entirety of St. Clair. Like, if they're proving right now why they are the team that is currently, ranked second in the MLS Super Conference. Like, they're the way that they are just taking over these games. They're not playing with their food that much. I mean, really, this looks like a team like on both brackets that could get to next weekend, next Sunday for sure. Like, it doesn't seem like there's a doubt in my mind unless they run into like an ISU or like a Bellevue and something happens. Like, St. Clair look really good.
It would be far more of a shock if St. Clair didn't make at least the semifinals in both brackets. I honestly might even expect the grand finals with how they are looking.
100%.
Of course. I mean, credit where it's due. Like you said, I really like the different attempted looks from Wichita State. And hey, 37.6% is way more than I'd ever get against St. Clair. Way more than most people would get against St. Clair.
I would never. If I played against St. Clair, I'd probably just like uninstall.
If I played against St. Clair with like 4 other like Overwatch pros, I would be bad enough to drag them down, and St. Clair would still like stomp us. Like, so
They're really good. They're really good. And I mean, again, I like that. I do really like that I'm seeing Kent State like try, and they're like trying different things like in terms of like their composition and really trying to figure out this puzzle that is St. Clair. But this is like one of those 1,000 puzzles where a lot of the colors are the same, and it's like very difficult to figure out exactly what goes where. And I think maybe in ban phase that could be helped if you do pick something like, I think taking away the Zarya from Tread is good, but also I just saw him play a very good hazard. So it's a bit difficult in where you want to go to try and take away some of these looks.
yeah, I'm Kent State. I'm trying to sell you on the
Ban
Lucio ban here.
Ban Lucio. Yeah, I'm down.
The stock is hot right now. You gotta buy. You gotta buy right now. Lucio
Buy right
bans.
now. Buy with
Early.
this crispy dollar. I'm gonna send it.
I'll send it straight to you, Kent State, if you ban the Lucio next round.
You can send it to Kent State, and then they can short the Lucio stock.
Oh boy, we have one more map in this series, unless Kent State can pull off the incredible reverse sweep. I mean, it would be the most historic upset and reverse sweep that I think probably I've ever seen.
You know, us casters love to say at this point that the reverse sweep starts here. You know, we love saying that. We love saying that, and that's what's happening right now. The
Can I get you on record for that, sir?
The reverse sweep starts here for Kent State.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. That's as close as I can get my mic to the camera. Off to New Queen Street we go. Zarya ban!
Zarya ban! Heck yeah. Okay, I'm down. I'm loving it. We're on New Queen Street. We banned the Zarya. Do we see Hammond? Some Hammond play, maybe?
I mean, look, I'm going to be honest. St. Clair could pretty much pick up anything they wanted outside of the Zarya and probably still make it look good and successful.
I think, like, Diva's also potentially.
Like Diva, Winston, Junker Queen, Orisa. There's really not too many bad tanks on this map, if I'm going to be honest.
I don't know if I'd play the... Maybe you're right. Maybe I would play the Winston. I think Diva though is also like very strong at the current moment, and I think she does really well on this map too.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying Winston is good right now, but on New Queen Street we have seen Winston be absolutely dominant in the past.
We have.
Again, maybe not right now into the Diva.
Yeah, that'd be a bit difficult. I mean,
Reaper ban the other direction. Not surprising. Yeah, those bans are flippity flopped, by the way.
That tells me that maybe there is going to be a Winston if there is going to be a Reaper ban.
The Reaper ban, yeah.
And it is Tread, and Tread's like not bad at Winston, like pretty good. So I think it's definitely possible. You've convinced me again. I don't have another crispy dollar for you, but we'll figure it out. Oh, I have 4 very old
4 quarters.
Yeah,
dude, I'll take it.
Okay, wait. I can tell you what year they're from. Hold on.
Yep. Oh yeah, maybe they're like special. Are any of them the state quarters?
This one's from 1978.
Oh, okay. Much older than literally anyone watching this, probably.
This is in Nebraska 2006.
Oh, Nebraska, all right.
A 2017 Effigy Mounds. Oh, Iowa. And then a 2001 New York.
I'm glad that we're a New York one. Hey, there we go.
So you can get a quarter that's from 1978.
I'm glad we've gone through your very limited quarter collection here while we're waiting to open the gates. New Queen Street here to potentially round out our day. St. Clair looking for the clean 3-0. Can Kent State stop them in their tracks?
Oh, we are going to get the Hammond. Yes, okay. I'm so happy we're getting the Hammond here from Foggy. It's also, I think, also the sub that was. This isn't Gerbil, the main tank.
It's not Gerbil.
I'm really hoping that maybe this is just Foggy, who is like the Hammond player that can turn the tides here for this Kent State composition.
A Wrecking Ball specialist can really throw a wrench in the gears. Already a very quick, ambitious dive. Foggy getting out of it though, courtesy of a nice boop from Asteria. Ooh, Yinda not so lucky though. Another swap actually coming in.
Unfortunately, I mean, the dive from the Hammond was like, I think it was good. It really covered well and peeled well, but I don't think Blue and Yinda were there to follow up on that damage to secure any of those picks, as Razor's going to take down Blue. Now that Hammond has to get out of dodge, get healed back up by the rest of their team.
Frosty Knight with another one over on Redux. At least, a feather in your cap. Tread, this is so mean. Oh yeah, Yinda lives. That's what you get, Tread.
Just let him go.
Yeah.
Dude, I love the Persona skin, by the way. The Joker. Yeah.
It is. Yeah, the Persona. So I mean, we saw the Diva one earlier in this day too. One of the other matches. Yeah, they're really good. Here comes another dive. Foggy charging on in. This time in sync with Yinda too. Soaks down. Redex, okay, answering back for the picks Frosty Knight's been getting, but you have to live too, Redex, for this to work out. Does so swimmingly. And the checkpoint on the table here for St. Clair.
They don't have healers, so there is a potential for Foggy to come back into this one with the respawn so close. There's the downpour, and wow, Foggy might
downpour aggressively there, just making sure no one can contest. The checkpoint will go over to St. Clair. But I think a couple players got long spawn. I'm not sure how long St. Clair want to hang around here. I mean, they're St. Clair, so they'll hang around as long as they please. Oh, especially the coordination from Alex and Tread. Yinda couldn't have seen it coming.
Yeah, and I mean, Tread's going to end up going down here, so they do have lost their main tank. Dragon Blade by Alex, just try and buy back into this one, but...
Wow, I mean, that's pretty ambitious, Alex.
2025,
yeah.
Very well, Paul.
Not getting much of anything with that one. Alex instead just going to have to get out.
But I mean, for Kent State's, a couple of their dives have been really crisp and clean. It's just like when these fights devolve, it feels like St. Clair just has a little bit of a better edge in these like chaotic team fights.
Okay, already. The Kitsune Rush used somewhere. Is that all the way in the back to stop the dive from Foggy?
I think it was all the
Okay. Seems a bit unnecessary from St. Clair, but I suppose they're going to have the resources to push forward regardless. Asteria already gone. Means Kent State players are going to be easier to pin down. Speaking of which, Yinda pinned very easily.
Yinda's been bullied a little bit, but the target selection from St. Clair, they're like a bunch of like
It's
fighter
pristine.
jets that like whenever you see like Tread is like going in aggressively, you see that like Alex and Razor are just always there taking down the other members, and it feels like it's something that Kent State like should watch and be like, yeah, we should try to do the same thing.
Oh, Razor has to fly back to base for a second there, refuel. But here comes all of Kent State. Sound Barrier giving them a boost of energy, soaks down early. No chance for him to build more ult charge in this fight. And Tread in some trouble too, but manages to trade Lucio's. Frosty Knight getting rid of the enemy Tracer. Downpour locking up quite a bit though. Yeah, Frosty Knight locked down Tread and Alex. I mean, just flying on each other's wing. Blue managing to keep things alive for a moment. But it's just him and Foggy, and yeah, the respawns are too close for St. Clair.
Dude, Tread did so much in that team fight, just staying alive and getting those picks. The downpour was incredible. And St. Clair, in a fight that looked like it was lost, now are back on the bot, continuing to push it forward.
Dragonblade has to be absolutely pristine here from Yinda. An early Kitsune Rush just to try and keep St. Clair back, but they're wrapping around it.
Lord.
They just assassinate two players in the back behind the rush. So yeah, there's some meager bot progress gained, but it'll immediately be gained right back by St. Clair. Even with Tread falling, I mean, the sound barrier just guarantees that St. Clair keep this moving.
I mean, that was a teleports behind you, nothing personnel kid move from the entirety of St. Clair as they quickly
It wasn't even teleports. It was walks behind you.
Yeah,
Nothing
it
personal
felt
kid.
like a teleport with how quick it was. They were just there instantly, and then the members of Kent State weren't. As Dragonblade here available for Alex, could potentially combo that along with something like Kitsune Rush to give it a little bit more oomph.
Already, St. Clair approaching the end of the map. A high up minefield for the Dragonblade here. Oh, Alex chopping one to bits. Couldn't quite find any more. Now hunting for the enemy Tracer in tandem alongside Redex. Redex does fall, and actually, Alex bites off more than he can chew. Frosty Knight and Blue working together rather well. But meanwhile, the bot's still moving.
Yeah, bot's still moving. You have Tread still here. Razor has a false spawn available. Nice recall, gets rid of the dash, and Razor should be able to blink out of there. Does not. Really good find by Yinda, and now with 4.5 minutes, Kent State can try and make the long trek all the way back over to the other side of St. Clair. But Alex is on the Widowmaker. That's certainly something.
It's a choice. A bold one at that. Nice little stick there, but a Suzu keeps Tread feeling healthy. Blue now has to refocus the efforts onto the enemy DPS. Razor has to be kept in check. And you gotta stay out of Alex's sightline. I love just the unidentified flying object of the Wrecking Ball out in the no man's land. Unfortunately, yeah, once that UFO gets identified, the rest of the team goes down and stuff's tough.
Yeah, Blue's gonna try and get out of here, but unfortunately won't be able to do so as St. Clair. Now this is a great position for them to be in because now they get to set up their Widowmaker, and Alex gets to have basically a shooting range right now in these long sight lines. Razor still with the pulse bomb ready and available. Gotta be looking out for Suzu from Frosty Knight to be able to negate some of that damage.
Kent State, one more chance to try and begin the reverse sweep of all reverse sweeps.
They took the robot.
Tough to lose Asteria so early, and this is a nasty little angle for Alex to play in. Can't quite find anything. He's expecting the Tracer to come up behind. Right expectation. Not quite the shot needed, and Sound Barrier goes out just to save Alex. Hello?
Yeah.
I think he was okay, guys. Oh,
Yeah.
my word. He gets stomped on, though, and Frosty Knight trying to swift step out of danger, but will get hunted down eventually, you have to imagine. Asteria falls. And St. Clair, I mean...
No, so
What
just the
could they
type
do
of support
wrong?
I want on my team. Just sound barrier for me only and only me.
Dude, I've never seen the pocket sound barrier like that before. Tread does fall. St. Clair, you know, for all the pizzazz they're giving us here at the end, getting over the finish line has been a struggle for them.
Yeah, they haven't been able to close, and
Dude,
that's a definitely an
both
ambitious
Tracers,
pulse bomb.
both Tracers trying to go for the ego pulse
Yeah.
bomb. I love it.
Yeah, we're truly in a great area right now when it comes to our game. Where's Alex going? Alex, the fight's over somewhere else.
Dude, he needs to be back home.
Uh-oh.
Oh my, that's tough. Tread in some trouble. Managed to leap away.
Oh,
As a Kitsune rush to try and hunt down the enemy hazard.
Oh, no.
But Tread just plays in it fine. Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, Kitsune rush actually was Redex's there. And it's feeling like the map should be coming to a close.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see St. Clair, as bad as it sounds, put Kent State out of their misery to an extent, because closing is important. So it looks like Blue's going to end up going down, Tread taken down relatively low, uses the wall to save himself, and Kent State, Kent State's going to keep fighting.
Look, Kent State, I am appreciating their moxie far more than anything else right
they're
now.
Still playing, they're still giving it a good old college try.
Quite literally.
That's the case.
Oh, Dragon Blade,
Okay.
not really finding a target there.
Yeah, what was... Okay. No, I mean, hey, sometimes you just... Maybe there's a bug somewhere.
Just swat the bug.
Yeah.
I mean, feels like something Genji would do, like in canon, you know?
Oh, Razor got the Eagle
Razor
Pulse.
finally
Razor got
gets
the
that,
Eagle
but
Pulse.
yeah, finally hits it. Second or third tries the charm. St. Clair continuing to play here. Kent State, I mean, they have some tools to try and come back into this. This is a hard map to actually finish right now for St. Clair. The problem is the time is running ever so low. 44 seconds remaining, and it won't come down to whether or not St. Clair can put their boot on their throat. They'll simply have to walk away happy after a fight win. Redex the one trying to put this to bed now for St. Clair, but I think the respawns are going to be a little bit tricky here. Kent State with one more chance at life.
Yeah, they're going to get one last shot to try and start the reverse sweep of all reverse sweeps with a really good map at the end of this, but is it even possible you have a Kitsune Rush available to you? It's going to be really difficult, Paul.
1 out of 14 million futures for Kent State right now. The fight is largely happening in their spawn instead of on the point right now, too, by the way. Like St. Clair have completely passed Kent State, gone to their spawn doors to kill a bunch of people, and only now are coming back to the objective to finish this off. A little march, a 21-gun salute. St. Clair sends Kent State off, and will get themselves their 3-0 moving forward to the round of 8.
Alex looking phenomenal in that skin there as it ends. And it's going to be St. Clair taking a crisp and clean 3-0, very dominant, looking like one of the best teams that we have in Collegiate right now. Tread has just been fantastic on anything that he's played, and they are deserving of this convincing 3-0.
Dominance from start to finish, even with some silliness to round it out here on New Queen Street. St. Clair Saints, even in moments where they were maybe playing with their food a little bit, seemed like everything would go their way. They could do no wrong. And I mean, really, even in moments where they're getting a bit silly with it and having fun, like you said, they're just on the same page. The timing on those dives was impeccable.
Yeah. I mean, it definitely felt like they were obviously the better team. They knew that they were the better team, but there were still those fundamental things that, like, when you look at them against, like, you know, an ISU, a Bellevue, a Cumberland, things like that, like, this team just moves really well and is really coordinated, no matter what the competition on the other side looks like.
Yeah, second in the Super Conference for a very good reason. It was always going to be a hard hard road for Kent State. There we go. English. Eventually I'll get there. I've only been speaking it for my whole life.
Hey, some of us, you know, speak it our whole life and we still don't know English, so, you know.
That's why I'm
I don't know
always
if that helps
really
you at
impressed
all.
by. I mean, it's just, no. You just described me. It doesn't help. You diagnosed me, but you know, where's the no cure for playing against St. Clair though. I mean, again, even when we saw the Zarya ban, which did come out on this map, right? Like you said, you were concerned about going into this map, going into New Queen Street. Yeah, you can ban the Zarya, but hey, Tread is still really good on a lot of other stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, Tread is really good, and I think that the entirety of the St. Clair team is really good. Even when they're like bringing in some new members, like they have a very deep roster. Still didn't even see Noxious yet, so I think that you know, we have to look forward to this team really making a lot of noise.
Absolute perfection from St. Clair, even when it got a little bit silly at the end. That'll bring them to the round of 8, but it won't bring us to the end of our broadcast just yet. We got one more special treat for you, an interview with one of the St. Clair Saints. When we come back from a quick break, you still have a little more time to try and earn those rewards, so stick around. Welcome back one last time for our first day of the Overwatch Collegiate Homecoming of Fall 2025. Our last series just wrapped up, and as such, we got a special treat for all you folks at home. We've been hearing from a lot of players throughout the day, but now let's take a peek at a coach's perspective, shall we? We have here Zay from the victorious St. Clair Saints. How you doing, Zay? How you guys feeling about this return of Overwatch Collegiate?
Feeling great. Me and the guys are super excited. It's been a bit since we've had Collegiate, and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like you're picking up right where you left off. So, and kind of like talk to me a little bit about the current meta, because I mean that series felt like it was, you know, one that was like you just had to get through a little bit. But you know, when you're going to go up against those other teams, I think it's going to be something that we have to keep an eye on. What is your read kind of on what the meta is right now? Because it feels like there's not hard like back when we were like in Malgameta or something like that. It seems pretty open, except for something like the supports where it's like Lucio is like super needed.
Well, diehard fans of St. Clair and also Dildux would know that we are a very vibes and rush-based type of team, and especially like, you know, back in the previous years of Collegiate, we really liked playing into the brawl comps. And I think right now with how Zarya is played and like the availability of Hazard and super hyper mobile characters, you know, like not only do we feel like this meta really fits our style, but there's also a lot of flexibility and a lot of creativity. You could see some of our patent pending Dildux strats in rollouts that we had going on, especially on Kingsguard Attack there. Yeah, I mean, I personally, I love this meta. I think my players love playing this meta and all the heroes that are good right now, and I love coaching it too.
Great. Well, it sounds like the vibes are just up for St. Clair all across the board then. And I mean, as it should be, you guys have been having a dominant semester pretty much the entire time. You've only had, if I'm correct, one loss across all different tournaments you guys have played in this semester. And that was to, I think, ISU. I mean, you guys looking for some revenge here?
You know, like there is a pathway for both tournaments of NACE Varsity Premier and the main Activision, like the Homecoming tournament, for us to have grand finals with ICU, and I would love to, you know, make a statement. I think it'd be really funny if, you know, like both were grand finals of ICU and St. Clair back to back, and I think that's definitely in our scope.
Okay.
Dude, so you're looking to play 14 maps against them in one day and beat them twice? You know, I gotta respect the hustle.
I mean, best of 14. I mean, that's world. That's history, you know.
That's history. Yeah, no.
That
That would be fantastic if we could see that. That'd be an incredible day. I mean, if you go from like, you know, the casters are just like, okay, we're done with our first series. Let's go to our next series. It's ISU versus the same one we had today. But talk to me a little bit about growth of St. Clair, because I've been casting Collegiate for a while, and I think you like joined St. Clair around like 2023, if I'm not, if I remember.
Yes,
and like
I did.
You started. Like St. Clair was always kind of that team that's like on the outside looking in a lot of the time, where it was like top, you know, top 12, top 8, things like that. But now it feels like there's this, like, at least in the last year, there's been this very big ascension of the team and of the program towards like top 4s and top 6s. Can you talk to me a little bit about, you know, how that's been for you as the coach to see this program and this team grow so much?
Yeah, I mean, I could talk about this for hours, honestly, because when I first came into the scene, I was given the task of coaching, you know, like a couple contenders veterans, like with Razor, and a prospected player like Tread, and it was difficult, and, you know, like you said, like, you know, outside looking in, but my guys here are super hardworking, super passionate, and they make it so fun to not only try, but also just like be in each other's company. And in the past year, not only have they leveled up immensely, but also me as well. I was also the coach for soccer esports, and we had a big upset against Nightmare, and I'm very proud of our performance. And none of that could have been possible without the experiences I've had at St. Clair and coaching everyone here. You know, I think not only have we really grown together, but we've also reached a point where this is kind of like a second family to everyone here, and whenever one of us feels down, the entire room can feel it, and we want to make sure like none of our guys are, you know, like, you gotta hear, maybe you can hear Reddix in the background. He's having fun right now too. But we like to keep it happy, you know, and I'm really fortunate to have like players like that who always keep me, you know, looking forward and wanting to like be excited for the next day.
Well, you keep it upbeat, you ascend ever upwards as well through the echelons of Overwatch Collegiate. The St. Clair Saints ready to take flight, spread their wings nice and high. Zay, it has been an absolute pleasure having you on the broadcast here with us, and a pleasure watching your team play throughout today. I can't wait to see him play more through the round of 8 and maybe to those double grand finals that you're looking for. But before we let you go, celebrate with your team. Is there any shout-outs you want to give while you're here with us?
I wanted to give a big shout out to all my players, of course, to Chris and Sean, the directors at St. Clair, and also to my little brother Harsh. Love you, bro. Miss you.
Aww.
Love that. Thank you so much, Zay. The vibes are impeccable, the energy positive, and we can't wait to see more from you in St. Clair Saints. You have a good one.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Zay. That might have been one of the best answers
Dude.
I've ever gotten about that question about the program growth. Like that was really cool to hear someone.
It's in depth. You can. Yeah, sorry. Go for it.
I don't think Zay I think Zay when Zay started in 2023. I think that was one of the first times that I think Zay got into coaching, and now you're talking about the OWCS stuff and talking about taking this. You pulled Razor out of the forest, and you're taking the St. Clair team to the heights they basically have never been before since I started casting Collegiate back in 2019. So it's really, really cool to see that hard work pay off for a program, which is what Collegiate's all about. You always have those big ones, your Northwoods, your Maryvilles, your ISUs, all of those names that you're always going to have there. But then, for another program to kind of just come out of nowhere. I mean, it did happen to ISU, right? ISU didn't really do anything until they, had that great American Tornado signing. Then they started an ascension completely. So I think that's one of my favorite parts, at least, of Collegiate, is just seeing programs like this grow and evolve into some of the best that exist in the country.
And you could tell how much passion and how much thought he'd put into exactly that, right? With how elaborate the answer was. I mean, dude just really seems to have a good head on his shoulders.
He said, I could speak for hours. He's like, I could speak for hours.
I don't doubt it. But we've bbeen speaking for hours, Kenobi, and it's time for us to close out. Before we do, let's take a look one more time at our updated bracket. For the varsity side, St. Clair Saints moving forward, still awaiting quite a few results. A couple more games that we have to see filter on in, but thus far, outside of that one upset again against University of Texas Dallas, seems like things going more or less as we expect. Are there any matches still remaining that you're keeping an eye on, Kenobi?
I think it's really interesting to see how these brackets line up. I mean, I expect ISU to win that one and go play Ball State. I'm really on board with this idea that we're gonna get varsity bracket St. Clair ISU and then other open bracket St. Clair ISU. I'm on board with that. I want that to happen.
No, there are quite a lot of teams that are not going to be so on board with that, but they're going to have to put the proof in the pudding if they want to stop that double run back on the next day.
Yeah, and I
for
think
now, yeah.
I think
Go
as
for it.
well, in this matchup in particular, or with these teams that we have that are available to us left, I think it is kind of very much you have this top four, I would say, where it's you have this top four of Bellevue, ISU, St. Clair, and then the Cumberland, I think, is the other one who I was talking about. And you have that top four that's probably going to make it all the way to the Final Four, and then from there, the games are going to get insanely good, insanely good, I bet.
A top 4 to keep an eye on here. A top 5, really, to keep an eye on over in the open bracket. But we'll have to keep an eye on those tomorrow and next weekend. That does it for our very first day of Overwatch Collegiate's return in the homecoming of fall 2025. That does it for myself entirely. Kenobi will be back next week, thankfully, to bring all you fine folks through some more action. Tomorrow, you'll be graced with Twin Salty and Tiny Shiny going through the round of 8. That'll be right at 3 p.m. East. No, 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. I messed myself up. It's 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific. Make sure you set your timer, get the notification on your Twitch, because every single day there's new Twitch drops. You're not done. What, you thought you could come watch 2 hours and get out of here? No, you gotta come back if you want all the good icons and play-in sprays and everything. So make sure you tune in tomorrow. That'll be it for myself, Kenobi, and all the wonderful folks here at the broadcast. Thank you so much for tuning in for day 1, and we'll see you in just a few hours, really, for day number 2 of Overwatch Collegiate.
Overwatch.